dead dash here. So coming in here with a contract offer review here. This is something I do when I want to investigate a market or a shift to try to look for trends within the shift and try to learn a little bit about what was going on and try to answer or diagnose a problem. So I'm going to take you through here. I've already filled it out, but I'm going to take you through what we're looking at here. And share the screen. So screen's up there so you can see exactly what it looks like here. So this is from the ride along that we did that did not turn out very successfully. We only made $59 in about 3 hours and 32 minutes. So it was not a good day for us while we were out. So what I do is I screenshot every single order, and then I will put it onto this sheet here. And you can see here it gives me basically a rundown of the entire shift with each vendor that I received orders from, each restaurant that it was, the amounts, the miles, and the time, whether it was declined or accepted. So in this case, this particular evening, like I said, we did not hit our goal, and you can start to see really very quickly once all the information is on here, we can see exactly what the problem was with this particular shift. So the problem that I diagnosed here with this was, and in the video I mentioned it as well, was the average offer was going to be too low. The order flow was going to be too low, and it was slow. Now, on here is not reflected in wait times, but we had an average wait time of 9 minutes, so that didn't help either. You'll see gaps in there, and you can see where that comes in here as you're going down and looking. Now, I do multi-apps, so sometimes you're going to see overlap here where I've accepted an order and another order comes through. But you're going to see here that we worked a total of 3 hours and 32 minutes. Contracts per acceptance, meaning for every accepted order we had 6 orders come through, or 6 offers come through, 6.33. So it was a little over 6. What I've found in my market, if we have a good flowing market, especially at dinner time on a Saturday night, I would expect that to be 3 to 5 is the range. Anything above 5 is telling me that market was too slow. The other critical deal here is the accepted per minutes. So in this case, it was 35 minutes per accepted order, or 35 minutes and 20 seconds per accepted order. So that's way too high. If you take off the wait times in there, we're still running much higher than what I would like. It would have been 26 minutes, which is approximately about 2 orders an hour. If the weights wouldn't have been so high. But in this case, we were looking at 1 order an hour, and at an average of $7.80 per offered order. That was way, way, way low. So you can tell right here, this is why we didn't make money on this shift. And then the miles to money was absolutely terrible, meaning the order quality was absolutely down. We were at 99-cent miles to money. Now, if you look at the offers we did take, let's look and see, were they above? What I like to do is say, were they above the average offer? And the first order we took was the Sheets order for Grubhub, and it was way above the miles to money. It was under the average offer amount. And what this tells me is that at $7.14, we needed to turn that order over very quickly and find another order very quickly of at least, and we were going to be needing to do probably average over 3 orders an hour in order to be able to hit $25 an hour. And it looks like we did succeed in getting an order really quick because we accepted that order at 5:43, and 17 minutes later, we had another order going on. Now, the big issue we have here is this gap between the next order and that accepted order. And it was almost an hour and 11 minutes. And that right there diagnoses the problem. Now, the order flow that we had in between, you can see that we didn't begin accepting orders until 6:54. And then the quality of those orders was very, very low. Now, when looking at this, you can see we would break this down as about $8.12.5 because it was a stacked order, but it was above the average offer. And that actually fell right in. If you're looking at these three, when you add that up, it came in at about $23 total accepted order. And had we been able to complete that order in the time frame I needed, if we would have been able to get a third hour before, or a fourth order in before the end of that hour, we would have succeeded in hitting the goal that I wanted. But it was that hour and 11-minute gap that really killed us. Now you can see it took about 54 minutes to get that order. And you can see that the market was really running slow because it took us nearly 16 minutes to get an order after we got done with that order there. So, and you can look and see the quality of the orders here. Some of them were coming in, at an okay amount, but the miles involved were way high, and well below $1 a mile. So that was problematic. And then you can look here and see the order quality here that we ended up having. Now, when we did accept an order, it looks like, you can see here that we accepted a $12 order, well above the average, well above the mileage, actually under the mileage, the average miles amounts, and well above the miles to money amount. So that was a good order. Obviously, though, it wasn't big enough. But if we would have been able to have gotten that order done and gotten another order within 20 minutes or so, and again, this is why order time and order value is very important when we're looking at these orders. We could have very well, if we could have turned over 3 orders at $12 a pop, we could have easily made up some of that time that we lost. But we didn't, because the next order we got was $6.25 for Wendy's at $7.54, and then we turned it over pretty quick. Got another order. It was another stacked order, but it was an add-on stack, which is why that's separated. And we accepted a $7.25 and a $6 Outback order at $8.12 and $8.17. And then we only got in 5 orders total. The other thing you can look at is our acceptance rate was incredibly low. What I've found in this market is I need my acceptance rate to be about 25% or higher if the market's running right. So we had an 84% decline rate, which tells you it was very low quality. Uber Eats was inactive. There was only 2 orders from Uber Eats, only 8 orders from Grubhub, and a majority of our orders came from DoorDash, which tells you that's probably why our average offer was low, because some of those orders did end up with a hidden tip. So the end result was a little higher, and that's what you tend to see with DoorDash if DoorDash is your main person. But the fact that we did not get any Uber Eats is kind of the larger volume orders, Grubhub as well. But the main issue that I would diagnose when I'm looking at this here is it was a slow night and it was a slow market. And that's very problematic if that continues on. So what I would be doing here, and what I did do here, is I did continue to track this market, and that is how, as you'll find in my later ride-alongs, as I reference in there, that the Martinsburg market has pretty much been declared by me an ineffective market to work for any type of long-term situation, unless there's peak pay or whatnot involved, because the average offer values are low, the miles are high, and at times the amount of orders that I'm having to look at per accepted offer is just too high. And it's the acceptance per the minutes per order is also too high as well, which indicates a slower market. And the other pacing that we want to look at here is what I'm looking at here. If it's a good flowing market, the offer per minutes, meaning that's how long is it taking me to get an offer on average between offers. I want that to be no greater than 2 minutes. This was extremely high because it was taking me 5 minutes on average, 5 minutes and 35 seconds to get another offer after I saw an offer, and that's not good. So to to me, this bears fruit. This also allows me to take a look too when I'm looking at a market. I can go in and see when was my greatest concentration of offers and when did things really slow down. And you can really look between and see, well, I can filter out. So here I'll show you guys. I can filter out. Let's clear that out. And I can filter out and say, by condition. So let's see here. I can say, well, so I could filter out and say, well, let me look at, offers between, and you can see the timing in here and kind of get an idea. Say, well, let me look between 7:30 and say 5:30, which is the normal high time in there. How many offers did we end up with? And then you can kind of get a good idea here where you can see, all right, how many offers did I actually get? And by spreadsheeting this stuff out, it allows me to, be in a position to look at these things and see, all right, what was the order flow like? What was the average order? So you can see right here, the average order that I had during that time was actually $8.36, which is higher than my average offer. So the average offer was there. My maximum order offer I got was $16.25. I can look at the miles. So what was the average miles? Was the money to mile ratio better during this period? It was $8.5. It was 8.5 miles for, say, so miles to money still stayed true. It was less than $1 a mile even then. There was 21 offers during that time. So 21 of my 28 offers came between 5:30 and 7:30, which tells me that that's going to be the time in this market. Since this is a weaker market, I'm going to target that market during those times, because that's the times that I'm getting the, more, more activity. Also, I can look and see, all right, so how many offers did I accept during that time? I accepted 3 offers. So if you look at this, it was actually comes out to about 7 offers per accepted offer. So the contract acceptance rate was a lot lower than what I would have liked. And I can also look through here and say, okay, I had 66 minutes, 126 minutes. So if I want to look and say, all right, I had 21 offers, 21 offers, let's see here, 126. Well, yeah, 126 divided by 21. So it was about 6 minutes an offer. So, it was slow. It was way too slow during that time. I mean, when you're looking at it, in fact, it's higher than our average. So it tells you exactly what the problem is with this market, and basically it's just not a good market, or at least it was not that Saturday night. And that's something that I would want to look at and go deeper into potentially. And watch this. And that's what I did do. And that's why I've come to some conclusions about the market. Now, the other thing you can do is you can look at, and say, all right, so I want to go in and say how bad, in this case, DoorDash was the highest concentration. So I can go back through here and I can say, all right, what was, who was the problem with the miles, in this case? And you can see, well, my average DoorDash offer was $6.85 with an average miles of 7.2. So DoorDash is the culprit here. You can definitely say that with a lot of confidence. But you can see that they were the steady offers. So I can come back in here and say, okay, let me go in and let's just take a look at Grubhub and see, all right, so how did Grubhub do miles wise? So Grubhub offered me an average of $11.60 at an average mile rate of $11. So they were $1 a mile. So Grubhub wasn't bad from $1, from perspective. Obviously, they did not have a great order flow, or not as good order flow as DoorDash was. Now, Uber Eats was absolutely terrible at $5.85 with 4 miles. However, they were the better miles to money ratio. So, it does tell you that right there. So, guys, this is just what you can do, the power of spreadsheeting, screenshotting allows me to do this, because as I screenshot everything, it lets me recreate my shift. And then by applying it to a spreadsheet, it's going to allow you to be able to look at this data and assess the market, and have this on file. So I save this, kept this, I have this saved, and that way I can go out and say, okay, let me take a look. And then the other thing I'll do is I'll put up here, Martinsburg. So that way I know the market, and I hadn't logged that in there yet, but Martinsburg. So I know it's the Martinsburg market. And that way you have kind of a file, and I'll keep them in different files with each market, so I can go back and take a look, and assess and have it there and test it out. And knowing that, hey, this was a Saturday. If I work Martinsburg on another Saturday, I'm going to check it out, see if it's improved, see if it does better. But, it really gives you a good opportunity to really take a look at the totality of it. And obviously, when you're looking at 38 offers for the entire night, that is a very, very slow night. And that is not a night you're going to make money on. And, the best thing you can do is to say, how can I increase those orders? And in my case, for food delivery during that time, there wasn't really a way for me to increase the orders besides where I was at, or just move markets. So hopefully this was helpful, guys. This is just kind of the breakdown. I'm going to do a profitability breakdown of the of this shift as well, to look at, hey, we didn't make the goal, but how profitable was it overall? Only making $59 for the night. Did we make a reasonable profit, or was it a total bust? And I'll take a look at that and show that off to you guys. So thanks for watching, guys. If you enjoyed this tonight, hit that subscribe button. And, I'll do more of these for you as we walk through, and I can even break down success, some of the more successful nights, and show you what it looks like from that perspective, on nights or days and nights I've earned big money. So, let me know, guys. I appreciate you tuning in, and I'll be talking to you soon. Thanks.
What's up, guys? Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you with a video today in regards to, well, let me explain why I'm doing the video. Number one, as you know, there's continues to be a lot of talk about a tier system that's coming in, about DoorDash programs, Top Dasher, Diamond program, all these things, right? So, it continues to be a debate, although I really don't think it's a debate. I think it's more hype than anything. I think it's more of an excuse for people to make videos, because they're like, hey, what do I make videos about? So, let's do a test on Top Dasher and see if it actually works, and, et cetera, et cetera. And it'll bring me video content. So then they'll come out and they'll have their conclusions, and some see good things, some see bad things, whatever. But I think overall, it's a math problem, right? Top Dasher is a math problem, and the math will never be with the Dasher. The Dasher will never beat the math of Top Dasher. It's like when you play a slot machine at a casino. Some guys are going to walk in, and they may win a little bit in the short term, but in the long term, they're going to eat you alive, and you're going to only make. You're not going to maximize your earnings, right? So, and that's what we're looking to do out here. At least that's what I'm looking to do out here, is maximize my time, maximize the value for my time. So I hope you are too. And if you are, I'm here to tell you, there's one way and only one way that you're going to make money out here in this world right now, in my opinion. And this is my opinion. This is the opinion of one man in a rural area, in a very saturated market, where a lot of people are out here doing the same thing as me. And I still am finding a way to make money. I'm still finding a way to hit my financial goals that I need to month in, month out. How do you know that? Because I'm still here in this car talking to you. The moment I'm not, regardless of what might be said, clearly it did not become a financially viable opportunity for me anymore. And I moved on. So anyways, with that said, a little bit of a long intro. What's the purpose of this video today? Well, the purpose of this video today is I just mentioned to you. The way you're going to conquer tiers, the way you're going to conquer any program that any of these apps throw at you, and the way you're going to conquer acceptance rate requirements is multi-apping. That is it. Multi-apping and taking a business-like approach. And why is that? Well, the reason why that is because the way to defeat these apps is to make them compete for your business. I've said that from the beginning. I go way back before I got all involved in looking at programs and things and watching other people's videos I've now realized maybe weren't as credible or as honest as I thought, but hey, whatever. It was still interesting. It's still interesting to see how people operate, and I'll still continue to watch, because to me, it's all information. Information is key to success. But in the end, what everything comes back, what everything proves, what my data proves, what everything comes back to, what my most successful months that I've ever had always come back to, when I go back and review the data, review what I was doing, review the approach I was taking that month, it comes back to multi-apping. And why is that? Why is that the most successful? Well, it's because you're making the apps compete for your business. It's because your goal is to take the most value from each app and take them and accept business from them at their most valuable points. And then you combine that value together, and then you win your day and you reach your financial goal. And you do it hopefully quicker than you would do it if you were just focusing on one app. And you will in the long run. You will definitely reach your financial goals faster and quicker, which is the goal we all have out here, which is essentially another way of saying maximizing the value of your time. But you will do that. And you might have a day where you can say, hey, I made $500 on one app today, yeah, because you had some sort of a promo going on or whatever. There's always going to be times in the short run, but we're not looking at a short run. I remember when I started out in my previous industry that I used to be in, I remember being told by an old head that said, hey, listen, it's a marathon, it's not a sprint. Remember that. You can come out and win at this. You can come out and be the exceed results and everything, but it doesn't count for nothing if you just do it in the short term. If you go out and you sacrifice your long term to reach something in the short term, especially when you're doing it in a career or you're doing it in a longer term avenue in life, or you're doing it in a situation where you need to, where your earnings are always going to be, whatever you're doing to earn is always going to be a long term, whether that's a week, a month, a year. But you've got to always be looking towards the long term. So in the long term, where do you end up? Well, in the long term, if you just work one app, I don't believe you will ever be better off in the long term working just one app, relying on a program. Because the thing is, you can't be. Because it's impossible that app's financial goals are aligned with yours. They're just not. So therefore, if you look towards that app, a platform, a technology platform whose simple goal was to volumize you and make you work as much as you can at as cheap a cost as possible, that is not ever going to align with you maximizing your value. It just doesn't. So anyways, I thought to myself, all right, let's talk about multi-apping. Let's talk about, I haven't talked about it in a long time. I talk about about DoorDash, but there's a lot of what I do, which is all designed on my approach. And the only approach I believe is the viable approach. And that is working multiple apps. Now, when I say that, there's several people who do it differently. But in my opinion, from my experience, as a business, I have to approach that from several principles that I took with me from where I was at previously. And that is, number one, it's an obligation to do anything you do ethically. Anything you do ethically. So you have to ethically multi-app. And what does an ethical multi-app look like? What does that look like? Well, first of all, read your TOS, figure out what's allowed, right? And then work within those terms. knowing that these are all just technology platforms, knowing that I'm an independent contractor, and knowing that until I hit accept, I don't work for anyone. I know they can't restrict me from looking at 7, 8, 10, 9, 12, 13, 14 apps at a time. Now, I don't want to do that unsafely. So that is part of the ethical standpoint. I don't want to do it in a way that is going to put me at harm when I'm out on the road. I don't want to do it in a way that's going to put other people at harm. And I don't want to do it in a way that is going to create a situation where I can't fulfill my agreed upon obligation that I have agreed that I'm going to fulfill. I don't want to do that or do anything that would jeopardize me being in a position to make sure that I can fulfill the contracts that I accept. So how do you do it? Well, first of all, you look at multi-apping from the standpoint of it's opportunities to work. That's the multi-app approach, the ethical multi-app approach. Now, yes, can you throw and accept 3, 4, 5 orders at a time in your car and say, okay, I've just accepted 5 orders and queued them up, and I've got $50 in the car right now, and I'm going to go around and try to work them all and pick up all these orders and go deliver them all and try to meet all the time guidelines. Yes, you can do that at your own peril, but you're leaning in to a risky situation, and you're leaning in to a time trend that is not going to turn out in your favor, because eventually you're going to get popped. Eventually you're going to run late. Eventually you're going to hit the train. That always happens to me, or happened to me when I used to try it. You're going to have something happen that slows you down. And when you do, all of it's going to tumble, crumble, and fall. And the problem is because you've hit accept on all of those orders. You are now violating your TOS by working, by not getting these orders delivered within the time frame. It's not a violation of your TOS to be working multiple orders, because they don't restrict you from doing that if you read them closely. What they do restrict, though, is they say you are to meet the time guidelines, you are to stay on task, you are to you are to make sure that that you reach the customer at the agreed upon time at the very beginning. If you take on too much, you're not going to do that. So an ethical multi-app says no stacks in the car. No multi-app stacks unless it's absolutely perfect. Unless it's a back-to-back stack, which is what I would say, where you've got, again, Spark is wonderful for that, because a lot of times if you take a Walmart Spark, you don't have to be there till quarter of, and you might accept it at 20 after. You've got 25 minutes to go out and take a DoorDash, take a Uber, take a small little Instacart grocery run if you've got one around the Walmart that you're going to be going to. As long as it's taking you in the direction and you can reach that location for pickup at quarter of, you're good. Those are multi-app stacks that you can do and that you can spin together and that you can maximize your earnings with. However, popping off 3 restaurant pickups, throwing them all in your car, and then essentially and maybe going 3 different directions and having to choose that this customer, for no other reason than it's the app that you have the most money in, or maybe it's just the direction you chose to go. This customer goes first, and this other customer's food sits in your car and gets cold and goes last. That's not fair. That's not ethical. That's not the way to do multi-apping. And that's not how you should win this fight if you're out here trying to make money. You've got to win the multi-app fight by doing it right. And doing it right is turning on and having as many screens as you can afford to have for your business and that you can safely have. Having things like driver utility helper active in the background that can essentially eliminate some of the lower tier orders, so you never have to see them come to your screen and they're already working. Maxymo can do the same thing, pull them out, whatever that guideline is that you don't want to see. While at the same time, you can have your shopping apps up so that you can be at a glance looking and seeing what's going on, so that you can pull over, sit in the parking lot, very quickly be looking and assessing and looking and assessing. Order comes over here, order comes over here. Now, you're not looking to do them both. You're looking to do the most valuable. And you look and you say, okay, this order over here is my most valuable. Accept, decline, turn off all the apps. That's the key. Turn off all of those apps. Don't get tempted. And don't let the apps, because the apps will, I do believe the apps look at your screen, because there's been too many times that I will start getting orders going in the direction, trying to tempt me to add that order to my queue. And I've done it sometimes. I'm not going to tell you I haven't. I have. Sometimes it works really well, and sometimes it's at my own peril, and sometimes it's caused me great problems, and I've been the recipient of contract violations because of it. But bottom line is, that's why you want to turn the app off as soon as you hit that accept button on that order. That's what you've got to do. You do that, you're ethically multi-apping. You do that, it's no stressful than working one app. All you're doing is just looking at multiple screens. And if you're in a slower market like me, then a lot of times it's not that big of a deal. Because a lot of times I'm sitting there looking at screens that are just saying finding an order, 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 finding an order. And guess what? Suddenly, like magic, one of the screens wakes up and says, here you go. And I look at it and I say, is it valuable? Nope. Move on. Eventually, an order of value will come through, and I will go ahead and take it. Like I said, there is occasions when I'll get multiple orders that I have to assess, that I have to look at, that I have to consider, and I'll assess them and determine, hey, it doesn't meet my value standard, doesn't meet my value guidance. Am I willing to do this offer right now as it stands? And sometimes I am, and sometimes I'm not. But anyways, that's how you multi-app. And it's very key that if you're going to do this in the long term, that you get comfortable doing it. And that's why I have a Z Fold. That's why I have a Z Flip. That's why I have an S23 Ultra. That's why I have 3 phones that I'm working on. I have an S22 Ultra as well. And I use as many screens as I can. I have a command center set up. Each one is programmed to look exactly the same as the other. That way, when I pick up this phone, I can go right in and I can run any apps I want to on that phone. They have all the same apps, all the same folders, all the same everything. But it's key that I see as many opportunities as I possibly can, so that I'm always considering the best use of my time. And if you are doing that, then you will never have to rely on a tier program. You will never have to rely on a Top Dasher program. You will never have to rely on a reward program from any of these apps. You just won't. You've got to have enough apps signed up, ready to go, ready to feed you orders when you're ready to work. And if you do that, and if you're prepared, if you have the apps ready to go, you can win the fight. But if you don't have the apps ready to go, if you don't have multiple opportunities, if you're beholden to one particular app, then you will always, without fail, find yourself having to consider whether or not those programs are something you need to use. You will find yourself sitting there for hours at a time, waiting on orders, while the app figures out, okay, we're going to break you. We're going to break you down. We're going to make you take an order. We're going to make you take whatever it is. We're going to tell you, we're going to make you feel like it's slow. We're going to make you feel like you need to raise your acceptance rate. And we're going to have you so mentally confused by the end of what they're doing with you you will do exactly what we say, exactly when we do it, exactly when we need you to do it. And it won't matter that you don't have to, because you will just do it. The only way to combat that, and the apps know it, and the apps hate it, and the apps can't do anything about it. The only way to combat against this is by using and having multiple apps that you can use at any given moment. And when one isn't working, you pull out the other one. And when another one's not working, you pull out another one. And when another one's not working, you pull out another one. And if all of them aren't working, well, it's probably not a good time for you to be working. Time to go home. Anyways, guys, I hope this makes sense. I wanted to, it's not really like a complete, it's not really a complete breakdown, but I wanted to just discuss multi-apping because I don't hear it discussed anymore enough. I hear it looked at. It's not looked at anymore as a viable option. It seems that things have really gone to the degree that where everybody feels like you've got to just give into these apps at this point, that somehow math isn't around anymore, that math doesn't make sense, that the long run doesn't make sense. And listen, I understand. For a lot of the average dashers out here, math isn't a thing that you guys are going to be worried about. It's not something you're probably comfortable with. It's not something you're going to apply. It's something that you go, wait a minute, I'm not doing this for math. Well, you should be. You're in business. And I can tell you right now, there is no reason why statistical patterns don't have basis doing this. Because I'm here to tell you, that is exactly what DoorDash is using in their algorithms. That is exactly what DoorDash is using to build their AI. That is exactly how DoorDash is drawing conclusions. The thing is, though, they have access to all of that data. They have a computer system that's reading all of the data, that's making millions of data calculations every single second. And then it's helping DoorDash to figure out what the best thing to do is and the best way to motivate its dashers, motivate its drivers to do what it wants them to do and to get as many orders delivered at as cheap a rate as possible. So if you don't start thinking of things from a mathematical standpoint and apply the programs there, and start looking at a mathematical approach when you're looking at these programs, you will get exploited, and you will get exploited bad. Because I can assure you, they've done the math, and in every calculation, everything they've done has been looked at by people far smarter than myself, far smarter than probably any dasher out there in the field, who have access to computers and calculations and everything. And they said, give us the long run on this. What's the probability that this works in our favor? And they've made doggone certain that thing that they're doing, that program that they're doing, is going to be a winner for DoorDash in the long run and a loser for the workforce in a whole. Now, that doesn't mean that there can't be some winners, but as a whole, it's going to be a big winner for DoorDash. And as a result, that's not a winner for you. And unfortunately, because we don't have access to the data, we don't have access to, an unlimited amount of time and having our app on an unlimited amount of time because we have lives and we have things we've got to do. We have to fight back, and we have to do it in a mathematically based way. And we have to look at these programs, ignore these programs, and understand that when the data and the math don't make sense, they don't make sense. So in that case, do something that does make sense. And what makes sense is working multiple apps, utilizing multiple apps to help you find and reach your financial bottom line. And we've guys going on way too long here. It's over 20-minute video. I have no idea if I will keep this long. I'll play it back and see if it's worth it. If I think there's enough value to play the whole thing for you, I will. If there isn't, I'll make some cuts. But as always, guys, I appreciate you listening. Stay safe, stay profitable, and Dad Dash will talk to you soon. going, guys? Dad Dash here, and I hope everybody's doing well out there in the gig community right now on this fine. Well, it's Sunday when I'm filming this, but I'm not sure if it'll be Sunday when I post it. But just wanted to come on and talk to you there. Just a little state of the gig affair, state of Dad Dash. Go over some thoughts and things about what's going on out there. So, kind of working like an abbreviated lunch, and I got myself into a bit of a pickle where I didn't realize, but I guess, I had my wife spark up looking for a shop, and somehow I accepted a curbside. So I'm going to see if they're giving me the curbside. I mean, I know I'm not going to do that a lot, but it was for $34. I don't even know where it came from. It just suddenly showed up, and I just happened to be going in there just to fire it up and see if there's any shops or anything like that. And there it was. And it's like, you accepted it. And I'm like, I don't know when I accepted it. So anyways, I had already accepted a Grubhub order for $14 going 6 miles, which I have in the car now from Papa John's. Then, courtesy of Maxymo, Grubhub sent me an add-on, but before I could decline it, it was $10 4 miles. It automatically accepted it. So I'm heading to Applebee's now to at least give Applebee's the opportunity to add this order on, which is now $25. I was wanting to make $37. If I pull all of this off, I end up with about a $59 swing. Point is, it's kind of crazy. So, and I didn't expect that. I was hoping to make like 30 some dollars. I was out running some errands. I've got to go do some things about 3:30. And I thought, I'll fire up the apps, see if I can make a little bit of money to help me hit my goal for the day when dinner comes. And sure enough, I ended up possibly doing way better than what I ever anticipated I was going to do. It looks like everything time-wise should line up pretty nicely, hopefully, if I can get all these orders delivered. The other interesting thing to note that I'll just let you know about, since I'm on order actively while I'm talking to you, is the Papa John's order, the first order I picked up. It's delivering to a park. So I don't know what that is going to look like when I get there. So anyways, state of affairs. Where are things at? We're nearing August 1st. Today is the 31st of July. There's a lot of things out there that are going on in the gig world. There's a lot of noise. I see it all the time on YouTube. I think there was I don't know if today's the gig convention or if it was yesterday. That Pedro DoorDash Santiago was putting on. I need to go in and check. In fact, I wanted to participate. Hopefully I can see it via live stream. I know it's at 3:00, whatever day it is. Hopefully it's not, if it is today, it's not raining like it is here. DoorDash, I will say, has had a vast improvement on the order quality that I've received in my area in the last 2 weeks. I just wanted to say that, look, you got to stay positive out here. Number one, first and foremost, stay positive, be positive, do positive things. And remember to stick with your standards. And I would strongly encourage everyone to consider the driver utility app and Maxymo. I'm going to do a full video after 30 days of using these apps, and I'll know because I'll get billed when I get my 30 days of using the full-fledged apps. And there's some videos out there already, but I want to do one simply because I just want, if anybody encounters it and watches it, and I know I was on the fence post for a very long time, but it has absolutely supercharged everything about how I want to run my business. Change my entire mindset on it. And I have to say, Middleton Technologies, what they've done here, what they've provided, the only thing I haven't tried of theirs is the Amazon Flex bot app that they have. And I'm very strongly considering getting involved with that. I don't know how it works, but if it works, if it can make the positive impacts that it has on my food delivery side, and it could get me a couple of Amazon Flex shifts that are meeting the time frames and the amount of money that I want, then it would be well worth whatever little bit I pay them for the service. Because I can tell you right now, the value within these apps on food delivery can't be stated enough. Now, I don't do rideshare. If I did rideshare, I'm quite certain the rideshare piece on the Maxymo app would be unbelievable. What I would like to see them do is maybe just add in Grubhub and Uber Eats over on the driver utility app and just make it all one nice big piece that we can just have. And I would even just say, hey, I'll pay $15 to have it all a month. I'm already doing the $4.99, but I'd love to have the functionality of being able to have all the stats kept in one area. That would be very valuable. And the restaurant information all in one area. So I'm not having to worry about looking at two different apps. I could just go in and know right away, hey, look, what's this restaurant look like overall between Grubhub, DoorDash, Uber Eats. I mean, it's just what the driver utility app keeps track of and does is really, really awesome.
The address is in Macy's Logistics.
Oh, Macy's Logistics. Okay. Well, I'm right near there. That makes sense. I that's why I wasn't sure, because I'm actually near the Macy's plant. So I can go there now and hopefully get this figured out on how I can get it delivered. But yes, I'm right near the Macy's Logistics plant. I'm actually because I dropped off. That makes sense why they had me drop off the first one where they did. But okay, so it's Macy's Logistics plant.
Yes, it is.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much. I made both deliveries actually successfully. So we have booked the $25, ended up coming in at like a $33 order value. So that's really good. Just as I got done with the second part of the delivery, the Walmart order is now ready. So we're going to see if we can pull this off. Now, a couple things to note. It was not at a park. I got done with the first part of the order and realized as I was pulling up the GPS, the park that I was at, I couldn't understand why it had me go past it. I'm glad I didn't, force anything into what I thought was going on. And because it turned out it was actually at a Macy's logistics plant, a fulfillment plant that's right up near where I was at. So it made perfect sense with exactly why they gave me the orders they did, but it ended up ending perfectly. So we got that $25 in, easy peasy. That was a great order. I'm glad I took it. I believe there's a gig conference going on either today or it happened yesterday. Let's see. You know what? Let's see.
Oh, people are showing up at like 1.
So it looks like the gig conference was yesterday. I missed it, but that's okay. I was going to watch it or try to tune in at the live stream because I think there was a live stream or something that was going to be available. But anyways, I'm not sure about all that. I mean, how do you make $50 in an hour and a half in the gig economy? This is how you do it. This is what the gig work is about, guys. Going out here and finding the work, letting it come to you, working when you're out running errands, monetizing the gaps in your day, the downtime in your day, and turning it into money. And then, helping yourself help you. And that's what it's about, man. And everybody's got their own reasons and purpose for doing it, but that's what it's about. But the state of the gig economy right now, look, we're still in a summer slowdown. Things are slow. Things are crowded. I still stand by my projections and belief that the crowd will thin out. It's going to, because there's not going to be enough for everyone to make what they need to make. And eventually they're going to go find something else. It's just natural. It's a natural state of things. And then those that are around, those that are using the tools to be successful, those that are studying the data, figuring out what it takes for them to be successful and what they need, and going out and being motivated to figure out what they need to do to get there, will be the ones that stick around. They will be the ones that win in the end. You and I and everybody else that's out there that's doing things their right way. See, and that's the other thing you got to understand is, like, I can't tell you the right way to do what you need to do to be successful, because I don't know what your situation is. What I can tell you is the foundations of success are figuring out your own personal costs, and then figuring out what you need to make to offset those costs, and figuring out if your market will be able to do it. And if your market can't do it, can you find a market that can? I'll leave you there with that. Guys, thanks for watching today. I may even come back in and at least tell you guys how this goes with the Spark order, if I successfully make $54 and how long it took. Where is it $54? No, it's $59. And how long it took, because I started this thing. You guys were with me. Why not bring you in at the end? So for now, I'm going to cut off. I'm going to get in here to Walmart. I'll come back on and tell you how it is, and then we'll wrap this video up. All right, guys. So I want to let you know I did pick up the order from Walmart. and I made the first delivery. It's a bit wet out here. It's raining. That one's down. Next delivery is about to be done. So it looks like we are going to be successful in completing this $59 stack. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. We're going to go ahead and conclude this video, which turned into I guess, kind of like a mini ride along. Made the delivery, took a grand total of 89 minutes to complete this entire delivery. 4 deliveries, 2 with Spark, 2 with Grubhub, both of them stacked, or app stacks, I guess, that were stacks that were created by the apps themselves. But we ended up making, if everything holds with the Spark order, and I think it will, because I had contact with both customers and they seem like very nice people, and I think they were happy with the fact that I was delivering in the rain to them. I hope that they keep the tips in there. That would be fantastic if they did, and if they do, we will have pulled off a $39.80 total average order value for the entire time we spent working those 4 orders. And we will have made $59.04 for basically about an hour and, I guess it was an hour and 19 minutes of work. Hey, took you along here with me. So just a little like mini ride along. I'm not doing all the fancy showing and telling and everything like that. I may show some of the screenshots. I don't know. But look, the point of this is, it started out as just kind of as a talking video, and it's turned into a little bit more. But the point is, look, when you're out here, do not use gig apps, okay, like a job. It is not a job. It is a business, so you have to have a business sense, but it is not a job. It is a way to make money and monetize times that wouldn't already be monetized. And for some, if we're able to cover what we need, and we can do that, and doing it when we're able to do it, and making what we're able to make when we're able to do it, covers everything and then some, and gives us what we need to live, fantastic. Call ourselves full-time gig business operators. However, if you're working, if you're a 9 to 5, if you're working a W-2 job, listen, there's a place for you here, right? Learn the apps. You still need to put some time in. You still need to learn it. You still need to make sure that you take some, make sure you have your quality control, make sure you have your dash cam, make sure you take the security measures you need to do and to go out and do this. But if you do all those things, you can create streams of income that can really help you and change things. And especially in times right now, when we're inflationary times and money is harder to come by, going out and having the ability to do things close to home, controlling your miles, knowing how to control your expenses, and you can go make an extra $50 or $100 in a day, or make $300-400 extra a week. That can make huge differences, guys. It can be a savings account. It can be an investment account. It can be the difference between whether or not, you have what you need to do with the kids. It can be, I understand it all. It can be, sport fees, equipment fees, vacations. I mean, all the little extras. The gig economy solves those. And if you have a positive mindset and a positive approach, it can help you in a big way. Anyways, guys, done with this conversation. I appreciate you guys. If you stuck with me to the end and you're hearing this outro, thank you so much. I'll be back with ride-alongs and tips, tricks, strategies, order breakdowns, earning reviews. I'm going to be coming back with all that stuff here. Stay tuned to the channel. Get subscribed now. Turn notifications on. I want to show you what it's really like out here for gig business workers in the gig business economy. Not the, I'm not cutting any corners. This is about entertainment, but it's also about showing you. I want to be, if I'm discovered by someone who's thinking about getting in it or is in it and needs to figure it out and know what to do, I'm going to show you what I do. It's not the best. It may not be the end all be all, but seeing what other people do, seeing what I do and what it translates into earnings, it will help you get better. Learning, knowledge is the key to helping you formulate your strategy so you can go out and make the money that you need, whether it's a part-time, full-time, or whatever time basis that you want to use gig business apps to do so. Thanks for watching, guys. Stay safe, be profitable, make money, and I'll talk to you soon.
guys, Dad Dash here, and I wanted to come to you today because there is an important update that Grubhub has made for its apps, and it is important if you work Grubhub that you get this information, because this to me is a very big thing, because this is something that I think all the apps should be doing, and it's another thing that Grubhub is doing that I think makes Grubhub definitely, in my opinion, one of the most driver-friendly apps. I'm sure there's people out there with a different opinion, but to me, the transparency, you can see everything on the order. Grubhub sends you daily income breakdowns, weekly income breakdowns right to your email. They do a tremendous job of really keeping the driver informed. They pay a hourly guarantee if you go on a block. All these are the little things that I think makes Grubhub, or should make Grubhub, a driver preferred app. And today or yesterday, I got this in my messages on my app, and it says changes to in-app reassignments. Have you ever accidentally accepted an order, had safety concerns with the delivery drop-off or pickup locations, or maybe you didn't have the right equipment? Starting now, if you immediately reassign an order after accepting it, it will not count towards a violation as long as the action does not result in a call to driver care. The reassignment will still affect your acceptance rate and could affect your driver level, but it will not count towards a violation on your record. To understand more about violations, click the link below. So what this is saying is that if you accept an order and you unassign it right away, and it doesn't impact the customer, meaning doesn't result in a customer calling in the driver care to complain their order's not getting delivered, or the restaurant, it's not going to count against you. And that's excellent. And that's how it should be. And, all the apps should be forced to accept and adopt this, because there should be a little period of time that, again, this is a safety situation where if an order comes in, it's going to allow us to accept the order, pull over, review the order, and if we don't like it, get rid of it. Now, if we're holding on to it, getting to the restaurant, trying to multi-app or whatever, Grubhub's going to pick up on that. The app's going to pick up on that. It's going to count towards the pattern of behavior. So let's click in here to learn more about these account violations. And it just goes into the violation is a pattern or behavior that's usually associated with fraud, which is defined as an undesirable behavior that impacts the restaurant or diner. Now, the most important language there is pattern, meaning one time you do something on this list I'm going to show you isn't a problem. Multiple times, making it a course of the way you're operating your business, it is a problem. So this is important. Everyone understands this. And if you get a violation, it says down here it'll stay on for 90 days. And if you get three violations basically in 90 days, you're going to get deactivated. So I mean that's not really if you're getting 3 violations in 90 days, I mean you probably deserve to be deactivated, because I just feel like you've got to be doing something continuously in order to have it show up. Now, here are the things that can lead to an account violation. Unassigned orders, and that's what this deals with right here. Accepting an order, refusing to complete the delivery, resulting in a delayed or canceled experience for the restaurant and diner. So, again, you accept it, get rid of it, it's not going to count against you. Marking restaurants as closed when they're not closed, I think that's pretty self-explanatory. Failing to deliver or delivering orders to the wrong place after pickup. Not completing orders by either dropping off in the wrong location or by theft of orders or items. Delaying pickup or drop-off orders you've accepted, not moving to the restaurant or diner after accepting the order or leaving the restaurant. So keep that in mind. If you're getting those messages a lot, make sure you're, if it's an issue with your app and you're actually moving towards the restaurant or the customer, make sure you're reporting that to support. If it's not that and you're multi-apping, you may want to change your processes, because that will get you in trouble and that will get you a violation. Overcharged orders, buying more items or services on the Grubhub driver's card than were ordered by the diner. masking or falsifying your location. That really deals with trying to be on a block and turning off your location information to try to bilk the system and get the guarantee. Or falsifying delivery progress, giving incorrect information. That's like clicking, and again, that's going to probably be if you're multi-apping and you drive by the restaurant and click it and then you leave, or maybe you go to the restaurant and you click it and you leave. You want to be careful with that stuff because the app is tracking you. And if you try to turn off the tracking information, then you're going to get in trouble for masking or falsifying your location. So keep these things in mind, guys. But the most important part is the unassigned orders. They're giving you a grace period on that, and take advantage of that because it's very important, especially if you're driving and you see an order come through and it looks pretty good. Click accept, get to a safe location, review the order. If you don't like it, get rid of it. So kudos to Grubhub here, guys. If you're not aware of this, check your messages. It should be in your message box to everyone. But this is a game changer right here, guys. It really is, in my opinion. And it's another reason, if you're not on Grubhub, get on Grubhub. And I think it's the most driver-friendly app, and it's the one that's actually trying to make a difference in the experience for the driver, the customer, and trying to go about things. I mean, none of these are perfect, but I think they're the ones that's closest to trying to create a very positive experience for the driver. All right, guys, I'll be talking to you soon. I appreciate you watching. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this with at least one person that you think could gain benefit.
All right, guys, welcome to the channel. Dad Dash here, and we are back for a lunch ride along here. I am actually testing out a new market. Thought I would bring you guys along with me, see what's going on. I got all the apps powered up. Of course, we've got Maxymo working for us. We've got the driver utility app working for us. And I just got everything powered up. Made my stop off to get my drink cup filled up, and we're going to be going out here for a couple of hours. It is about 11:30. I'm told, according to the apps, that the market should start heating up. So we are going, again, this is a new market. So I'm going to kind of explore the market. I'm not sure all the ins and outs of this particular market, but it's one I want to try out for convenience purposes and see what we've got here. So I'm going to start heading towards where I think I know there are some restaurants and just kind of try to feel this market out a little bit here for lunch today. So we're going to be going probably about 11:30 to about 2 to 2:30. And then we're going to head out of the market at that time and head to one of my favorite markets. But if it's really, really slow or this market isn't really doing well, we may leave out of here about 1:30 or so and just call it. Because it is a new market. I don't know what to expect. We'll see what happens. We are up on Uber. We are up on Grubhub. We are up on DoorDash for right now. Of course, I've got Instacart running as well. And like I said, I just want to kind of feel out the market, see what we've got here, and see what it's like. If you're new to the channel, if this is the first time you're coming, I am Dad Dash. I am a gig business operator, and I bring you my journey in the gig world. I bring you ride-alongs. I bring you tips, tricks, videos. I bring you contract reviews, all sorts of stuff. Tech reviews for gig tech and the works. So if that's something you're interested in, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Make sure you have your notifications on so that you don't miss a minute of the action. And if this is the first time you're here, welcome. And hopefully I earn your subscription. In the meantime, guys, I'm going to jump off here, start exploring this market. As always, I'll come back. As soon as I get an offer, we'll go over it, and we'll start from there. Talk to you guys real soon. Thanks for joining me today, and hopefully I'll be back with a great offer in a minute. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here, and wanted to go over the first order that we got. Now, it took us a long time. It's been about almost 20 minutes So this market is extremely slow. It's going to be my first review, but Uber is the one I've gotten before when I've been passing through this market, and DoorDash sent me a few, but they were really crappy orders. But we're on an $11.76 order from McDonald's going 6 miles. So of course I snatched that up. I had parked basically in a parking lot that I thought was in the middle between restaurants. Sat for a while, finally decided, you know what, let me get moving. As soon as I started moving, boom, Uber sends me an order that was doable. So we're going to get on this one, guys. I will be back. It looks like it's a 28-minute order according to Uber's estimate. So we'll see how close that comes in. And if Uber comes in at, if this thing comes in at 28 minutes, it'll be probably about $23 an hour order value. So we'll see how this goes. Hopefully we can improve upon that. But I'll be back to update you once we get done and go over how this thing goes. Talk to you guys soon. Hello, how you doing?
Good, how you doing?
Oh, it's also asking me for a pen. Thank you very much.
No problem.
You have a good one. All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Just got that McDonald's delivery done. The order was ready when I got there. And it took me a little bit out of my range on DoorDash. I ran into some cell phone connectivity issues with the DoorDash app. I don't know what's going on with it up here. I don't know if there's an update or something I missed on my phone. Sometimes it gets a little wonky. I haven't had these type of problems in a while, but definitely some issues going on there with the connectivity. But ended up with a $4.90 base pay here. Of course, it's Uber, so your tip isn't secure until it posts in an hour, but it looks like we should be getting a $6.86 tip. If that holds, we should end up with a $30.86 order value. We traveled 5 miles for the order, so that wasn't bad at all. Well over $2 a mile. Now we are heading back towards a Chinese restaurant that's popped up as a hot spot. So I'm going to go check out this area, see what it's like, see if I can get something maybe along the way. If I do, I will come back, tell you about the order, what the order value is. So slow start here, guys, but got a decent order, but just really no order flow at all in this area. So that's going to be a problem as far as this being any type of a sustainable market for me to work. Maybe dinner's different, but right now it is really, really slow up here. Anyways, guys, I'll be talking to you soon. Hopefully I'll be back with an order to report, and I'll talk to you in a minute. All right, guys, Dad Dash back. So I thought I'd jump in here with an update just to let you know where things are standing. It's about 12:52. I've been out since 11, so we are nearing the 2-hour mark, and I have made $11. I've made $4.90 because I'm waiting on the tip from Uber to come through for the Uber order. I've done one order, and I've gotten almost literally no order volume. I don't know if it's my cell phone service where I was at. I've moved down market to the Hagerstown market, thinking, well, let me move down there and see what happens. So, I don't know what's going on. I don't know. This might be the worst lunch I've ever been out on, ever. I don't know if that's truly indicative of the Greencastle, Waynesboro market. I don't know what's going on up here in Hagerstown. I came in here a little bit late, but it's still at a time that I feel like stuff should be coming through now. So I'll be back if I get another order. Otherwise, I may be in my driveway wrapping this up. And that's where it stands. So I appreciate you guys coming along today, guys. It's been really bad. I'm sorry I haven't had much to show you, but that is just sometimes the way it goes. So I'll be talking to you soon. Thanks for watching. And I'll be back with an update hopefully very soon. All right, guys, Dad Dash is back, and I am happy to report I finally got an order. Although I am having some hardware issues like you wouldn't believe today. I don't know if it's maybe an update that needs to be done with the driver utility app and the Maxymo app, but for whatever reason, the DoorDash app, it'll announce that it declined the order, and then it'll say there's an unknown error. So for some reason now it's like not working, and then it's not declining the order, and it comes instead says that the order that the order experienced was unassigned, or was not assigned because you didn't accept it in time. So I don't know what's going on, but I was finally able to get an $8 5-mile order moving up to the next exit, which is right near a whole nother slew of restaurants. So I figured, why not? It'll be the second order of the day, $8. We got to get it done in 19 minutes. We're 7 minutes into the order, so and we got 5 minutes to go till drop off. So looks like we should come in well under the 19 minutes that we need, and hopefully we can get another order and get a little flow going and try to salvage a little bit in the last hour of this lunch. And see where this lands us. So I'll be back, guys, once I deliver this, go over the final stats, see if there's any extra tip, and hopefully I'll be reporting on the next order that we're doing. So, guys, I'll be talking to you soon. Thanks for watching, and I'll talk to you in a minute. All right, guys, Dad Dash is back here with an update. I completed that delivery. Customer came out. It was a handed to me order. I wasn't able to get any footage of the actual delivery, and I'm updating the figures right now. So actually, it was at a place of business, so I had to pull up really quick. Customer came out to me and got the order from the car, and then I headed on down the road. It was there was 25 cents extra tip. So, guys, that's it. I mean, it's a very slow day. Slow lunch. I hope dinner's a lot better. I need it to be a lot better. But anyways, guys, I'll be back as soon as I find another order. Hopefully something comes through soon, and I'll be talking to you when it does. All right, guys, Dad Dash is back, and if you are seeing me moving and pulling out of a restaurant, that's because I got an order. So this will probably be the last order of the day because I'm planning to end at 2 o'clock, and it's 1:40 right now. Been an incredibly slow day, but I'm fortunate that we at least got one more order. It's a $12.50 order. It looks like they're calling for it. We need to deliver it in 30 minutes. It looks like we're going to get it done probably in about 23 minutes. So we're going to end the day positively. Should have us delivered by about 1:54, just in time to end at 2 o'clock. And it should be close to the border, or leave me close to the border where I can hopefully get home relatively simple from where I'm dropping off. So, like I said, overall, not a very good day at all. Only earned about about $32 over 3 hours. So, one of the worst days I've ever had out here. But, you got to just keep plugging along, keep doing what you can do. It is what it is. Sometimes you just run into slow times. So, anyways, guys, I'm going to focus on getting this delivered. I'll be back once I deliver this, and then we're going to go ahead and wrap it up at that time. And I'll go over the order, what it ends up being, and then we'll take it from there. I appreciate you guys coming along with me today. I'm sorry it was very slow. I'm sorry there wasn't much to show, but I want to give you guys a real perspective of what's going on out here. So put what's going on in your market in the comments here. Let me know. Are you fast? Are you slow? What are you seeing out there? Like I said, sometimes it is what it is. So I appreciate you guys tuning in today. Hit that subscribe button if you enjoyed today's video. Like I said, I'll be hopefully coming out with more content soon. So have the notifications on so you don't miss a minute of the action. And guys, I'll be back in a little bit.
What's up, guys? Dad Dash here, coming from editing land. And look, this is why it takes me so long to get videos. Because I got this little man right here, and he comes over and gives me snuggle huggles. So I was just editing this video. I thought I'd throw this in here as like a little bonus. Why not, right? So anyways, guys, back to editing I go. I'm almost done this video. Hopefully you've enjoyed it so far. I'm just going to pop this in there, just random, and see how many of you made it to this point. If you did, make a comment. Say, hey, I made it, and I saw the extra. Go ahead. You can turn it off. You want to turn it off? Hit the button.
You can help both. Guys, Dad Dash back here, and we did complete that order. So I'm happy to say went well, and there was no extra tip, unfortunately. So we ended up with a $3.50 base pay, $9 tip. So not too bad. Order value wise, we ended up with an order value on the order of $31.25. So, not a bad order value. Now, that was our final order. So I am actually on my way home. You know, as you probably gathered, it was not a good shift. It was not a good time. We did a total of 3 orders. Okay, there was no stacked orders or anything like that. We had an average order value of $16.67. That means we made about an average of about $16.67 an hour. That was our average order value. Now, I think this number tells everything about this and exactly what the problem was. Our average delivery order value was $31.98. Okay, we had a 52% work rate. 52%, meaning we only worked 52% of the time that we were out. And our minutes per order was 39 minutes per order. And we averaged about $10.84 per order. Plain and simple, not enough order volume, not enough business. Thanks for watching today. Also, by the way, we ended up making the total amount, if you're curious, that we made was $32.51. So, not a lot. Our goal was to make $75, if that tells you. So, not good. Anyways, listen, guys, I appreciate you. I appreciate you watching. If you enjoyed today's video, this is your first time on my channel, hit that subscribe button. Turn on your notifications. If you're subscribed, make sure your notifications are on. I've got lots of cool videos coming out, ride-alongs, breakdowns, order breakdowns. I'm going to be trying out new formats for the ride-alongs and things and just trying to keep things fresh and interesting. So, guys, you don't want to miss this. All right? Put in the comments how things are in your market, how things are looking, what your most recent lunch shift was like. I'd love to hear about it. And guys, stay positive, stay safe, and I'll be talking to you soon. Video today from the road. We're on a nice $18 order. And I figured, you know what? Let's talk. We got 9 minutes. Let's talk. I like to put myself on timers because if not, I will run you up to God. I'll run you to an hour if I allowed myself. My phone will overheat before that'll happen, or I'll just realize, holy shoot, man, I can't be doing this. This will be this will kill my this will kill anybody wanting to watch it. They're gonna be like, what's wrong with this guy? Anyways, let's get to business here. So the topic of today, the topic of this video is extracting maximum value from your market and from your time out. And that is the key right now, right? Many people would look and say, why would I go do certain things? Why would I go and track data? Why would I go and use a solo app? Why would I go and use Driver Utility Helper? Why would I go and use Maxymo? Why would I do these extra little things? Why would I pay attention to a metric? Why would I look at my expense ratio? Why would I have all of this stuff running around when we're just delivering chicken McNuggets? And the answer to that question is because, yes, you are just delivering chicken McNuggets, but you're still operating as a business. And to me, you want to get the most value for whatever it is you're doing. And while the rest of society may laugh at the fact that we're delivering chicken McNuggets, if we can deliver chicken McNuggets and make money, well, that's why we do it, right? So you should be doing that every time you go out. And of course, we have challenges. We have the apps trying to play games with us. We have the apps trying to get in our brains and make us do things, right? So there is only one way to deal with that. There's only one way to deal with what I call the great manipulation. And the great manipulation is not from Gigtubers, okay? It's from the apps themselves. Now, how do you combat manipulation? You know how you do it? You get informed. You can't be manipulated if you're informed. You can't be led astray if you're informed. Information is the antidote to manipulation. Remember that, okay? Information is the antidote to manipulation. Becoming better informed and you will lessen the chance that you will get manipulated or taken advantage of or exploited. Now, there are some situations to where we may not be able to get enough information. So all we can do is lessen exploitation and manipulation. But in this is a game of inches when we're out here, right? This is a game of inches. So the more informed we get, the better we can deal with these things. That's my goal for you when you're watching this channel. My goal for you is not to get involved in anything else other than that, right? That's what the goal of my channel is. Now, you've seen me talk to people and be part of people and see things and be a part of things. I'm not endorsing anyone out there. I am getting informed. And here's the thing that I refuse to ever do. I will never judge a book by its cover, and I will never not talk to someone because of how they look, how they act, what they say. Because I always know somebody has something to say. And whether I disagree with 99% of what that person has to say, there's 1% I needed to hear. And I'm going to figure out what that is. And that's what you should too. So you should watch everyone with no bias. You should never exclude anyone just because you disagree with them, just because you don't like their message. And people that do that, people that understand that are, and I'll steal this from Pedro and think what you like about me stealing something from a Pedro video, you're playing chess, not checkers. That's the difference, guys. That's how you get better out here. So how do you maximize your market? Become better informed about your market. There's only one thing to talk about today. Be better informed. And I'm going to tell you some ways you can get better informed. One of them is track your information. And why do you track? Because what you get involved with, what helps you better understand. If you don't track it, if you're not looking at your numbers, if you're not with it as it's happening, if you're not getting involved at that base level, you're not going to understand what you need to do. And you won't even understand why you need to do it because you're not doing it. So you'll never have that understanding. And then you'll be critical of others that are doing it because you're simply be jealous of the fact that they're better informed than you and you will want to put them down. And that's why never, ever let stupidity lead you. Someone is stupid. The definition of stupid is uninformed. That's it. Uninformed. Every action of a stupid person comes from a lack of information. And my thing is, I don't want anyone out here to be stupid. Not out here. It's too critical. It's too critical to you being successful. And the app is going to try to make you stupid. The things you're going to face out here are going to be difficult. And you're going to have to be as informed as you can. Informed on your market, informed on your traffic patterns, informed on what's going on. And if you don't believe you need to be that way, if you believe it's as simple as chicken McNuggets going in a hot bag and going to a customer, you will not be maximizing your market. And maybe you're okay with that. But I'm speaking to the people that say, no, I want to go out, that I approach life getting a maximum out of everything I do. And you know what that is? That's the definition of a successful person. Maximizing every opportunity to its absolute fullest and extracting all value out of it that you can. You do that every single time, as I tell my sons, you will be successful. It's not, can you be successful? It's not, it's, you will be successful. There is no other outcome. It's because it's a successful mentality. It's a successful approach. And that is the path to success. So when you come out here, if you think you're just delivering McNuggets, if you think you're just putting food in a hot bag and dropping it off, and that's all you put into it, that's all you will get out of it, and you end up in a comment section somewhere bitching about how you don't like the outcome. Or get on the ride, come in here, do this to the maximum, or don't do it at all. I'm a believer that if you do it, whether it's delivering McNuggets or it's finding the cure for cancer, you do it to the maximum, and you do it successfully, and you do it to extract maximum value out of every opportunity that is presented on that path. And if you're doing that, you will absolutely be successful. There's no question about that. You don't have to stay up at night wondering about it. You don't have to stay up at night thinking about it. You don't have to worry about it. You know you're doing it. You know you're taking the steps. And you know that even though you didn't have a successful day, you look at that as an opportunity. You look at failure has never occurred. In a successful mindset of person, they will understand that you've never, ever failed. The only time you've ever failed is when you quit, is when you left the game, is when you said, I can't play anymore. That's failure. Failure is not missing. Failure is not striking out. Failure is leaving the ball field and saying, I'm done. That's when you have failed. The only time you ever have failed in your life is when you quit. Every other time is you missed an opportunity. If you miss the opportunity to get better, if you miss the opportunity when you have a bad day to learn from that day, take it and maximize the opportunity the next day, you will learn how to be successful. It's really very simple. It's all about up here. So that's the key to success. That's the key to maximizing your market. Going out, being willing to track your stuff, track your data, track it manually. If you want to start that path, I'll send you the sheets for free. I'm not asking to be paid for them. I'm not out here for that reason. I'm asking you to watch my videos, and if I'm so lucky as to get paid by having people watch my videos, I will take that, right? But I'm out here to help you because I understand it. I understand it because I'm driving every single day. So I know the profit margins are thin. So you have to maximize. And if you're not maximizing, then you will not be realizing your opportunities that are in front of you, and you will be missing out. And we can't miss out because you never know what's going to happen down the road. You never know when you're going to need that extra $10 that you gave up because you didn't do the work, because you didn't maximize the opportunity, because you didn't stay out a little bit longer, you didn't stretch a little bit, you didn't take some data, you didn't crunch some numbers, you didn't look at it, you didn't pay attention to something. You missed it, and you missed the opportunity, and then you missed it when you needed it. So don't be that person. Anyways, guys, also, when you're involved in YouTube drama, I'm going to talk to you right now about this. When you're involved in all the YouTube drama and everything like that, and you're getting all hopped up, and everybody's getting unlabeled, and everybody's in camps, you're missing opportunities. So I will tell you this right now. Do not put yourself in a camp. Do not put yourself on a side. Be on the side of one person, and that's yourself and your bank account. Go out, listen to everybody, learn from everybody. Figure out what that 1% of knowledge is that you're supposed to find from listening to that person or being in contact with that person, because you have to believe that the universe put you in contact with that person, with that individual for a particular purpose. Find out what that purpose is. Extract value from that interaction. Go, get busy, get successful, and maximize your opportunities. Anyways, guys, it's a message from Dad Dash. As always, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you soon. guys, Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you with a vlog. And we're going to be going out today. Let me turn off this stupid heat for right now. But I'm coming to you with a vlog, and we're going to be going out today for an hour, 1 hour heat for right now. The vlog, hour. I'm testing out some exciting tech that I think everybody in the delivery industry may find very interesting. So with that said, guys, we're gonna get on the road, get going, and I'll talk to you soon. Filming for you and showing you what I do and how my phone works. So we're going to go live on DoorDash till about 9 o'clock, it looks like. We're actually going to be out probably a little bit less than that. But I wanted to just do a short vlog tonight, see what we can make, see how this thing goes, and go from there. So there we are. We're now live on Driver. Oh, and look at that. It put me on. Why would it put me on hold right away? That is interesting. That is very interesting. I don't know if y'all saw that. That was live right on there. I was live, and then it went me and put me on hold for no reason whatsoever. All I was simply in the utility helper app, making sure that it was up. So let's float that window over top so that if an order comes this time, we can see what it was. No order log there. All right. So the next thing we're going to do now is we are going to fire up Instacart and see what's going on over there. And you can see how I down swiped on the Instacart. It's coming out, but hopefully it comes out decent. So we're going to put that into a bubble. And then we're going to bubble up those, and there we are. Log back in, boom, boom, boom. All right, so we'll do that, and we'll log back in and get logged in. All right, so now those are ready to go. All right, so we will. So now what you should see here, you see we've got Maxymo is up and running. Let's check that out. Maxymo is up and running. Screenshots are on, et cetera, et cetera. Grubhub, Uber. Put this down. All right. So now I have 3 apps showing on my screen, and we are good to go. So now we will start driving. I've actually got to go pick my son up. So we are going to start driving, and as soon as I get an order, I will be back and to talk to you guys and go over it, and we'll go from there. All right, guys, talk to you soon. All right, guys, so I wanted to, I'm trying out this new angle here as I'm driving, and this little camera that I've got is quite incredible, and really pretty neat. And I'm trying this new area to see if I can show you guys exactly the perspective I want to here. And there it is. Actually, that's a really good perspective. Quite good, actually, I think. So there it is. Hopefully you guys will be able to see a little bit. I did get an order. It did one DoorDash order. It was for $7.75, and it was a turn down for a Mexican restaurant right up here at my exit. So hopefully as I'm driving here, you guys will get an opportunity to finally see live time what this looks like. You know, what it looks like. And like I said, I've actually got to send this kit back, because there's a piece that's broken in it, but I wanted to try it out before I have to send it back, just because I'm excited about it. And I really wanted to see, like, how does this work? And is this going to do the things I think it can do? And it's doing it already. So we'll see. The main issue is it's a small little camera, and there could be a battery issue, but we'll see what happens here as this goes, and we look and see and process this. Like I said, but this will be good for like a 15-minute video, maybe for tutorials that would allow me to go ahead and have all this pulled up, and maybe I can even get it closer. I don't know. We'll have to see. I have some ideas on how I could do that, but it's quite impressive. I will say that. And this is the camera that I'm talking about here is the Insta360 Go 2.
and it's a little bit pricey, but the things that I think that this thing can do, and I'm going to test it out, you can get one on sale right now for I believe it's $229, which is a really good price, I think, for this camera. And from my research tells me it's a really good price. So we'll see what happens here, guys. And all right, here you go. You can see an order just popped up, $7.25
Dairy Queen has been declined.
from Dairy Queen. Yep, that one has been declined. All right, we're not doing that one for sure. So we got a Walgreens, and we've got Food Line. Food Line's actually near where we're going. I don't know if y'all saw the police officer there. That's on the other side there. Looks like somebody's getting in trouble. And we've got one shop and deliver. That's it. That's here in Martinsburg. That's not going to work for us. So here we are, guys. We are right near Market Center, right here, where all the restaurants are. I'm hoping we see some activity on my phone for purposes of this video. So here we are looking at the, let's see here. So we're driving through the main Market Center. So this should be very interesting to see what exactly happens when we go through the main Market Center. And here we are. Let the orders flow. Huh. Nothing. Guess that's what happens when your acceptance rate is 6%, guys. And unfortunately, I got a 1-star rating yesterday. Shocked me. Another one. I've got 2 1-stars, 4 4-stars. And this was not in Hagerstown. Most of those are in Hagerstown. It's just a market that, for whatever reason, doesn't get along with me. But last night, I did one DoorDash order, and a 1-star showed up. I don't know if it was that order. There was really nothing wrong. I looked back at the footage of the delivery. It was relatively uneventful. I went, I picked it up, I dropped it off. Everything went well. Everything went smooth, unless something was forgotten, which really is beyond my control. You know, I don't know. I don't know what happened or what the problem was. And here we are.
Incoming order from Walgreens. Total miles 5.0. Current price $9.50. Price per mile $1.90.
So the question on this order really is about where we're going. I guess we're going back towards Pike side. I mean, we could accept that Walgreens is literally right over there. So we're just going to go ahead and decline it. My concern is I got to get my son, and that is going to take us like down towards Martinsburg. It would actually be a great one to get right on the way out of here, just not right now on the way to where I'm going. So we'll have to let that one go. But that fell in the gap. That was above my 5. That was between the 5 and 10 threshold, and it was less than $2 a mile. So therefore, that got personally reviewed by me. And we're going to be going over here. I'm picking my son up from a Christmas show. Here we go. 625, 3.6 miles.
Total
This
miles
one falls
3.6.
on the in-between.
Current price $6.25. Price per mile $1.74.
And as you guys can see, the frustration of the new screen. I don't know how many items that is. It's Burger King. I hate Burger King. They're just notorious for not having orders ready. The staff is not the friendliest. I guess they're not treated so well. But again, we're at my son's school, if you can see over there. And I'm not going to be able to take this order. So we're going to have to decline it and do it. At least we're getting some action and activity, which is what I wanted to see, to show you how everything operates. And there it is right there. It's very easy. It leaves it for me to review right now. So it's in the reviewable threshold. And I'm going to get a parking spot. And then hopefully maybe we'll see some action come through here. I'm going to get to park right over here under the lights. And we'll see what happens, guys. Like I said, I'm really looking forward to using this and testing this whole setup up and seeing how everything went in the car today. So we'll see. All right, guys. All right, guys. So here we are. We're gonna see if anything comes in. So I want to show you guys a few things. Hopefully you can see. We'll see how well this turns out in post-production. But as you can see, this is one set. This is one way I like to do multi-apping right here. And you can see that I've got 3 apps up right now. I've got Uber, Grubhub. Now what will happen is let's say Uber pops up something. All right. So I would minimize that, pull down, and be able to see more of the Uber screen. If Grubhub were to go off, I can minimize Uber, see more of the Grubhub screen, and then eventually go back down to the middle. So this is the setup here, guys. Now, another way I like to set my stuff up is like this. So I'm going to go full screen on this, and then swipe up, swipe down, pop up, pop up. Then I'm putting Uber and Grubhub in the pop up, and I'm leaving DoorDash as the main. You can see Logan Roadhouse is a very, very strong opportunity for us. So I don't know how much you guys can see right here on this, but I'll pull it up a little closer. But as you can see, Logan's, what I was saying is Logan's is a very good spot for large order programs. So is Thai, FinThai. So my son and I are going to head down there once I get him. He should be coming out anytime
Total
now.
miles 2.6. Current price $6.25. Price per mile $2.40.
All right, you know what? Let's accept that.
Head west.
So we have to take our picture here. Get the large order bag out. Let's see here. Where is it at? That's the DoorDash pizza bag. Oh no.
Head west toward.
Shit. Faux UK.
Okay, just give me 1 minute.
Sure. All right, guys. So, unfortunately, my camera wasn't on when I made the delivery, so I still got to work on learning that whole process because I thought it was on, but it wasn't. I think it was a battery issue. But anyways, that's the payout for the large order program order that we got. It was a $102 price tag. We got a $13 tip, $225 base pay, $15.25 total payout. So that is our sole payout of the day. Wasn't great for, in terms of a large order program, but it wasn't terrible either. I mean, for 2 miles, or I guess it was 3 miles, $15.25. I can't argue with that, about $5 a mile. So, hey, it is what it is. Anyways, guys, that was the payout, and we are on our way home, and I believe we're going to call it. So when I get in my driveway, I'll do a wrap up, and we'll call it from there. What's up, guys? Dad Dash back here in the driveway. We're ending the vlog today. I don't know if this will actually make it up or not, but if it actually happens to, I'll show you. Like I said, this was the sole order we did, a $625 large order program order. We're going to go ahead and power down DoorDash, power down all the apps. It was a slow night, although DoorDash did hit us up with some halfway decent orders. I just was not in a position to do them. There was a couple orders that weren't too bad. And let's go over here and see what we've got here. So we're going to go ahead and get out of, and I'll go ahead and hit it right here and show you guys the process. There is the process as it automates everything. There you go. And now for some reason Instacart is up. I don't know why. So there it is. And there it is. Grubhub is now out. Save earnings. And we are home. Nothing earned on Grubhub or Uber Eats for tonight. Shopper. So everything is closed down. And I'm gonna take you through the orders following this order right here. So here it was. We got a Royal Farms offer, 9.3 miles, $8.25. That was turned down immediately. 11.6 miles, $7 for Tropical Smoothie. That's turned down immediately. And we got a Five Guys, 8.2 miles, $5.25. That's turned down immediately. We got a 8.25, 5.5 miles. Now, this one was one that we considered. It was for Fintai, and it was heading somewhat in the direction that I was going to go, but I ultimately, in the end, said no. I didn't like the area of town it was in. I didn't like the field trip I was going to go on. So I thought, you know what, not doing it. And again, this comes down to not being able to see the item count. That's, frustrating and an issue. And then we rolled Tropical Smoothie again, 725, 10.3 miles, $6, 7.9 miles. Turn that one down, 575. Target grocery shopping order. Can't do shops right now because I left my red card at home. So that was a turn down. And then when we got to my exit, I thought, well, maybe something decent will come. 375, 3.3 miles, red card required. So couldn't do that for a variety of reasons. So that one was turned down, and that was the final offer. With that said, guys, that concludes the ride along. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Like I said, I'm testing out this camera. I don't know if this will actually make it up or not. I'm testing it out. I think this camera right now is a pretty amazing camera for food delivery drivers. Once you get a workflow going, it comes with this little deal here where it's a magnetic pendulum thing here that you can actually put magnetically apply the camera to your chest. I was trying to do that for this delivery. Wasn't able. Ended up hitting the wrong button and I didn't have it on. I thought it was on, and I got to learn a little bit more about it so I know those things. But ultimately, very interesting experience, and I look forward to spending some time with this. Like I mentioned, I do have to send the camera back, unfortunately, because there is a broken piece. So it's going to be a few more days before I probably get any more time with this because it's got to go out tomorrow in the mail, and hopefully it'll be back. To me, they said as soon as they get confirmation that it's shipped, they'll ship me another one out. So I'm hoping I get it before the holidays. I'm hoping it's here by Friday. We'll see. And if it is, I'll get back on it and get rolling on this thing, officially. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching. I'll talk to you soon. Hit that subscribe button. And, as always, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you soon. Guys, Dad Dash here, and I wanted to come to you today, or wanted to come to you with an update. So, as everybody has probably seen my short, I received my top dasher, or at least I thought I received it because things have been found in my favor. There's more. So, the story is not over. And I'm going to go over everything with you today as far as that is concerned. So this morning I woke up to a comment in my YouTube channel stating that
another individual who had been having similar issues that I was having was given Top Dasher. That it appeared whatever issue was holding that account back from getting Top Dasher was resolved. He had reached out to me. I went in, looked at mine, and realized it hadn't come to mind. I went into my emails, and in my email was a email from Dasher support indicating that my ticket from Monday was closed out and that they were providing me with a further explanation as to how completion rate was calculated. Now, I had gotten an email on completion rate like 2 days ago from one of the chat people, and I was confused by it, but I had been told that the ticket was still open, and I kind of had ignored it. This time, though, I was a little concerned. So I chatted in, talked to, I don't know if it was a chat bot or a person, but they seemed to say the same exact things. And they indicated that the ticket was resolved, and again proceeded to tell me that I did not qualify for Top Dasher, that I needed to be at least at 68%. I was at 67, and I just disconnected the chat. I wasn't going to go through getting yelled at by whatever that is that's chatting with me on the other end. So I called in, got on the phone with a very nice lady, and she asked me to provide her with additional screenshots. I did. I sent her the video from the other day. She started digging in because she did tell me at the beginning of the conversation that the ticket had not gone in my favor, but she did see that it appeared everything that had been sent to me was regarding completion rate, which she agreed was a bit strange. She dug in, and just like the other agent said, oh, there's something wrong here. So I sent her screenshots, explained everything. Again, she reviewed the previous ticket. She said, give me a few moments. I'm going to talk to the escalation team or somebody. She goes off the line, comes back online, and basically says they have acknowledged that DoorDash is acknowledging that I have an issue, a valid issue, and that they are acknowledging that essentially something needs to be done. And they sent me, and she said she was, I had explained I wasn't dashing right now because of the fact that I didn't want to mess my account up. So she had said that she was going to send me an email that I would have for my records, which I'm going to put up on the screen, essentially stating that they acknowledge that my acceptance rate right now today was 70%, and that it should have been 70%, and that is what my acceptance rate is. And that, again, it should be 70%, that there's no valid explanation for why my app would say 70% on the 23rd, and then how the records could drop to 67 and then go back up to 70% on the 1st. So she sent me that email, and I was kind of like, okay, I appreciated everything she had done. So I'd asked her, I said, well, exactly how long is this going to be? Because I said, I'm not dashing until this gets resolved. So when I got off the line with her, I said, you know what? I was reserving reaching out to Tony Hsu. I had watched what he had recently put out on his podcast, and he said, hey, dashers are more than a number. So I thought, you know what? I had said I would reach out to Tony Hsu and let him know what was going on and see if there was something he could do on his end to try to rectify this situation. So I went ahead and said, you know what? The time is now. That ticket got turned down. I'm been told there's an indefinite timeline. So I wrote Tony Hsu an email and then attached in screenshots of that email, screenshots of my acceptance rate on the 23rd with the date attached. I had one of those screenshots with my acceptance rate, what it was today, screenshots of all the tickets I'd been through. And I sent him this email. Tony, hello, sir. My name is Dasher on your platform. Have been since 2021. I wanted to seek your assistance with an issue that has occurred with my Dasher account, and it seems support is struggling to get fixed. I am not currently able to dash until it gets fixed.
Gig work is my full-time endeavor, and DoorDash is a large volume of my earnings, so I'm eager to get back on the road. Essentially, my app says my acceptance rate is 70%, yet support is saying that it's 67%. The thing is, I haven't dashed since 6/23 as I was on a family vacation. On that date, I took a screenshot showing 70%. I knew I would not be dashing anymore for the month. I also knew my account qualified for Top Dasher. Upon returning on the 2nd, I checked and was surprised no Top Dasher was awarded. I then checked and support said it was at 67% for June. They said that they could see for July I was at 70%. At first, they tried to say it was due to dashing on the 1st. Issue is, I haven't dashed since the 23rd of June. So if my AR was 67% on the 30th, then how did it raise to 70% a day later with no dashing activity? I also provided screenshots. Since then, it's been a frustrating experience of submitting multiple tickets with no one able to explain the issue. I am not using my account until it can be explained. I am hoping you can help me with this and get me back on the road. Left in my phone number and my email. Now, I didn't know if he was going to respond or what. And then about an hour later, I received Top Dash. And I wasn't sure. I thought, well, somebody went in and looked. I wasn't sure if it was related to that email or not. And then at 5 o'clock today, I received this email, which I'm going to put up. Hi, Stephen. And I'm not going to put the person's name up. My name is blank, and I am reaching out on behalf of the Advanced Escalations team at DoorDash. Tony passed along your note, and I wanted to ensure I connect with you in regards to discussing your acceptance rate. We appreciate your patience and are eager to make things right for you. While this issue is being investigated, the Top Dasher status has been added to your account. I'm currently reviewing your inquiry. Once I have an update, I will be sure to follow up with an email. In the meantime, if you have any questions or concerns, please don't hesitate to reply to this email, and I will respond as soon as possible. Your reference number is blah, 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 best advanced escalation specialist. So, it's not resolved. They are still investigating, but Tony Shu is involved. So one thing I will say this is I will give Tony credit for him to get involved in this case for me shows that he does care about his platform, in my opinion. I am obviously a nobody. I don't have any footprint. I have 700 subscribers. I am the smallest pebble in a big, big pond. So for him to take the time to get involved and send this to the escalation team and then make sure my account has Top Dasher while it's waiting. Obviously, I, thinking it was resolved and not having seen this email, jumped out on the road, and I am now dashing, and I have now dashed. However, it's clear it's in the hands of Tony and his escalation team. So I am hopeful we can get an explanation, and that given that the highest levels of the company are now involved in this issue, I am hopeful we will see and find out, what actually is going on here and why this situation occurred. So, put in the comments what you think. Are you surprised that Tony Shu got involved? Would anyone have expected this? This is why you look. This is why you have to have documentation. This is why you back up everything. This is why you screenshot. This is why you make sure you're protecting yourself. And then when you do, and a mistake happens, you can adequately advocate for yourself. And on top of that, you can make sure that they listen. And in this case, they're looking into this. And in this case today, I have Top Dasher, and I have enjoyed having it today. Although my acceptance rate is now at 65%, and my completion rate is at 94% because I left my red card at home originally, and I took a red card order. It was actually a very good order. It was an add-on. It was a mess. I'm really disappointed. And now I'm missing that $9 right now that I would have made. But anyways, plenty of time to get all that resolved as this month moves on and transpires. But it's also why when you're dealing with support, when you're dealing with anything, be professionals, guys. You're business people, be professionals, and it will work out. So I will, of course, continue to provide updates as I learn and find out. And we see what Tony Shu finds out for me and the advanced escalation team. And I do believe I'm going to get answers. And if whatever those answers are, I will share with everyone. But listen, don't be afraid to go to the highest places of a company. I'm not. I mean, like I said, where I came from, I'm not afraid of the CEO. I'm not afraid to talk to the CEO. I have no problem doing that. I dealt with that. I dealt with the high level people when I was in my previous profession. So it's not a problem for me. But I also know that if you have someone that actually does care about the company and the people that work for them, that they will do what's right and advocate, and we'll see what happens. Anyways, guys, I'm going to leave it there. I didn't, like I said, I thought I was going to be doing a different video. I thought I was going to be doing a wrap-up video and saying, hey, all's good, all's whatever. But, I do have Top Dasher right now, but we'll see what happens with the AR. I don't have answers on that, and I hope to have some for you guys in the near future. Thank you to everybody who stuck with me. Thank you to everybody who gave me good wishes. Thank you to everybody who's given me their thoughts. Stand by. We are going to figure this out, and I am going to bring to you exactly what's going on. And if anyone else is affected out there, contact me and let me know. And then I think it's, you need to be contacting DoorDash support, and you need to follow the steps. And then you need to reach out to Tony Shu and let him know, and reach out. There is a person that I will give you their name, and I will reach out to my specialists and let them know how deep this problem runs. But if anybody else out there is having a problem and it hasn't been resolved, let me know. Anyways, guys, as always, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you soon.
That dash here. So I want to go over, and here we go. We're going to get to see some differences here. I want to go over some differences between iPhone and Android live time. So one of the first ones you're going to see here is address. So as you can see, I click that, but if I click this, well, you're seeing another difference right there. But if I click that address, and hopefully one will come through that I'll be able to demonstrate this on, that doesn't have, maybe I'll turn off my auto decline. I think I'm going to do that since you guys just saw the auto decline features. Turn that off for the moment, so that way I can have the time when something comes through to show you. But I want to show you guys the main differences, because there are some differences between having an Android and iOS. Now, what I recommend, one thing I'm going to let you know, is you can be logged in on both devices. So if you want to experience the best of both worlds, and there is differences in both worlds that are going to that can help you, I'm going to show you some of these differences, and you can actually use both of them. Now, what I recommend you do is when you go on order, go offline on one of them. So if you prefer to use iPhones, or you find iPhone works best for you, then complete the order with the iPhone. If you like the Android experience, complete it with the Android. I personally will go with the Android experience, and I'll show you a few differences that why I like using the Android handset better. But having two handsets up, being able to utilize and have the best of both worlds is really nice at my fingertips, because there are some things you can do on either one that you can't do on the other. So the first major difference is this. All right. So you're going to notice there's a huge difference here. The address here
You can see it, and I have it blurred out, but end of destination address is my house. And you can see I have it turned on this dash, although I'm not actually leaving my house. I just had it turned on for demonstration purposes. Over here on Android, nothing, it's not there. Over here on iOS, you can see it's available. And what that will do is at 1:43 p.m., it's going to pop over and give me an option. Let's say I was far away at the other end of my area. It's going to start trying to find me orders going in the direction of that address. So you can set it for a restaurant. You could set it if, like, say you were going somewhere, you're going to, a restaurant to go eat, you're going to a place to run an errand, whatever it is you're planning to do at the end of your dash, they make it really convenient, and it will allow you to earn money on your way there. And you can decide when you get those offers, they're normally not going to be the best offers in terms of miles to money, but since you're already driving those miles, the idea would be, well, you're getting paid something to drive the miles you'd be going anyways. And sometimes you get really good orders. I use it. I like it. It's really, I will log into my iPhone towards the end of I'll log in at the beginning, but I'll make sure I'm logged in looking for orders on my iPhone at the end of the time if I'm in a situation where I want to find orders on the way home. It's a very nice perk. Another great reason to have both iPhone and Android if you can do it. And everybody really can do it. You just got to find the affordable route to get there. So that's difference number one. So let's go in here and go back out. So we're going to wait a little bit and we'll see when an order comes through. And I'll show you. Now, the other difference, actually, I guess I can go ahead and show you some of the differences while we're waiting on an order. So iPhone's pretty vanilla. You swipe up, you're out. You swipe in, you're out. Everything's manual. Find your cameras, your secondary cameras, your time cameras, all that is going to be. So everything is manual. It's swipes, whatever. Now, this is where Android starts to really take off, in my opinion. You can customize a Samsung phone. This is specific for Samsung. This is not Pixels, OnePlus devices, any of the other ones. This is specific to Samsung, which is why I believe Samsung really has a great deal. You combine it with Driver Utility Helper app, and you combine it with the ability to modify and customize your phone, you get really a very, very powerful device. And if you understand the features you want to use off of an iPhone, you can use those when it makes sense, and so on and so forth. But here we go. So let me show you some of the things that you can do here. So number one, first thing I do, I long swipe over, and I'm going to get my camera. Now, this camera, I use this instead of the Driver Utility Helper camera. And I do that simply because I like the ability for it to float, which you could technically make the Driver Utility Helper camera float, but it's a couple extra steps. But I also like the fact that it has the map overlays on there. It has the address, and you can slide it over like this. So when I get to the customer's house, I'm going to hit record, and then I'm going to slide it over, and then there's my camera picture. So now that I can take my picture, and I don't have to, I can keep the app up. I can see everything I need to see. I can read all the instructions. I can see the address. I can be double checking the address. I have all that up. When I get up there, I just take the picture, done. All right, picture's done. And then I can just slide it over and exit out of the video camera. And then the video's over. And then I can go ahead and click the button to close out the order. So I can go click, 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 attach the camera, and I'm done. So that is really, really helpful to have when you're pulling up to the customer's house and you just, well, actually, I got to long swipe it, and it pops up anywhere. So as soon as I get there to the customer's house, when I'm pulling up, I'll reach over and I'll long swipe, and this will pop up. And there you can see it right there from anywhere you go. The other thing is you're seeing there's different swipes and gestures and things I have. So I like to log. So to make my logging process easier, as you can see, quick swipe up at the top gets me to my spreadsheets. So there it is. You can see swipe up at the top. I'm into my spreadsheets. Whatever spreadsheet I'm working with last is always at the top. All right, here we go. It's game time. So let me show you some differences here. So first thing I'm going to show you is on the iPhone, any iPhone user out there, you tap on the house. It's going to be a house, apartment, different things. You tap in.
Incoming order from McDonald's. Total miles 1.6. Current price $4.25. Price per mile $2.66.
All right. And now watch what you can do on this. This is what makes it really extremely powerful. So now I can see 6 minutes, right? And I can see exactly where I'm at. Now the McDonald's is right here, so I kind of know it's all there. I'm going to go ahead and hit decline. Now that would have normally declined, automatically declined, because it would have been under $5. Now, if you're working an iPhone, with an iPhone, you can just swipe back out, and there it is. And now you're back in. So whatever one you do the decline on, you will swipe back out. It's much easier to do the decline on the Android if you're running an Android and an iPhone, because all you do is swipe up out of the iPhone, and it'll come back in, and the order will be cleared. On the Android, because of how it does things, you can sometimes get into a loop where you got that declined order. It won't leave your screen unless you clear your cache. And honestly, these are the little tips you got to learn. That's just how Android's going to be. So don't battle it, right? Just remember to do the decline on the Android. Since auto decline is already set up, a majority of your declines are going to happen on Android anyways. Do all of your accepts, do all of your declines on the Android device, because the same thing can happen if you accept on, say, the Apple device, but the Android device doesn't get the accept, and then it can go into a death loop where you're going to be stuck and you're going to be swiping. And if your preference is to use the Android device because of some of the little things I showed you there, the swipes and the things, man, you're going to be cooked. So now the other thing that I like, right? And this is another reason why I like the Android, is because what I can do now, this is only on the foldables, but there is some of the functionality I'm going to show you is also available on the on other Androids. So what I like to do is I like to do split screen. Now let's just do it the easy way. So I'm going to do split screen maps. So normally what I would do is I would have my map screen up, and then I would minimize the app. So I'd be able to see my app, where I'm going, what's going on. Something else comes through or offers, right? It's going to be right over here. And then I would have my directions running right over here. But this is how I will do it. And I'll run my directions over here because I will have already popped this into the directions. So I'll run this and I'll leave this out. And then that way I can see if an add-on comes, it's going to come right over here. If I want to check out another app, if you click into whatever side you click into, your swipes are going to coincide. So if I hit login over here and then I go ahead and click it, it's going to put me over here. Now you're going to watch right over here where it should update. We've got a $6.77 offer. Now this is another little cool feature you're going to see here. You're going to notice there's a delay, right? Over here, we've got the iPhone going off. Now it comes in, right? Now watch this.
Incoming order from Taco Bell. Total miles 4.4. Current price $6.77. Price
So
per mile
instantaneously, right over
$1.54.
here, if you had this screen on and you were just using one app, you could have your apps are going to pop through over here, especially if you're using like Maxymo, and then you can tap in Brandenburg Drive. Now there's 9 seconds left, and you can see exactly everywhere you need to go. Now watch, remember, decline over here, and there you can go and say, well, no, I don't like that order. And then swipe up over here, kill the Dasher app over here, and go back in. Okay, here we go. Two McDonald's orders, $8, 2.9 miles. Here we go. So you can see there's a little bit of a delay, as you can see each time. So orders are coming in. So now we have a double
order from McDonald's with multiple stops. Total miles.
And again, I'm going to demonstrate. And this is the most powerful feature
$2.76.
that you can have, okay, on here. And it looks like this is the order we had before. So this must be a no-tip order. This is a no-tip order. They put it together. The no-tip order and the McDonald's order. We saw that live. And there you can see from where I'm at. So it would be a drop off here. And then really what you'd be looking at is the total miles over here time-wise. So how much time does it take to get there? 3 minutes to go from to this address, because that's from over there. But then the real answer is, well, how long does it take me to get there? Which is 6 minutes. So I'd be able to know this was a 12-minute order. And technically speaking, it probably would be an order if it was a single order that could easily be done with no problem. But if that's a stack order, I'm not doing a stack order $8 ever. Especially knowing the interiors of that order, it's just not going to happen. Although in theory, that could be okay order, because if both orders were ready at McDonald's, you're dropping one off in the parking lot of McDonald's that's basically being dropped off at Walmart. The other one is coming back over here towards my house. It's a 12-minute roundabout. For me, if I'm going to be doing the searching, I'm going to normally have, or you could just do a perfect split. But normally what I will do is I will have the app, the app over here. Now, you say, okay, well, what happens if I don't have a foldable, Steve? What are we doing, Dad Dash? You know, like, do I have the ability to do all that? And the answer to that question is yes. So let me show you what that looks like. Slide it up, maps, and this is the recommended way of doing it there. Put the apps at the bottom of your screen. So if you're doing DoorDash, you're going to put the apps at the bottom of your screen, and that way you could see, that way when an order comes through, and hopefully one will come through, I can show you exactly what that looks like as well. So these are the main things that are different. There's also some differences here. If you look at this now, why am I not getting deliveries? I want to show you this. It says, why am I not getting deliveries? Why am I not getting orders? This will tell you your area is slow. This will tell you the app is working. Continue to your hotspot, right? Now, there's also one other little thing that you get. And in this, you get, go into this screen and you go to settings, okay? Now this, you get to test your network settings out here and see what your internet connection is. You can also do your floating widget, and let me show you, see if that pops up here. I think it should. Nope, only if you're on an order. So basically the floating widget is going to be if I'm on an order, if you're on an order, or let's say I'm not on an order, I'll show you if a offer comes through. Then what will happen is a widget will pop up there. It's like it'll look like a little floater. Anyways, it will look just like this little widget right here. Okay. And that widget is going to be red. And then what happens is when you click into that one, it just opens up the app. But instead, what it'll do is it'll have an actual little pop down menu, and it'll show you all of the order information. It'll show, and it does that constantly throughout the order. So you could be in your camera app taking a picture if you were using that instead of doing the pop-up overlay like I do. You could just go right in there, and the pop-up is going to come right up. You could click it. You'll see your address. You'll see your items. You'll see that, and it'll also show you that information. Now, it used to also show you subtotal information, which was kind of an advantage, but they took that away when they stopped showing out the subtotal information. And that was kind of a little advantage to the Android user because you could easily pop in and see that by just exiting the DoorDash app, checking out what the subtotal was, and going back in. And it also gives you the ability to re-enter the DoorDash app at any place, anytime. So that's a helpful little trick right there that Android provides you. All right, so guys, hopefully you enjoyed the little demo today. And look, I wanted to leave you with this. This was kind of a broad overview. There's a lot of other things that you can do with an Android device that I think really is exceptional and makes it a great device for gig workers. iPhone is a great device too. I'm not saying you can't do it, but it's just there's a lot of things, and I'll probably do a video that's more specific to the Android workflow that I use when I'm using my Androids. But I think there's a great case to be made about using both of these. And if you're interested, one way I think would be an easy way, because I know the question is going to be, if you're an iPhone user right now, you're going to say, hey, it's hard for me to afford an Android device. And if you're an Android user and you want to get an iPhone, you're going to say, well, it's hard for me to afford an Apple device. And what I would recommend you guys do is if you're looking to get into the iPhone range, look for, say, an iPhone 12 right now. They're running great deals on the carriers on those. They're also running great deals on renewed iPhone 12s on Amazon or eBay. Those are a great device to get into if you're an Android user looking to have it. iPhone 12 minis are great. The SE3 is a great one if you can find a good deal on it. But if you're an iPhone user, then there's an easy way for you to get into the Android and to get a quality Android device very easily and inexpensively. And that is go on to eBay
buy a device sub $200, probably 150. You can get an S20 right now. If you look hard, for around $200, you can get the S20 FE for sub $200. Go into eBay, look for a sub $200 Android device, and then what you can do is trade it into your carrier. So if you're on any major carrier, doesn't matter what carrier it is, they're all going to be running great deals on trade-ins. And a lot of times when a Android device comes out, they're going to be giving you up to $1,000 trade-in credit. So you spend $150 and get $1,000 trade-in credit. Now, in the meantime, you pick up this device. What I would recommend you do, if you're an iPhone user, it's going to take a little bit of getting used to. So instead of jumping in and buying a big device or investing in a device, go out, spend $150 to $200 on a phone. What I would recommend you do, set aside, $10, $15, $20 a dash. You can do it in 10 dashes, right? And then you can have your Android phone saved up. Set it aside like you would for your gas, your taxes, whatever. If it needs to be less, whatever, set it aside. Once you get your money there, go in, buy your phone, right? And then use your hotspot. Don't add any lines or do anything, because you're going to need to reserve that right for when you want to go buy, if you decide you want to get deeper in. Now, maybe you might be happy with the $150 deal. You've got your driver utility helper. You've got it there sitting on the side, and it's hot spotting and connecting, and you're running some of the features. It's not full featured, but you're getting a good bit of the features, and you're happy with it. That's great. Keep doing that. However, if you fall in love with it and you're like, man, this is great, and you really can see the benefits like I have, and I was an avid iPhone user. I never thought I'd ever drop iPhone for any reason whatsoever or have a room for an Android in my life in any way. Now, personally, I will continue using iPhones, but for gig work, I am Android only. It's kind of weird. But anyways, so what you will be able to do then is take that device and trade it in, and you could get up to $1,000 bill credit if you're an AT&T customer, and you would get essentially a S23 phone if you got that for $100, and it would be 36 billing credits. Now, you might say, well, I got to wait 36 months. Well, listen, your work device should not be the device that you're trading up every single year. Okay. This is a work device. This is a device that you're going to use primarily for work. So you should be writing it off, because almost 95% of the usage, and I always do 95%. I never do 100, because there's always a 5% time. You might watch a video, you might do this, and that covers you. But 95% of the cost of that phone is going to be write-offable on your taxes. Now, I'm not a tax advisor or consultant, so advise your tax consultants and all that stuff. This is not tax advice. This is just telling you what I do. So go ahead and purchase that phone. Get your bill credits. You will have taken a $150 investment, flipped it over, and gotten $1,000 phone out of it. And you have gotten $1,000 phone for $150 if you follow what I'm saying. Anyways, I'll leave you with that at the end of this video. So hopefully you found this helpful. And if you have, guys, leave a thumbs up, like, share, subscribe. Check out my other videos on different various Android phones, on different various iPhones that I've used out there. If you're curious about any phones and how they work with gig work, check it out. I've got a whole bunch of videos on it. Anyways, guys, as always, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you.
What's up, guys? Dad Dash here. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to come and talk to you guys. Why not? I'm sitting here, and I forgot the schedule today. So I'm trying to figure out what my next move is. I did do an Instacart order this morning. It was actually a really good one. I got it done in an hour and made $30.16. I was live for a minute, for about a half hour on DoorDash up here, and it was really not very good. What's the topic of today's video? Is about making sure that you price out and hold for your price. And I want to talk to you about what I mean by this. I believe 110% that DoorDash is winning the Mind program. They have literally made everyone believe that if you are waiting on orders, or if you're willing to set your own price, that there's just no point in doing that, because if your acceptance rate drops or whatever, you're never going to be able to get a good order again. And many people strongly believe, and I want to present proof to you. We're going to go ahead and take that. 1129, 2.6 miles, 5 items from the Martins right over here for Instacart. So might as well take that. And I want to show you yesterday evening, right? An order that I got. And I'm going to flash up on the screen right now. I'm going to show you my acceptance rate at the moment of the order. I'm going to show you the order I got, and then I'm going to show you the payout. All right, so that's the acceptance rate I was at. That's the order amount that I was offered, catering bag required. And next is the payout. I had to turn down offers to get there. There were several offers that came in before that I am quite certain 95% of Dashers would have taken. But because I was looking for value, and I was wanting a minimum amount in order to go forward and proceed forward, I refused to take those orders. Quite frankly, right now, there was several DoorDash orders that I could have taken. Had I taken those orders, I wouldn't be getting this $11 2-mile, 5-item shop. So my point is, my minimum to move my wheels right now that I've decided is $10. We're in an economy now where we got to increase our standards. This idea that getting a high acceptance rate and then basically DoorDash manages your business, manages your order amounts, determines what you need. Because DoorDash doesn't care about your bottom line, nor does it understand your bottom line, nor does it know what your expenses are. But that's your job to manage. If you want more, ask for more. And I've said this to many people. If you want to hear double talk, double speak, if you want to hear contradictions, go turn on a Gig Workers channel. All of them will tell you, well, you are going to hear the craziest things, because you're going to hear them tell you do X because it's really doing well. And then you're going to hear them complain about how slow it is, how terrible it is. So you can't have both. If the diamonds are so great, if Top Dasher is so great, if high acceptance rates are profitable, then why are you slow? Why is anyone slow? Why is everyone consistently complaining all the time how slow it is, yet telling you, I got to work to get that AR up. I got to work to get that AR up. And then when it gets up, it still stays slow. And then it's, well, it's this. Well, it's that. Look, the bottom line is this. Sometimes it's just slow. Sometimes it's not good. Sometimes DoorDash has too many Dashers on the road. That doesn't mean you need to accept more crappy orders. That doesn't mean you need to accept more low-paying orders, like what's coming through right now on my Uber Eats, 641, which that reminds me I need to turn that off. That's not the solution. Never will be. Because had you stayed around 3 more minutes, you have no idea what would have come next. The answer is not to take an unprofitable order ever. The answer is to be patient, look for profit, look for profitable orders only, have a standard, and work to your standard at all times. And then you will know that you're never losing money when you're working. And then you will be able to know that all you need to do now is figure out how and where you need to work, take profitable orders only. And there's nothing unique about what we're in right now. The only uniqueness we might have is there might be more of us out there. There's less that know what they're doing. There's more work. There's more drivers on the road. That's it. But other than that, know your value and work to your value. Anyways, guys, I got to go in there, get this shop done,
and making sure that I'm not losing too much value on this order while talking to you guys. Do me a favor, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and guys, I'll talk to you soon. What is up, guys? Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you because I wanted to go over with you how I schedule. And this is a way a lot of you believe that the only way to get on DoorDash is basically eating the crab sandwich, so to speak, getting Top Dasher, or doing 10 shopping pays or 11 shopping pays or 20 shopping pays, whatever it is that they decide that they want to make you do. It's also another way, and it's scheduling. Okay, many of you believe scheduling is impossible. I'm in a very saturated market. My market is waitlisted. However, I maintain a 95% completion rate, which is the easiest thing to maintain, in my opinion, than any other metric out there. And it does get you a nice benefit. It gets you the ability to schedule every day at 3 o'clock. So I'm going to take you in today, and I'm going to show you how I arrange my schedule every single day. So let's jump into my phone. All right, guys, so welcome to my phone. So here we are. This is my schedule screen. So my preferred region is Hagerstown. So you can see I'm going to go in here, and I'm going to be looking to do 8 a.m. first to 10:30 a.m. So that covers a little bit of the breakfast, and that gets that into a block. So that's 2.5 hours in my first block. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to set up the first part of lunch, 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. And remember, you can sign in 15 minutes early. So my thought on this here is, even if I end up not being able to have an order at 12:30, it's only a 15-minute wait. It gives me a little bit of a break. Or my goal is to be on an order so that when I get off the order, I can come right back in. The next time I'm going to set up is 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. So that's going to cover the next section of lunch. And that's going to give me that 2-hour period there. Now, I will end that session early if I need to, depending on how busy it is. So the next session I'll set up is mid-afternoon, 3:30 to 5. So that will cover that little period of time between dinner and the official end of lunch. And then I'm going to do the 3 core hours of dinner, 5:30 to 8:30. So it gets those blocked off, and that way I can have those in there. And then I will finish up the day 9 p.m. to 12 a.m. I'm covering the remaining of the evening. If I want to stay out past 9 or however long I want to, at least I've got that all covered. So there it is. That's what the day looks like, guys. I recommend you implement this in your market. You can, of course, switch out markets if there's preferred markets or markets you don't want to be in. But there it is, guys. Let's jump out of the phone. Hopefully you found it helpful. And you're going to see that I was able to create a schedule that lasted from 8 a.m. all the way until midnight, allowing me the opportunity to make sure that in 2 to 3 hour increments, well, actually an hour and a half to 3 hour increments, I'm able to virtually jump on any time of the day that I want. If I got kicked off for some reason, I would always have a shift starting very, very soon in the market that I want to be in that day. Now, yes, it doesn't give me the flexibility if something changes and I'm in another market unexpectedly. I mean, there are still some variables. But in general, I can guarantee that I can select a week in advance the market I want to be in without having to go through the hassle of accepting 70% of my orders or 10 shopping pays. I can do it on my terms, my way. To me, that's what it's about, being an independent contractor and a business person. Anyways, guys, I hope you found this helpful. As always, hit that like button. Share this video with anybody you think could get value from it. And of course, hit that subscribe button as well, guys. And as always, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you soon.
up, guys? Dad Dash here, coming to you with a ride along today. It's a Sunday afternoon. Trying to end the week strong because I've only worked 2 out of the last 6 days, or I guess 2 days this week. So this is my 3rd day. I've only worked a 3-day work week, but we're trying to end it big, end it strong. And right now, guys, we're sitting here getting ready to head into the market. I got a $14.75 offer, double stop for Popeyes and Jersey Mike's. I normally try to stay away from this Popeyes, but for $14.75 along my way, leaving me like 1 mile from the area I want to be in, I'll do it. So hopefully this all goes well. I'll show you what I do, show you how it goes. We've got the Z Fold 4, the S23 Ultra, the Z Flip 4. We got all of them going today, man. And of course, I'm filming on my iPhone 14 Pro. So I'm going to show you how I put all these to use today as we go through. Maxymo on this one, Instacart on this one. Maxymo with Uber is going to be on this one. And then I'm going to be running DoorDash and Driver Utility Helper on this one. And it'll also be my navigation system. So guys, anyways, that's the setup. That's the idea. That's the plan. Come along with me today, guys. Let's go make some money. Let's focus on order value. And let's get to work now and get inside here right behind me and go pick up this first order of the day. Talk to you soon.
Hello. Yes, for Dylan or Devin. I'm sorry. Yeah, Devin. Yeah.
What is up, guys? Dad Dash back here. Just got that order delivered. So interesting thing to note with this order is the following. It was a stacked order, and for the first time ever, I got this screen. Now, previously, it just didn't show me the payout, but now I got this new screen, and it said, "Great job. You're doing a fantastic job. Keep up the good work, and you will see the payout breakdown once you complete your next order." I just thought that was interesting because it seems like I think we're starting to see here where you're going to see more batched orders. That's the goal. That's where DoorDash is running towards, I think. And they're slowly creating the infrastructure to deal with that. And again, they compliment you, push you along. So I thought that was very interesting. Ended up finishing it ahead of schedule. Ended up with about a $27 order value. So everything about this was great. And now we're going to get out here on this road, turn right, and we're going to be about 1.5 miles down the road. I will be in my area. So I'll be back as soon as I get that next order. Maybe I'll come back in, talk to you if it takes a while, and share some thoughts on some things. But otherwise, guys, as soon as I have an order to share with you, I'll be back to talk to you soon. All right, guys. So Dad Dash coming to you with an order, guys. We just got an order. And it's been a little while. We've had to sort through a few orders. It's been a little bit slow since we got up here, but we got a $10.75 order. It's a dollar, I believe, a Dollar General order for 8 items. Anyways, guys, let's get on the road. Let's go get this shop. Let's go get this delivered. Let's see what kind of order value we can create. Talk to you soon, guys, and I'll be back to report soon. All right, guys, Dad Dash here. I'm going to be real quick on this because I just filmed the video. Didn't realize that I guess I turned it off. I thought I was turning it. I don't know, man. It's been one of those days. But anyways, last order was a disaster. It was a mess because we got there. The shop was not very good. There was a couple of harder to find items. But the real disaster of the order, the real icing on the cake, so to speak, was that the cash register broke down in the middle of my transaction, and then they had to go find the manager, who I guess was out on a smoke break. It took forever for them to fix it, and it was just a mess. So anyways, it took 45 minutes for that $10.75 order, and then we found out
left onto Massey
that
Boulevard.
guess what? It was $10.75 base
In 800
pay.
feet, turn right onto Halfway
Meaning-
Boulevard.
It was a sorry about that, guys. It was a no tip order. So anyways, the good news is got back here and ended up getting a catering order, or a catering bag order, I should say, a large order program order, $17.41 for a Italian restaurant right down the road from us for 6 miles. So $17.41 for 6 miles. I've tended to see sometimes when the change is on the end of these things, like odd change, sometimes it's the complete total is showing. If it is, it is. $17.41 for 6 miles is a daggone good order, whether it's large order or not. I'd love it to be more. If it isn't more, it's fine. We're at $42, and I'm hopeful that wherever we're dropping off, it looks like on the map, it appears we should be in range to get another order relatively quickly, if not right away. So anyways, guys, I will be back to update you on how this order goes. Like I said, it's been a challenging one tonight so far, but we're going to stay positive. Anyways, guys, I'll talk to you soon. I'll be back to report on how this order goes, and hopefully on the next one that we get. Talk to you soon. Hello. How you doing?
Good. Thanks, baby.
Hey, no problem. You have a great one.
You too.
Thank you. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here with an update. So coming to you from a different angle, right? Change it up a little bit. So anyways, all right. Last order was much better, much improved. Got to the restaurant. It was ready to go. Pulled up. Customers hanging outside. Dropped it off. No extra tip, unfortunately, on top. It was face value, as I like to call it. Now, the good news is, though, not too very long after, I did field one crappy Uber shopping path, 3-item, $11, 10-mile, going to the center of town. Not good at all, okay? Or area of town that wasn't going to put me where I wanted to be at. Not good at all, man. I didn't like it at all. It was going to be one of those real negative drags. It would have resulted. However, what I did get was right after that, my DoorDash goes off. I didn't have a chance to look at it. I just heard cha-ching and ba-ding. And ba-ding means it was auto accepted. And I go in to look, well, what auto accepted? Because I have it set at $10 2 miles. So you're not going to get a lot of auto accepts at that. And guess what? It was a $26 11-mile order. So we are on our way to go pick that up. Hey, all right, right? I mean, I'm all right with that. So, anyways, heading over there now to pick that up. It's 11 items from what I can tell. No odd money at the end. Very good potential opportunity that there's extra tip here, that this thing goes up. Maybe we're looking at the tip plus $5, plus $4. Maybe it's $39, $30. Who knows? But we'll find out. So, let's get to the restaurant. Let's go get this picked up, guys, and I'll be back to update you very soon to tell you exactly what this payout turns out to be. Talk to you in a minute. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So, good news. On the last order, we got some extra tip. So it ended up being $33.45 payout, guys. Wow, what an unbelievable payout that was. So that puts us needing now $94.84 and puts us at about, I guess, $70, $80, I think, something like that. Let's see here. So that changes the whole game, when you $76.36. When you look at it, because we now, we've only been going now for 3 hours. So there it is. One order like that can balance you out when you're, looking for value and staying in the pocket. Key now is we got to find another order relatively quickly. So let's see if we can do so, guys. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So, we got another order. I went over, I stopped off. I actually stopped off, got a little pick-me-up, got a Danish. I had to take a restroom break, and then we got back on the road, and we got a $10.05 5-mile Uber Eats order. So we are on our way now to Denny's to pick that up. Not a bad order at all. Hopefully we can get it done and maintain value on the order. It's great miles to money. Now we got to realize our value and realize our worth. So let's go and get this done. So we're pulling into Denny's now, guys. I'll be back to report on this. This will put us at what, $86 once we get done with this order. And this does put us drop-off wise in a section of town that could be pretty lucrative. We'll see what happens. Like I said, we just got to see if it all pans out. All right, guys, I'll talk to you soon, and I'll be back in a moment. All right, what's up, guys? Dad Dash here. Just got done making that delivery. $280 base pay. And I guess it'll be about $7.26. Actually ended up, it showed me $10.05, but Uber does this. It'll add a penny after the fact. So it actually ends up being $7.26 tip. I don't know why they do that. It's weird. But anyways, that order is done and behind us. And we are now on the hunt for the next order. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So we got another order, but it was not without much consideration and just consideration of a lot of options. So I'm gonna discuss what was going on here. So ended up taking a 1050 order, 9 miles. Now you may say, wait a minute, that sounds like a lot. And you know, perhaps this will turn into a disastrous order, but I don't think it will. It's a Pizza Hut order. I've seen these orders go up before. Maybe it won't. However, what I like about the order is it's 10 miles moving all within the area I would be moving around with anyways. So I'm not going to be ending up outside my range or anything like that. Guys, I'll talk to you soon. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So everything couldn't have gone more perfect with this order. Dropped it off, $7 tip, $3.50 base pay, face value payout, and right on target. I mean, as soon as I'm pulling away, boom, I hear the cha-ching, and then the sound of the auto accept, because I got a 1675 7-mile order for Outback. So, I mean, couldn't have gone better. So that puts us at what? I mean, that guarantees a $26 hour at least, depending on whatever the Outback order. It's only 4 items for Outback, but you never know. I mean, that could be, $20 tip. Anyways, guys, let's get moving. Let's get up here to the Outback and see where this goes, guys. I'll talk to you soon. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here with an update. So we got that large order program delivered. All right. And there was extra tip, not a lot. It was a $15 tip, $2.75. So it went from $16.75 to $17.75. So we started heading back towards our area in hopes of nice orders to come our way. And we got a few. We got pinged with some of them. I'll try to show you some of the orders that I saw so you can see what I see and what I'm not doing. Guys, thanks for watching. Thanks for sticking with me if you're still with me this far. And I'll see you at the drop-off.
Hello, how you doing?
Good.
All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So we got that order delivered. $29.44 order value. So we maintained value. Wasn't bad. Got credit for a shop. I don't know if that one will count towards the shop and deliver promotions they're running, but I think I have to do 10. I don't even worry about it. If I ever get Dash now for a week, I would be forever grateful. I'd still schedule because I want to stay in my normal routine. So anyways, but there you have it. So we got a couple of offers, and then I ran into some cell phone connectivity issues because I realized I was still connected to Wi-Fi, or I had my Wi-Fi on from when I was inside Target. And anyways, okay, here we go. 575, 2.8, McDonald's. Nah, not going to do that one. So I think what I'm going to do, what I like to do sometimes, if I get on the fence post, there's some things going on that I'm debating on whether or not I should really stay out related to my family and kids and everything. So I'm going to kind of let the market decide, right? I'm going to start heading, because I am down in my I'm at the other end of my market. So I'm going to just take a drive, stay on the freeway, and just see if something comes my way. If not, I'll keep going and I'll ride right over the state line to my house. And that's how I'm going to kind of play it. It's 9 o'clock. I know it's an hour and a half earlier than what I said I was going to stop, but you know what? Sometimes you got to do that. That's the freedom you have when you're doing gig work, and that's what I like. I like the ability to be able to do that when I need to, and I answer only to myself for doing it because I'm the only person it affects is me, and I have a decision: stay out and work a little more, or maybe don't buy something I wanted to buy, or maybe work a little more tomorrow. However, I work it out. It's my decision. I own it. And you have the freedom to do what you need to do when you need to do it. Anyways, guys, I will be back to report on the next order if one comes through that we accept. If not, I'll be going over, I guess, wrap up and everything else. So we'll see what happens here, guys. We'll see what the next thing is that pops up. All right, guys. Hopefully I'll talk to you soon, one way or another.
What's up, guys? Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you from my house. So ended up not taking another order. Ended up driving straight through the market. Never found anything that was worth taking, so I came up. So anyways, guys, I want to go over the final results of the day we did. It was a successful day, in my opinion. We ended up driving 96 miles for the day. Ended up earning $127.92 for the day. And that was a result of working 239 minutes for a 3211 average order value. Now, the time we spent out looking for orders, because that's the time we worked on orders, the overall time we were out was about 345 minutes, or about 5 hours, a little over 5 hours, actually 5.75 hours, so just under 6 hours. So that means we had a 69% work rate, basically minutes work percentage. So a little bit lower than what I would have liked. I would like to see that a little higher, which means we would have realized more of that $32 an hour. But we ended up with that resulted in us ending up with a 43-minute per order rate for the time we were out. For those 5 hours, we were at 5.75 hours we were out. Wait time ended up factoring in actually a pretty big amount tonight. It was 8.25. We waited on an average of 8.25 minutes per order. We did 8 total dashes, and our average money per order, our average contract size was $15.99. So, like I said, overall, I was satisfied with what we got for the evening. Like I said, I would have liked to have seen us maybe work a little bit more for the time we were out, but that's okay. We maintained our average that I wanted to be at, which was $10 an order. Actually, almost 50% higher than what we wanted our average to be. So profit summary, most important thing of the day. What did we make? What did we clear after all of our expenses? So we had taxes of $24.29. We had $9.60 we added into our car expense fund. And we ended up with actual gas cost of $6.97, meaning we cleared $87.06 for the evening. So not bad. I'll take that any day of the week. You go out, you make almost $87. That's a good evening for me. Anyways, guys, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you got something out of it. I hope if you take anything from this, you're learning and you're seeing, listen, don't give in to the apps. Fight for your value. Use the decline button if you need to negotiate your worth. And don't get discouraged from doing so. If you did enjoy today's ride along, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this with at least one person you think could gain value. And as always, guys, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you soon.
What's up, guys? Dad Dash here, coming to you
today with a video. Wanted to jump in and just have a further discussion about something I saw today. I was, watching videos, listening to videos as I always do when I'm out. And man, I saw something interesting today that they're going to basically take the Diamond program, Top Dasher program, and combine them and give us, again, something that we already have, something we should already be receiving, and call it a reward. And I want to educate you guys on a little something called math, right? That many Top Dashers and people who buy into these reward programs are not understanding the math. That absolutely disproves the idea that accepting every order is going to help you make more money. Temporarily, it might, because you're literally going to be lending yourself to luck. But numerically, over time, what we call the long run, and anybody who's involved in any type of either finance or investing or gambling or whatever, the long run always gets you. And many have compared gig apps to a casino, and that is exactly what a great comparison, because the casino, in the sense of us versus them, is always going to be the apps themselves, because they are always attempting to bend the long run in their favor. In other words, they might have to give us a little something in the short run, but they're trying to figure out how can we make the long run turn the corner, and then boom, all of it returns to us in spades at an amount of 10, 20, 30 times what we had to give them, we're getting back now. And how can we do that? And that is what the apps are effectively always trying to do, what they've been trying to do from day one, and what they do on a regular, everyday basis. And the reward program, what you've seen the evolution of what they're doing, is essentially taking away your independence while giving you the right, only giving you independence or the rights of an independent contractor when you give up your independence. It's kind of genius the way they're doing it. And
In 600 feet, turn left onto North Conococheague Street.
And it's the old way. I don't know if you guys have ever heard in science when they talk about how the frog gets in the frying pan, right? But they don't turn the frying pan on right away. And they normally put some sort of treat in the frying pan, and he gets in there and he's eating the treats and he's loving life. And then they turn the frying
Take
pan
the
on.
next left onto North Conococheague Street, then your destination will be on the right.
But they don't do it all at once. It's slow. It's a slow burn. And they keep adding treats to keep the frog in there happy and slowly turn up the heat. And then eventually, all of a
Your
sudden,
destination is on the right.
at some point in the near future, the heat comes on totally and the frog burns up, and then they make their frog leg appetizer and they eat the frog. And that's exactly what's happening right now with these programs. And I'm not saying people are, especially some of the creators out there that are trying to direct people to do things and learn, it's all short term. But in the long run, the frog gets burned, the frog gets eaten, and you learn that it wasn't really the frog who was supposed to be eating anyways. That frog was going to be prepared and served at a restaurant of people out there, and they were going to make money off that frog by selling the frog that's burned up for their appetizers or main course or whatever. But that we are the dashers in this instance, the frog. And right now, we're being baited in. We're being told to give up our independence, give up selecting orders, let us select them for you. Hit it 70% of the time. We'll tell you when you're going to drop, and that way you know don't decline that one. Just keep declining at 70 or higher. And eventually, you're the frog in the sense that your car burns out, you burn out, you get in an accident, whatever. You don't make enough money, you can't pay your bills, and eventually you burn out and you leave, and then they put another dasher there. They don't care. So you have to understand that they don't care about you, and these programs are not going to care about you. So that's, I could sit here and explain it to you for 30 minutes on how this works, but just
think about it for a minute. Think about the idea that everyone jumps in here and starts accepting every single order. There is no more priority then. And there really isn't priority to begin with right now. Because when they give you 70%, or you have to accept 70% of the orders, then you're going to have to take whatever they put in front of you, and they're going to have full control over what they're putting in front of you. So when they put the $4 order in front of you that everybody says I would never take, and you're like, drop below 70 or take the $4 order, and you're going to take the $4 order, and then you're going to lose a lot of money on that $4 order, and then you're going to be hoping and praying that next order, please be something good, and then it's not, and then you're going to get upset, and you're going to get mad, and you're going to be like, God damn DoorDash, God damn, no, God damn you for being stupid. Decline the orders that don't make sense. Accept the orders that make sense. Forget the programs. Forget the diamonds. Forget the rewards. Remember, you don't depend on someone else to reward you. Depend on you to reward yourself by making the right decision. Guys, I'm going to leave you with that. Hope this makes sense. I hope this doesn't offend anyone. And as always, guys, stay safe, stay profitable. I'll talk to you soon.
What is up, guys? Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you with a special video tonight with a topic that I think will surprise many, but I wanted to share this with everybody. It's kind of I think, an exciting time, and it's going to be a time that I think we're going to get, in my opinion, some much needed answers on a topic that is all over, and that is whether or not diamonds are a dasher's best friend. What do I mean by this? Well, officially today, Dad Dash has become a priority diamond dasher. That's right. Today, I have a 73% acceptance rate currently with DoorDash. And I'm going to tell you in this video why that is, why I decided to do that, and I'm going to give you a little insight into the journey it took and how long and exactly what that looked like for me. So let's jump into it. So a week ago today, or a week ago today, I was under 10% acceptance rate. In fact, last Thursday, I was in the single digits when I was dashing. Certainly would not have thought I'd be at 73% acceptance rate today. However, that's where I stand. The thing that drove me to decide to go for a higher acceptance rate and to look at the diamond program is exactly the last video that I did on this channel, which was criticizing the new tier program that DoorDash is coming out with. And then watching videos and giving that great consideration, I started thinking to myself, you know, Dad Dash, you've never, ever had a high acceptance rate. I mean, except for the one time when you reset your acceptance rate. You've never collected data. You're doing exactly what you tell everybody in the videos not to do. You're relying on a feeling. I think my feeling's pretty good. But there's a lot of people out there that claim, hey, you get a high acceptance rate, that there's a way to work, that there's a smarter way to work, a quicker way to work. And I thought, you know what? Maybe I should go out and give this a try. So this past Monday, I decided to take the dive, or I guess it was this past Sunday, I decided to take the dive, and I started the process. I skipped during the day on Tuesday, but I decided to start the process of increasing my acceptance rate in getting diamond status with a goal to get top dasher status so I can dash anytime I want through the month of July. And then I'm going to put everything to the test. And I'm going to compare data month over month,
day over day, I'm going to be doing data comparisons to truly do exactly what I have claimed will be proven. And that is that I believe 110% that more money will be made as a multi-apper who isn't concerned with acceptance rate, who isn't bought into the programs, and that is the way to make money with gig apps. And that I am not going to go in with bias though. One might say, well, you're already biased, Ed Dash. No, I mean I am to a degree, but I am very open-minded going into this exercise, very willing to be proven wrong. So much so that I've not let anything get to me over the course of the last few days. And I'm going to describe that for you and go over that with you so far, what I've seen, what it's been like. And it's been quite interesting, to say the least. So that's the hope. My plan is to do the following. I am going to attempt over the next few days, over the next week or so, to continue on the path of accepting every single order except as a diamond driver. I am going to focus primarily on the DoorDash app, and I am going to collect a week's worth of data as a diamond driver and see exactly how much I can earn accepting every single order with diamond status, large order program, pizza program, shop and deliver program, and see what priority really does. And I'm going to compare it to the weeks and months of data that I've already collected as a low AR multi-apping driver. I am going on a vacation at the end of this month. My plan is to leave my Dasher account in top Dasher status so that when I get back from that vacation at the beginning of July, I will hopefully be coming back in as a top Dasher. My hope then is to begin a process and a strategy that I've laid out in my mind, which I will describe in subsequent videos, ride-alongs, and everything else that I'll be showing you over the next 6 to 8 weeks, that I'm going to then experiment as a top Dasher / diamond driver, multi-apper, utilizing all of literally unlocking the full app, so to speak, as someone said, and all features of the app, and see just how much money I can make in the month of July. And then I will be doing a full review at the end of July of how it turned out, how it compares to the last 6 months of this year, how it compares overall as my time as a gig worker, gig business operator. And I will obviously give the verdict of will I continue into August and beyond, focusing on maintaining a high acceptance rate with DoorDash and possibly even adding other apps to the mix, depending on how this works out, and seeing if a high acceptance rate centered strategy is a way to make not just money, but more money, to make the best money that you can make in the gig economy. And I'm going to back it up, not with suppositions, not with feelings, not with, hey, I got this order here and this order here. I'm going to break it down for you. I'm going to show you what the miles are, cash flow is, everything. So if that's something that you're interested in seeing, hit subscribe to the channel now. There's going to be content coming out for that. Like this video as well, because if you know anyone that's interested in seeing something like this, this is not going to be your regular run-of-the-mill challenge. This is going to be a numbers-based, analytical-based experiment to see what it actually looks like when you're collecting data alongside of your dashes, and what does the data really tell us. We won't perhaps settle the debate because it's a market-based situation. It's going to settle it for me and my market. But I believe everyone will be able to gain something from this, learn something from this. I know I'm looking forward to what I will learn over the next 6 to 8 weeks
and how I can take that information and use it to grow and advance my gig operated business that I run. The next thing I want to talk about, the final thing I want to talk about, which is the thing that I think a lot of people will be interested in, is how did I do it? What was the experience like getting my AR from a single digit AR and to a 73% this morning or today, this evening, and where I will go beyond as I continue working this for over the next few days, next week or so, prior to me going on hiatus for vacation. So I'm going to say this. I've heard all the hullabaloo about Hell Week and how hard it is and this and that. I'm not sure how everybody else's markets are, but my market, I am convinced my market is one of the toughest markets out there, specifically the Hagerstown, Maryland market that I am working in right now, the Martinsburg, West Virginia market that I work in. These are saturated. None of them have referrals. They're completely oversaturated, and you spend a lot of time sitting, waiting. You've got a large swath of people that are not going to tip you. You've got every pitfall, every complaint that you can think of exists in that market. And it is a challenging market. It's large. There's lots of miles. It's just, you name it, it's there. So I have always envisioned that something like this was going to just be hell on earth. I was going to lose massive amounts of money. I was going to have a gas bill that was going to be huge. I was going to barely crack $100. And it was just going to be just horrible. It was not great. It has not been great. I'm not saying it is. What I'm saying is it was also not the end of the world either. I also still made money. I still cash flowed at the end of each day. And now I sit at 73% acceptance rate. The thing I didn't see, the interesting thing is when this process started on Sunday, I have not seen and did not see and have not seen one large order program order come across my screen. And again, I'm doing this probably slightly different than maybe others might, because I jumped in and just said, I'm taking every single order. There's only been one order that I turned down in this entire process, and that was today because I used multiple. I've been using multiple phones. I forgot my battery pack, so I had to switch phones. I set my driver utility helper filters on the one phone, and it turned down a 225 Papa John's order. I'm not going to say I was unhappy that got turned down, but it did get turned down, and that's been my sole turn down. Everything else has just been straight up. What DoorDash puts on my screen, I'm hitting accept, and I'm off. And it's been quite interesting. So let's see here. So I told you, since Sunday being the, that would be what? Wednesday the 14th, 13th, Tuesday the 12th. So the 11th. All right. So the 11th of, let's see here. So Sunday was when I started. I did 14 orders that day. That's now, again, I'm counting them as contracts. So there may have been some doubles in there. I don't see any, actually I see one double in there. So I did 15 total orders, and it was all DoorDash. And I made $115.12, drove 152 miles, 76 cents per mile, $23.82 overall order value, and $16.52 average order value for the time I was out. I spent 6.97 hours out, and I worked 69% of the time. So actually that was very in line with some of what I've been seeing out there on other days. Ended up with a shift cash flow profit loss of $84.38 after taxes of $581, car expense fund of $15.20, and actual gas cost of $9.73. So that was not terrible. Again, on the 12th, I went out, drove 188 miles, completed, let's see here, 15 total dashes for the day, 2015 average order value, 2248 average delivery order value, worked a total of 7 hours, and worked 90% of the time that I was out. So, and drove at a 76 cent per mile. So you can see I'm driving a lot more miles for certain, but it's not killing me because I'm in a Prius. So I anticipated that. You know, and that was part of why I was willing to do this. I only did one order on Tuesday, and that was a $6.50 Taco Bell order for 10 miles. And that's all. And then today, I did a total of, today was crazy. Today I did a total of 25 orders, 177 miles driven. Now think about that. That was a lot lower than the previous day that I showed you in there, where I drove 188 miles. But I drove 177 miles, 95 cents a mile, 167.65 total earned for the day, 1401 total order value, 1762 delivery order value, 80% work rate, and cash flow wise, I cash flowed 122.79 out of 167.65 for 1932 for taxes, 1770 to the car expense fund, and 784 in actual gas costs. And that's my story all the way up. Now, some of the things you're not seeing in there. Today was the most interesting day I had because I delivered 10 no-tip orders. As you know, as a value-based driver, I don't get caught up necessarily in tip or no tip. It's all pay to me. So it didn't really bother me that much. Knock on wood, so far, my ratings have stayed. My ratings went up to 4.99%. I'm not seeing anything coming now. I'm going to be looking tomorrow morning, obviously, because, you know, I have 10 of those sitting out there, and I have a lot of low tip orders. My average tip for the day was $2, if that tells you anything. That is extremely low. Average tip per order was $2. Very, very low. So as of right now, I have seen nothing that indicates to me that there's a real priority out there. What I have seen is I am making similar money, a little bit less money, but somewhat similar money, delivering more orders at a lower order amount. And that has always been my theory, that DoorDash is a volume-based business who wants the Dashers to deliver more units for the same amount of money. In other words, they don't want you at $10, $12, $15 per order, because that means you can make $200 doing 10 orders, or, you know, or doing 15 orders, as opposed to making $200 doing 30 orders. And because DoorDash is paid by the order, they make more money each unit delivered. We don't necessarily see more money per unit. So if they give us a $2.50 no tip, it doesn't make a difference to them. They're making the same money on that as if they give us a $30 one. The only difference is our incentive to stay out and work is lessened when they give us the $30. So what they're doing, in my opinion, is simply encouraging everyone to come to the top, and then they're going to slowly spread everybody's work out so that it takes you longer to make the money, and therefore requires you to do more orders to make the money, and then they make more money, as opposed to our incentive is to make more money doing less orders. And by focusing on larger order amounts, which is what I do on a normal basis, that helped me with my bottom line leading up to this. So far, since I've started this, I'm having to do more orders. I'm working longer, and we'll see how that bears out, because I've only been at the highest priority level for a couple of hours, and it got a little bit better, but it really didn't improve that drastically. So we will see how it pans out as we go further into this. And I'm very, very interested. But it was a very interesting experience. I've been talking to support a lot more.
I've had all of my security measures in place. I'm body cammed up. I'm recording on my phone. I'm ready to, I am absolutely ready to be, to prove that I did the job any way I need to. And that's you know, that's just the cost. So anyways, put any questions in the comments. I may go live and do some live diamond dashing tomorrow. Be on the lookout for that. In the meantime, I'm going to put this video out, make this announcement. I think it'll be a surprise to some that are following my channel, but I have not changed. I'm doing this because I want to find out. I want to get the data. And I figure, you know what? Who better to do it than me? And so far, it's not costing me that much money to do it, so I'm happy to do it. And maybe something will kick in tomorrow now that I'm in the top priority status. And maybe I will finally see what everybody's been talking about or claiming exists when you get to a certain level of priority, that the LOPs and pizza programs and everything will just start flowing and being dropped upon my screen. And I'll be going, wow, this is crazy that I'm getting all these orders this easy. See how it plays out. Anyways, guys, as always, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you soon.
What is up, guys? Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you with a video tonight. It's about 3:30 in the morning, and I'm coming to you literally right after this whole situation went down. Now, just so you know, obviously, you know, I don't normally dash this late, but because we're going on vacation and there's babysitting considerations and things of that nature, I am dashing late. I have this week, I will be kind of flipping the schedule around and am dashing late. So interestingly enough, as everybody should know, I have been, you know, busy at work doing DoorDash's bidding. Currently, I'm going to go over my ratings right now. 4.99% customer rating, 86% acceptance rate, 99% completion rate, 92% on time or early, 3,111 deliveries, and a contract violation for order never delivered. Now, this is a travesty, and I'm hoping it gets corrected. I have been on the phone with support. I will be playing for you videos demonstrating what happened. I got an $11 diamond order with a plus sign, stacked order for 7-Eleven. Normally would not have probably taken that order if I wouldn't have been a diamond guy and I wouldn't have seen the plus, and it just wouldn't have been an order that would have been in my wheelhouse. It was $11 for 4.3 miles. Some of you would have taken it, but I would have looked at it as 2 orders for $5.50 a piece. Probably wouldn't have taken it. But given what I'm doing right now and the experiment I'm having, and I'm out dashing late at night, I took the order. I got to the restaurant, and lo and behold, it's a 16 item. One order was 16 items. One order was 3 items. The 16 order item had a bag of chips that they couldn't. Well, at the very last minute, this was literally as I'm walking out the door, he flags me down and says, "Hey, you're missing a bag of chips." Then he says, "Don't worry about it. I don't have it. I'll refund it back to the customer." On the 3 item order, it was a bottle of ibuprofen, a Dr. Pepper, and a large extreme meat pizza. So guy hands me the bag for that and 2 bags for the other item. And I said, "Where's my pizza at, man?" And he says, well, we're out of stock of pizzas. I said, okay. I'll contact support. I'll contact the customer. So I always contact support. So on the phone with support, reporting that there's that customer one needs to be refunded a bag of Fritos, which I was about to make that delivery at the time I'm on the phone with support. And then the second customer needs to be refunded a bag or refunded back for the pizza that wasn't received. I leave that customer's house. I drive over to the customer with the pizza. Queue up the delivery.
There you go, man. You have a good one. Thank you. No, actually, yeah, I texted in the app, but it should be refunded back to you. Unfortunately, they're out of stock.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Sorry about that.
As you heard in that video, I walk up to the customer's house. Customer comes out. It is supposed to be a leave at door. The customer doesn't even come out. I guess it's a male companion of this individual. Comes out. I hand the bag, which contains a Dr. Pepper and the bag of ibuprofen, and he inquires about the pizza. You heard it. I inform him about what happened with the pizza. Onward I go. I get a crazy delivery, or where it says handed to me. I know it's like 2:30 in the morning, so it's handed to me. So I'm like, I gotta ring the doorbell. So I ring the doorbell, and this lady comes out and starts yelling at me about, "What are you doing ringing my doorbell? Is this something that DoorDash tells you to do?" And I showed her the phone. I said, "Ma'am, the app says handed to me." She goes, "Oh, well, I have no idea what was that." Now, I haven't seen any negative ratings come in yet from that order. Doesn't mean there won't be. So I decide I want to get my ratings protected. I want to make a report on this. So I go to call support. I go in to check to see if anything's popped in my ratings. And that's when I see this contract violation. And then I have a conversation with support. Have that conversation. So I am now waiting. I have submitted my review or my dispute. I'm disputing this. My theory on it is I had texted the customer to make sure to contact support for a refund. I was told refunds would be processed upon completion of the order. My theory here is that this customer called support reporting that the pizza wasn't delivered, and that the support agent, and again, we've all had that experience where you get the support agent who's just goofy. And here's order not delivered, and it assumed, hey, this order must not have been delivered. And marks it down, not as if the store couldn't provide the order, but marks it down as if the order was never delivered. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching this video. Hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Share this story with others. And as always, guys, stay safe, stay profitable, and that's What's going on, guys? Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you with an update regarding my contract violation. I just got off the phone with support, and I am happy to report to you that the contract violation has been removed. And I'm going to tell you about that phone call and that process. First off, I want to thank everybody that watched my video, reached out, and all the comments that come through for that. So I really appreciate that. Next, let's talk about what happened here. So you should have seen the original video that I put out, and that was from fresh after it occurred, going into the details and all that good stuff. But I knew I wasn't in the wrong, and I knew I was going to have to pursue this because I was just I just wasn't going to accept it. So I got up this morning. It was still on the account. As I noted, I'm not dashing during the day right now. I'm only dashing in the evening times. So I went about my day, doing some errands and things, and then it was still there and still there. And I thought to myself, you know what? I'm going to call support because this is just not right. Like, I mean, there's just too much evidence. And I already had a contract violation a short time ago that was related to being not at the store on time. And I had definitive proof, and nobody would let me give me anywhere to send the videotape evidence. So I thought, you know what? I'm going to pursue this. So I got on the phone with somebody, very nice lady, and she was very helpful. And I explained the situation. She looked up everything, and I said, listen, I was on the phone with the support agent as I'm pulling up. I mean, like, this was all should be fully documented. Now, it says everywhere on that contract violation screen, the support agent can't do anything about a contract violation. I don't know. I mean, maybe that is the case. But in this case, while I'm on the phone with her, she said, I see everything. No need to send in the video. I trust you and believe you, and I can see enough documentation's been going through. She said, I'm accepting your dispute. And she clicked it, and she said, it's updated. Look at your app. And I looked at my app, and the contract violation is gone. There's the ratings right up there. It is now gone. I've checked multiple times to make sure it stayed gone. It is gone. She said, it was not your fault. You did everything you're supposed to. And she basically said that it appeared that it was a support agent who inputted incorrectly. And in other words, the customer didn't actually make a report. They just were reporting their pizza not being delivered, and the support agent put that in as order not delivered. So guys, make sure you call. Make sure you're videotaping. I had like 3 angles of the delivery. I showed you the one that was on here, but I had me pulling up. That was just raw footage of that. I had app footage from that camera. The only thing I didn't have was audio. I guess my dash cam audio microphone, it's dropped a few times off due to the heat, and it appears there's an issue with my audio. It's there, but it's like really loud and garbled. So I'm going to have to do something about that. But I had the footage. I was confident. I called in. I kept in contact with support, and I got it removed. So everybody out there who thinks you can't get a contract violation removed, you absolutely can. Obviously, you've got to have your proof. You've got to have your ducks in a row. You've got to have your evidence. You've got to be vigilant. You've got to take notice. You've got to be able to speak confidently and speak intelligently about what's going on. I was able to tell them exactly what was in my order, names, dates, exact times. I mean, this lady knew I knew what was going on and that I had delivered the order, and she did whatever she did on her end, which I was not aware she was even going to be able to do such a thing, but she did it, and right on the phone, boom, contract violation gone. So guys, contract violation's gone. We'll go back out tonight for some more late night dashing. I may go live tonight. If anybody's up, any West Coasters out there that follow my channel, you can be watching. I may do that just to have something to do and just to have some security and be live out there dashing around on a Saturday night. I'm going to be going out probably 12:30 to about 4:30 in the morning. Just go out for 4 hours. Last night I ended up making $66. Of course, I ended up having to pause my dash and deal with all this stuff. So I lost a little momentum. Obviously, I'm trying to make 100 if I can, but if not, I have to be off the road at 4:30 because my wife gets up to go to work at 5, and I got to be here to make sure I'm back at the house with the little one. So I have zero leeway, and I actually ended up going home about 3:45 last night because I was just discouraged and upset. And I was just like, you know what, I'm tired. I'm going home to get something to eat real quick, eat a snack, and go to bed. And try to get a few hours of sleep before I gotta get up on dad duty. So, anyways, guys, believe it, you can do it. If you have a contract violation issue, pursue it. Make sure you're always collecting information, cameras, dash cams, body cams, phone cams. You got to have it all, guys, because you got to protect yourself and your account and what you're doing. Now, if you're a part-time dasher, you really don't care. Obviously, you know, that's not, but I'm talking more to the people that do this as a primary source of income. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching. As always, stay safe, stay profitable, and Dad Dash will talk to you soon.
What is up, guys? Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you with a video today. I wanted to just kind of talk with you for a little bit here. I want to give you a couple of tips. If you're a new dasher out here, I want to give you a few tips. If you're getting set up, if you're out here, I know there's a lot of you. There's going to be a lot of dashers starting that are coming into the summer. They're on summer break. Maybe it's you need an extra few dollars. I want to just give the everyday dasher some everyday tips on how you can make the most out of door dashing, and you can apply these to the other apps as well. So guys, if that interests you, stick with me for the video. I'm going to give you some tips. I have well over 3,000 door dashes in. I've got over 5,000 total deliveries between all of the apps that I've been working, and I've been doing this for a little over 2 years. So I've got something to add here, and you know, a few things maybe that you can learn from my experiences. So let's get into the videos. All right, guys. So tip number one, the first tip that I'm going to give you is understand you do not have to accept every order. You are not going to get deactivated if you don't accept every order. Now that might seem like common sense, but to the new ones coming in right now, you're going to hear a lot of stuff that's going to be confusing. Now, there is a debate over whether or not there is a benefit to accepting more orders or to keeping an acceptance rate higher or lower. My advice is if you are a new dasher, you should go out and you need to start accepting orders before you know what you can decline. You want to just look at the order size is really what you want to pay attention to. Miles to money is something that you want to take into account, but you want to look at that more of an analytical thing at the end of the day to see what kind of job you've done and how well things have turned out. Because as you're going to learn, the miles to money can be very, very deceptive. In other words, DoorDash will selectively choose to show you orders at times when they can show you the best order. But if you're not taking into account the miles you've traveled, so say you're at a drop-off and you travel 3 miles to get back to an area that you're going to get orders from, and then they show you a 6 for 3, you've got to take into account that that's really a 6 for 6. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't take that order. You know, that's up to you. But I'm saying you need to make sure you're always remembering what you've traveled from the previous delivery to where you're at, and keep track of it. See how you're doing. It's a metric you should keep track of, so that you can kind of understand your market a little better and keep an eye on it. It's a way that you can end up driving more miles than you really think you're driving, and you could be thinking you're doing better than what you're doing and find out the hard way that you're driving a lot of miles. So keep that in mind. But you do not have to accept every order. Don't be afraid to turn down orders. But also, if you're starting out, don't be afraid to accept orders either. That brings me to number two. Number two, keep track of your data, whether you're part-time, full-time, a 2-hour dasher a week. Keep track of your data. Have some sort of data collection method. Get an app that tracks your miles. You definitely should have that. I use Hurdler. There's Solo, which will, the auto tracking on Solo, which is why I don't use it, is not very good, at least on the phones that I have. And I have quite a few phones that I've used it on and tried it on. So you would need to manually track, and that's not really hard. You go out, you start your dash or you start your delivery time, turn it on. You end your delivery time, turn it off. But if you use Solo can be really, really good because it will track your income and it will track your miles, and you can have a full picture. And especially if you're more doing this part-time, it does a lot of the groundwork and the heavy lifting for you and gives you enough of a picture of what you need to see without having to dive into it. Now, if you're someone who's trying to start this to get deeper into it, then consider spreadsheeting out some things. The best way to do that, especially when you're beginning, don't try to take on too much. Don't make it too confusing, but take screenshots. Screenshot, and what I would recommend is I would recommend 4 core screenshot opportunities. Screenshot your offer. Screenshot when you arrive at the restaurant. Screenshot when you leave the restaurant. And screenshot when you drop off the final delivery screen. And some people say, well, I'll use the final one. Do those 4 screenshots on every single order. Get accustomed to doing them. Then take a little time when you get home and apply them to a spreadsheet where you can document the time the order began, the time you arrived at the restaurant, the time you left the restaurant, and the time the order ended. And then, of course, you're going to have a mileage tracking app going on as well. The other thing you can do is take a picture of your odometer, too, if you want to add it in there. So when you get the order or when you get to the restaurant, it doesn't really matter how you do it because you're tracking. You can do whatever is easy. But what I would do is the first order that you take when you get to the restaurant, take a picture of your odometer. Take a picture of your odometer when you get to your drop-off. Take a picture when you get to the next restaurant. Boom. And do it that. It's that simple. That way you can keep track and see the miles you're traveling for each order. And then you can really get a picture of what it really looks like because you're going to have a screenshot of the offer. You're going to have screenshots you're going to have fit pictures of the actual starting miles and the finishing miles of each order that you're on. And you're going to be able to really get a picture for how well you're doing versus, what you're being offered versus what you're actually driving. And it can be quite different. Now, you can also obviously get a picture by having a mileage tracking app as well, which I recommend. If you get into the habit of doing that, as you get more accustomed to dashing, learn the apps, and things become more accustomed, go ahead and start actively tracking those things as you're dashing. And I recommend everyone do this, whether you're a 2-hour-a-week dasher or not. You're still going to have to pay taxes. You're still going to need to know where you stand. You're still going to need to understand the numbers. You still got to have all these things. And you're going to want to have as much data to back it up if you find yourself in an audit or whatever. If you don't have that stuff organized, it's going to be much tougher to back up the numbers that you're filing your taxes with and everything else. Now, that is tip number 2. Tip number 3, buy yourself some good delivery bags. Grubhub, in my opinion, has the best delivery bags. Now, if you're not a driver for Grubhub, you may not get access to them. Go online. What I recommend you do, buy a pizza bag, buy a catering bag that is dividable, meaning it'll have a divider in it, and that will allow you to use that bag. You can use it for small bags, big bags, and make sure it has built-in cup holders inside the catering bag because you can literally turn that into your everyday bag by having maybe a bag of food on one side, utilizing the cup holders on the other side. They've got some really nice bags on Amazon. And then get a cup trolley. Now, Grubhub has a really, really spectacular one. I've not found anything like it on Amazon, but it's a square bag that fits perfectly. It allows you to put the cups as they are in a like a little cup holder. It can fit down in there, and it'll hold those. Or if you want to make sure it's extra safe, you can put the cup holder itself down in there and take the drinks out, and it's 4-cornered. And that way, when you get to the customer's house, you can pull that out, put it down, boom, boom, boom. Customers have been extremely, extremely impressed with this when they see it. They're really thankful. The other thing you can do is if you have a singular drink and a bag of food, it fits in there really nice. So if you can get, anybody should be able to go onto the Grubhub store and order, I believe. I'm not certain, but if you get a chance to order something like that, grab it. But get good bags. Have something to carry your drinks in, and then get a regular everyday small bag. So you should have a smaller bag, a catering bag, and a pizza bag. Those are the 3 things you should get to start out in some sort of drink carrier. That's what you need to get basically started. That way you're ready to go. And the catering bag is there so you can take a picture of it. As you know, there's going to be opportunities to get catering orders in DoorDash. There's opportunities in all the other ones. and you're ready to go if one comes, or you get an order that's got a lot of food in it. And then as you go, make sure you continue to invest in those bags. That brings us back to number 2. When you make those purchases, use the apps like Herber, Solo, whatever app you're using to track your mileage will also allow you to track your expenses. So make sure you take a picture of the receipt, or if you order it online, take a screenshot of it, attach it in there, and put that in. And those apps will take care of telling you what you owe on a quarterly basis for taxes, so that you're ready to go and pay your taxes and stay current on your taxes as you're going. But that is going to help you with your customer ratings. I believe I had some struggles with my customer ratings, and I believe it was firmly due to the fact that I did not have the quality bags I have today. I went out, I invested in the bags, I started using the bags in terms of, I always used the bags, but I didn't always carry them up to the door. I didn't always make it clear to the customer that I was using the bags. So make sure you carry that bag up to every single house you go to. There's always going to be a Ring doorbell cam. Well, at least 90% of the houses I go to. Also, you can, if it's a face-to-face drop-off, make sure you bring it. The customer doesn't want to see you breathing on their food, stumbling up their walkway, handing them a bag with grease hanging out of it and a drink that's got drink mess all over it. They don't want to see that. They want to see you taking care of their food, and they will reward you with solid ratings. And then if you run into any problems with anything like that, it gives you the opportunity to also give a call to support and take care of, which we'll get to. That'll be tip number 4. But anyways, make sure you have quality bags, and make sure you use them. Tip number 4, utilize support. Okay, support is something you should utilize. Many drivers don't utilize support enough. Anytime something happens that's irregular, call in before the customer calls in. Report it before the customer does. You drop a cup at if you accidentally drop a cup at the customer's house, I've done that before. Call support. If there's something irregular, call support. If you believe something could be happening, if the customer was upset or unhappy about something, or anything happens that's outside of the norm, make the report yourself. And what happens with that is you will get ratings protection. And when you get ratings protection, you will protect your ratings. And that is very, very important, because you got to maintain your ratings on every app with Grubhub. You don't get to see your ratings, but every app besides Grubhub, your ratings matter in some way, shape, or form. And it does affect the orders that you get, much more so than AR does, I believe, in my opinion. 5, make sure you pay attention to completion rate. All right, completion rate right now, 80% on DoorDash. I believe on Uber it's 85%. Instacart it's 85%. Look, make sure, yes, you can use and you can cancel orders. However, make sure you do it only when necessary. My completion rate sits at 97%. If you're selecting decent orders, you shouldn't be canceling orders very frequently. If you're taking orders and you're canceling them, then that's when you need to go back to number 2, where I told you to collect data and start looking at the restaurants you're doing business, start looking at what's going on, start trying to assess what you need to do differently, because you're making the wrong decisions. You're going to find that a lot more problems happen as the amount of your orders go down. So just keep that in mind, because those are the orders normally that are going to have more issues, that you're going to get wait times, or you're not getting compensated enough, or you're sitting there. But if you get a well-paid order, $18, $15, $20 order, you're not going to mind standing there waiting. But if you're sitting there with a $5 order and you've got a 20-minute wait, you're going to feel a lot differently about it. So make sure you pay attention to the quality of orders that you're accepting. Make sure you know what amounts you need to do in your market that are going to allow you to keep your completion rate high enough that you're not feeling like you need to cancel out of orders too much. But it is something you can do up to a certain amount. But remember, it is a deactivatable offense if you let your completion rate drop. Right now it's 80. Rumor is it'll be 90% on DoorDash. So guys, if you're new Dashers,
Those are 5 tips that I'm telling you right now. Follow those tips. You will make some money. You will not get into trouble. Those are things I wish I knew, but those are things I've developed and learned over the last 2 years. So if you found this helpful, maybe even if you're doing this now, it's a new perspective of some of these areas. So you might even have got something out of it. But if you feel like this is something that you think people should hear about, if you feel like this is something that a new dasher that you know of would get help from it, share this, subscribe. If you're not subscribed, hit that like button and share it. And I always say share it with at least one person. And if I get 100 views and you share it with 100 people, we're doubling it. And 100 people that don't know about this channel, we can get it there and get this information out to help people out and get it. That's what this is about. That's what we're all about here. So guys, thank you for watching. As always, stay safe, stay profitable, and Dad Dash will talk. All right, guys, Dad Dash here. We're going to come to you today with an important discussion here, especially as we come into these slower months of summer. While you're out here, I always say that when it slows down, it's an opportunity. And this used to always be the case when I was in the previous professions. As I always said, you know, every business cycle has a slow season and a fast season. And the question is what are you going to do with that time, that extra time that you might have? And, you know, what I always said is that's the time you work on things. That's the time you work on developing new routines. That's the time you add things in because it's slower. It's easier to work on. And in that way, when it gets fast again, when it gets busier again, you've added some helpful routines into your processes. And one of the routines I wanted to suggest here is, if you're not keeping track of data manually, you should be manually tracking your data in addition to any of the apps that are out there. And there are some good apps, but you should be manually tracking your data, making sure you have screenshots of your transactions and all that good stuff. So obviously you've got iPhone, you've got Android. There are multiple various different ways. Android gives you more customizable features that can make these things easier, which is why I've slowly become a really, really big Android fan, loving all of my Samsung, specifically my Samsung devices. They've really, in my opinion, some of the things that Samsung allows you to do are great for gig work and great for making the process of tracking things and doing things so much more quicker and efficiently. Now, there's also things you can do with the iPhone as well, and I'm going to go over it. What I'm talking about right now today is manual tracking and an easy way you can do it. I recommend you try to get yourself accustomed to doing it live time. It's pretty easy to do. And it's certainly easier to do, especially with the iPhone, if you have a tracking device that you keep with you. Back when I was all iPhone, I was all about keeping an iPad mini in my car with me, or a tablet of some kind. Or if I was using, normally I would, you know, a lot of times I recommend every iPhone user, if you're going to be a primarily iPhone user, you should have 2 phones. I mean, you just should, because iPhone is a little bit of a different breed in the way it handles things, and it's helpful to have a second screen available to you at all times. And one of those is for tracking purposes. But let's get into what a good workflow that will allow you to do this easy, efficiently, and something you can start putting into effect now. The first thing is get a spreadsheet. If you need a spreadsheet, I'm going to attempt to link a spreadsheet that I use, that I've made available, made clear. I ask only that you just simply subscribe to the channel, give me some watches, and if you like the sheet and you share it with someone else, get them to come in, subscribe, support the channel, and they can come download it in this video. Give the video a watch, boom. Nothing more, no payments, nothing necessary. And then of course interact and ask me questions if you need to. Share with me some of the data that you're finding. I would love that. Not required, but it would be something that I think would be great. Because we're keeping track of similar data, so we can have that conversation. But anyways, one of the best ways that I think that to get started is by screenshotting, and there are 4 core screenshots that you should take. 4 core screenshots that if you take these, it will allow you to record all the necessary data that you need, and you're never ever you'll be able to do it flawlessly. Whether you decide to do it live time or you take a little time after you get done or the next day to map out a session, and they are the following: take a screenshot of every offer that comes to your phone. So when an offer comes, if you're using an iPhone, set up the back tap. That way you can pick the phone up and double tap the back and it will screenshot. Of course, if you're using a more modern iPhone, it's really easy to screenshot by up and power, and it'll screenshot everything. But the back tap is nice, especially as you're walking around, walking in. What I've done is on my work iPhones, I have the double tap and the triple tap, basically both screenshots. So I never miss it. So boom, 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 whether it's 1 or 2, it's going to end up screenshotting for me. And, it'll screenshot. So, that's the nice part about it. And, that's about as easy as it's going to get when you're using an iPhone. Now, on the Android, oh my, there are so many ways you can set this up. The one I like on Samsung devices is I can get it set up so that I can hold the power button down. And when I hold the power button, it automatically screenshots. By far the easiest. You can also set it up so that I can hold and swipe. And that screenshots. Okay. And then, of course, you can hold the up and the power button, and it will do that as well. And you can also swipe down and hit the screen shot button. There's a screenshot button you can set up. This is by far the less convenient one. You can even, with S Pen enabled devices, screenshot it that way. There are so many ways that you can screenshot things. But by far, to me, the best way to set up the screenshots is setting up the home button screenshot, where you just hold the home button, and then also a swipe, where you can hold and swipe. And it, for me, I have it on this side, hold and swipe in. So that way, when I'm driving, I don't have to worry about holding the button or anything. I just hold it in, and it goes ahead and takes my screenshot. Of course, also you have Driver Utility Helper that can help with that as well. If you're using an Android, if you want to pay the $9.99, it'll automatically screenshot for you, as well as Maxymo, which will take care of Uber, any Uber offer that comes to your phone, Grubhub, Lyft, Uber Eats. It'll take care of those screenshots for you. But if you follow the screenshots, screenshot at the offer. When you arrive at the restaurant, take a screenshot. What I recommend you do is the screenshot you do at the restaurant is the screenshot that if you go in on an Android phone, you can just hit the hamburger lines, and it'll pull up the order. It'll give you the details, what the order contains, the time of the drop off for the customer. Screenshot that. Now you have the time of the drop off. When you're leaving, screenshot, and this time take the screenshot and screenshot the address or the map screen. That way, when you're leaving the restaurant, you now have it mapped out. Time of offer acceptance, time you arrived, time you left, and then when you're processing out the order and the payoff screen comes up, screenshot it then. And even if for some reason it doesn't show or you miss it, just take a screenshot then, so you at least know the time that it ended, and you can see at least the change of the payout screen, and you can find the payment information later. But that way you have those 4 things marked, and what you end up compiling in your photographs on your phone is a history of everything that's happened within that shift. And on Android, you can actually set up so that your screenshot folder, you can set a date up for each day. So all of your screenshots will go right into that folder, and you have a full composition of every order you've seen all day long, which will make it very easy to later go on and spreadsheet out those, you spreadsheet out your day. It will not take long at all. And again, the spreadsheet that I use is custom built for all of this. And then what I do is I will keep track then of, the first screenshot. Essentially what you're going to then have is you're going to have everything you need, because the first screenshot you take, which is the first offer of the day that you accept, you can kind of mark that and know that that's the first one, because you'll be able to look back as you're going through the day. Maybe offer 1 was declined, offer 2 was declined, offer 3 was declined, offer 4, it's accepted. The way you know that is because the very next screenshot is you're at the restaurant and you're seeing your order information along with the drop-off time. Then you're seeing the time it's going to take you to get to the customer and the customer address. Now you're going to be able to go back and see, then the next thing will be the payoff screen. Then you're going to see another offer screen, and then you'll see your four screenshots of the order itself, and you have an entire record of everything you've done. And if you're multi-apping, you'll be able to see it as well, because you can take screenshots of offer screens. Now, when it comes to the shopping apps like Instacart, I don't always take every single screen of those, but I will follow. Once I accept an offer, I'll make sure I've got a screenshot of the offer itself that I accepted, and then I'll follow it when I get to the store, when I leave the store, and then, of course, when I get to the customer's house, I'll go in and take a screenshot. When I'm done, right as I conclude, I'll take a screenshot. So I have the record of the day. And that way, if it gets really busy and I need to just keep moving, then I can go back when I'm sitting for a 15-minute period. Instead of shooting a video, I'll go in and I'll update my spreadsheet. Now, I like to do it live, because most of the time you're going to have a couple of minutes at the restaurant. You have a couple minutes here or there that you'll be able to stay on top of these things. And as you're getting screenshots, so for instance, I'm not going to log anything right when I get the order, especially if I'm driving. I'll have the screenshot, that initial screenshot. Then I'll arrive and I'll screenshot my arrival. Then I'll go into the restaurant, see if my order's ready. If it is ready, I'm moving. Screenshot again. I'm out in my car. We're on the way to the customer's house. Now, again, I've captured all of the pertinent information that I need to, okay? And then when I get to the customer's house, screenshot again. Now, as I drive away, what I will do is I'll find a safe spot. Normally, that gives me a little bit of time to see if I can catch an order. After my drop off. But I'll start moving. I'll pull over, and that's when I'll go in and I'll just literally pull up my. Now, if you're working with an Android, you can use the split screen. It gets real nice because you can have your gallery app down below and your spreadsheet up top. Unfortunately, with iPhone, you're going to have to hop between the two, but you can still do a variation of the two and log, or in this case, have your phone up here and your tablet down here and tap, and you're good to go. And then by the time you get to the end of your shift, you have all your numbers. You know your miles to money. You know what your work rate is. You can really start to evaluate the metrics and the numbers that you need to say, is it worth even being out here right now? I'm working 50% of the time that I'm out. Is it worth me sitting in the parking lot? Would it be better for me to go home, let go of this 2-hour period and just go home and come back out when it's busier at dinner time? Maybe it would be. What's my miles looking like? You can see lots. The sheet that I have or use, you can see a lot of pertinent metrics that can really, really help you make better decisions as you're moving along. But the first thing you've got to do is you have to create the routine of keeping track. And it's very easy once you get used to it. And it's really just a matter of taking a couple screenshots and screenshotting your entire shift. And once you do that, and again, it's super easy with an Android. It's pretty easy on an iPhone. Once you get used to doing it, it's just natural. You just find yourself, as soon as you get the offer, screenshot, boom, boom, boom. And once you get into the habit of doing it, it's all good. And if you have something like driver utility helper helping you, you don't even have to worry about taking the initial screenshots. You just worry about screenshotting when you get there, screenshotting when you leave, and it takes care of all the hard work. In fact, driver utility helper app takes care of the need to screenshot when you arrive and when you leave. All you have to do is just be aware of and take a screenshot of the time that you need to drop it off, because it tracks all those things. When you hit arrived inside the app, it tracks it inside driver utility helper app. When you leave, it tracks it inside driver utility helper app. Although I would encourage you to get into the habit of screenshotting things, for the simple fact that there's also other information that using those screenshots, like order information. So if somebody comes back and says you're missing an item, you have all of the items of that order right there in front of you. If they're asking you if you need to refer back and get the customer's address because maybe your phone goes down, or you can't get to the app goes out, you at least have the address that you can get to the customer's house at, and you know what address you're supposed to be dropping off at, so that you can get there and get the food there still, take a picture of it, and then process out the order however you need to. So it also provides the opportunity for you to get pertinent information that is very, 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 very pertinent. The other thing you can do is, again, use Google Maps to create a directory of well-paying orders, because you're going to be having that address of that customer before you destroy or get rid of it, which I get rid of all of my screenshots on a rolling 30-day basis, because it takes up space on your phone, it takes up cloud space. You don't want to keep them on there. So I just delete the day every 30 days. So today is the 20th. I'm deleting the 20th of last month today. And if 30 days has gone by and I haven't needed to access the info, I'm pretty certain that there's not going to be anything that's coming up that makes me need that information. So I get rid of it. But one thing you can do is go in and put a little information, high payer, good tipper, whatever you want to say. You can do that. And next time, especially if you're using Android, you can do this with the iPhone as well, but you got to go in and manually input the information. But if you're using an Android phone, you can click the house. It's going to look up that address for you right into the Google Maps. And then you're going to be able to see any type of tags that you attach to that address. So you'll be able to recognize right away, hey, this was a good tipping customer. They tipped well. Former LLP customer, whatever, tipped $20 on the 15th. You'll be able to know right away, oh, that's a customer you want to see. So you'll be able to track a little bit just how many repeat customers you're seeing. And that'll kind of help you understand how big of an impact that's making as far as in the earnings you're making and the orders that you're seeing. Anyways, guys, sorry to go on a little bit, but this is something that you can start working on right now while it's slow. Develop these habits, and start tracking and start creating data for yourself to help you make better decisions, help you analyze what you're doing out here. And I do believe if you start doing that, you're going to make more profitable decisions. And as a result, you're going to make more money. Guys, as always, thanks for watching. I'm going to try to include a link so that anybody that wants to download my spreadsheet can do so. And that way you can start keeping track of this data today and start mapping out your shifts and start creating a feedback loop for yourself on the actions and information that you're creating on a daily basis. Guys, as always, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you soon. What's going on, guys? Dad Dash back here with another video for you. And I wanted to talk with you guys today about an important concept, I think, or I won't even say concept. It's an important part of, and I think underlooked part of getting the best orders out of DoorDash. Many of us focus on AR. Many of us, or many I see many gig content creators out there focusing on AR and Top Dasher programs and stuff like that. And the thing they're missing is that those programs, and again, I'm living the life right now because I felt like I needed to do that for a little while, and I've got to have some experience to really be able to give my perspective on it. Because I always hate people that don't experience things and then they come and they talk to you and you know, you've got to get in it, you know, and you've got to live it. But I'm living it right now, and I'm not being proven wrong with a lot of what I believe is how you make money and how you run your gig business. And one of the things I've preached is you don't run your gig business chasing the programs that a platform that isn't even that's not supposed to have any influence over you, but they're trying to influence you. And the only influence they should be having is providing solid service and making you money, and then you're going to come back. This is, you know, DoorDash, Grubhub, all these are platforms to which they allow you to run a delivery business through. And if this was being done correctly with sanity, you would have a very clear operating platform where a contract gets presented. Here it is. Here's all the details. And then here's what it costs to use our platform to fulfill that contract. This is what you're getting after that expense. Is this worth it for you to come and use our platform? And if it isn't, provide feedback. And however DoorDash wants to know, obviously they want to know, because their goal should be to be able to get you to use their platform to fulfill orders for your business. And that way they can realize the money and the fees that they're going to get paid, not just from you, but from the customer and from the other two parties that they're getting paid through. So it's kind of a vested interest. Instead, DoorDash says, no, we want to be greedy. We don't want to have to compete for a Dasher's business. And we certainly don't want to have to acknowledge that the Dasher is the most important part of this whole component, because they're the one that has to use us to then serve and fulfill a contract, meeting the customer and the restaurant's requirements. So we chase programs, Top Dasher, Diamond, potentially coming down the road, Dasher Rewards. And when we do that, we don't operate like a business would. We don't do the things businesses do to be successful. And one of the things that businesses do to be successful is build relationships. And that's what the point of this video is. And I'm sorry for the long intro to get to the point. But I want to talk to you today about how you can build relationships through these apps that will help you make more money down the road. And the first step you've got to do is you've got to find a quality customer. And the way you can identify a quality customer is by setting a standard of order acceptance. So setting an amount of money that you're looking for in each order, or particular guidelines. And obviously there's various different components to an order. So, you know, a $10 order that's 15 miles isn't the same as a $10 order for 1 mile. But you're looking to find the customers that are willing to pay and value the service, number one. Once you find that, you want to build a relationship with the customer by answering your end of that. And that's by providing them a quality experience. And then hopefully they will then provide feedback to the app, because they want to make sure you will have the opportunity to provide that same experience again, showing them the value that they're showing you. And you guys will have a mutually valuable relationship where you're providing value and they're providing value to you, and you guys are coming together and meeting it in the middle. And the way you can do that is by ensuring that you provide a great experience and thereby getting the customer to rate you 5 stars. When you get 5-star ratings, you get priority. You create priority for yourself, a stronger priority, in my opinion, than any other priority that DoorDash, Grubhub, Uber Eats, because Grubhub does have a rating system. It's just they're not holding the driver accountable for that rating system. They're not showing it to the driver. Maybe they are holding us accountable, but it's not being done the way DoorDash does, where they like to dangle that carrot and stick in front of you and say, hey, you got a bad rating here. Hey, you're at this, or Instacart. So the key is getting that good rating, because then that's going to allow you to match up with that customer again in the future. And the system's going to recognize this, that if you're working and that customer comes back and they've rated you 5 stars and they're a quality paying customer, you want that customer back. And I've even found that the diamond system, when they're diamond, putting the die, I think that's why some people are like, I don't see diamonds on everything. Like, why does this order show a diamond high paying order and this order doesn't? Because the orders I've got a small sample size of this, but it's going to get larger as I go through the month of July as a diamond driver. But what I've seen so far and recognized so far, because I keep track of customers that pay well, I've seen the customers that I've done business with before, when they come through and give me a good paying order, it doesn't pop the diamonds. It just comes through. And it's like, oh, that's a good order. Why didn't it flag? And the reason why I think it didn't flag is because it's not being given to me because of my ratings. It's being given to me because of the past relationship I had and the fact that they rated me 5-star, and it's relinking me back to that customer. So it's, again, remember, this is not, I don't believe that this isn't the sophisticated system that I think we all see it is. It's really quite black and white and plain and simple. And it just, previous customer, previous 5-star, driver over here, offer made, and because of that, it says, okay, not diamonds, and the diamonds don't generate on your screen and you don't see it. Now, had you never dealt with that customer before and they're giving you that, $2 a mile offer, you're going to see the diamonds pop up, because the reason why it maybe gave you that priority at that particular moment is there was a driver or 2 or 3 in the area and you got priority over that at that moment. But that is the most powerful way, in my opinion, that you can have control with a low AR. And I'm speaking to you from a vast amount of experience. I have taken it market to market. In other words, I've returned back to markets because I can see, I'm not getting into that in this video, but I keep track of it. Let's just put it that way. And I understand when a customer comes back that's paid me well before, I can see it. And as a result, I've recognized that truth. So, guys, I cannot stress enough. Get yourself good delivery bags. Use those bags. Protect the food. Bags up to the customer's door so they see you getting their food out of a bag. If it's a hand it to me, make sure they see that that food's been in that bag and you're taking it out of the hot bag and into their hand. And then they will, I guarantee you, they will rate you well. And then furthermore, if something irregular occurs that you think is going to cost you in the ratings, report it to support first. Let them take care of it and ask them for ratings protection. Don't assume it'll be there. Tell them why you're calling. Be very upfront about it. I'm calling because I want to protect my ratings, and this was not my fault. The drink spilled, this happened, that happened. Maybe the customer got loud with you, whatever it is. And make sure that you get your ratings protected. And then that way, now that customer may never deal, you may never see that customer again, but at least your ratings will be protected and it'll keep it high and it'll keep you out of trouble. And then that way you'll be able to ensure that that good quality customers are going to come back your way. At first, it's going to be slower, and then it's going to get busier, because then you're going to have those customers, and those are going to be customers that will be reusing and reusing the platform. And then when you're out, regardless of what your AR is, if you're out and you're there and you had a 5-star and you're available, you're going to get their order and you're going to make money. And I firmly believe that in that instance, you're not getting the priority anymore. The priority doesn't matter if you're available. Now, if you're not available, and you've never dealt with a customer and a good juicy order comes through, then you may need that priority. But the more you dash, the more relationships you build, the less you're going to need I believe, the diamond priority. And I'm going to continue to watch this and continue to trend it out and continue to give thoughts on it. But I want to share that with you. So if you're new to dashing, even if you've been doing it for a long time, get focused on finding quality orders. Forget about keeping the AR up. And then when you find a quality order, make sure you provide a quality experience. And then patiently wait as you build the book of business and as they start coming back to you. Anyways, guys, hopefully this makes sense. Give me your thoughts. As always, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you soon. Dash coming to you guys today with another video, and I wanted to talk to you guys today about just give you guys some thoughts on what it's been like so far in my experiment that I've had. I wanted to just give you some reflection and feedback on my time. It's been brief, but on my time as a high AR, high completion rate, stat-minded, stat-driven dasher, and virtually accepting almost all orders with a few turn downs scattered about. So I want to give you my thoughts on that and what I've seen. And this is something I'm going to be doing between now and August 1st. I'm going to attempt to stay as a top-rated dasher. And I'm going to hopefully be a top dasher next month, all month long. And I'm going to see if I can maintain my AR above 70%, my acceptance rate above 95%. I don't really think the completion rate will be hard to maintain because I do that pretty much on a regular basis now. And see where things fall, see where the earnings are at. So how do I feel about it so far, thus far? Thus far, it's not been as, I would say, as terrible as I thought it was going to be, but it has definitely not been very good. And my main takeaway is that it hasn't improved my situation, but it hasn't made it substantially worse either. In other words, I'm making a little bit less than what I was making when I was being a value-driven dasher. In other words, I was letting the money define my stats instead of believing that the stats were going to bring money, right? Or that money was going to follow my stats. I let the stats follow the money. So, in order for me to make $200, whatever my stats ended up at the end of the day, they were. And here's what I believe. I think that there isn't that much variation. Although what I think it ends up being is you end up doing more orders, more deliveries within the time you're working. And the time I'm defining working is when I go out, I track my working time from the first delivery to the last delivery taken. If there's any significant break in between, I'll stop the clock and I'll start the next time I take a delivery. What I found is that when I'm multi-apping, when I'm going after money that fits into my profit paradigm, then I find that I'm working less because there are less orders that are going to meet that. And I'm only activating my car and activating my time when I feel an order is valuable enough to do so. I have seen that there has been an uptick in miles driven. I will agree with that. But for myself, it hasn't necessarily cut too deep into the profits. But really, anything that cuts into cash flow, it's like, why would I go do this? But what I have found is that it does get a little bit frustrating as I'm going. And dealing with these lower orders, going to a worse part of town with more, again, what I have found is, I'm getting a lot more, especially when I'm just accepting everything and not even looking at the map or analyzing the order. I'm just saying, I'm just going to accept it and go. I have found the value of those orders drops mainly because the customers are not very thoughtful. They're leaving me standing outside of apartment buildings that I got to get buzzed into. having to make that decision that some dashers do. Do I leave their food at the front of the apartment? Eventually, after maybe 5 minutes, they realize I'm there and they buzz me in. Whereas the guy that's tipping me $20 is watching his app, and yes, that can have its own drawbacks, and yes, that can result in low ratings if you're trying to multi-app, or you're not doing what you're supposed to do, or you're stopping off and using the bathroom in the middle of the order or whatever, or you're not taking care of their order. But what I found is those people, because they're thoughtful enough to tip you, they want the experience to be solid. They don't want their food waiting longer in your bag or in your car longer than it has to. And they're jointly interested, as you should be, in having a positive, successful experience that gets them their food in a timely fashion. And they're a partner in that. And it seems to me that fact that they're investing in that, it's the old investment idea that when somebody invests in a transaction, it's like the idea, again, it comes back to where I used to be before. We would require, for certain types of loans, certain types of transactions, we would want to have an investment from the customer. And it would be, someone would say, well, if they can't come up with it, why would you let a deal go? Well, it's because the connection, having something in it, makes them be more involved, wanting to get more value out of that order. So, for instance, what I mean is if you have a customer that's tipping you $20, $10, they have tipped that for a reason, because they want to have a good experience. So they're invested in having that happen, giving you good instructions, being there at the drop off to come across the street and help you get it to them fast and hot and well. Just being interactive and involved, that helps you be successful. It helps you to successfully complete the order with as little friction as possible. Whereas the guy that isn't tipping says, I don't care. In fact, they might even be invested in creating pitfalls, because this person is demonstrating, in a sense, that they're not financially invested in the order, at least on your end of the order, to the degree that they're saying, hey, I would rather something go wrong. I would rather you get frustrated and leave the food, and then I get the whole order for free. And that's not everybody that's low tipping or doesn't tip or isn't invested, but it's unfortunately a percentage of them, probably half of those people, or greater. I believe I've seen a tremendous, having been somebody that for 2 years has really dealt with what I call the upside, the people that are invested. To me, I can see now the downside, and there is a difference. So, anyways, guys, that's my thoughts. I'll do another thought video, maybe in a couple of days as I go through. But I don't think so far that I'm seeing more money. So, I'm not sure what the comparisons are out there and other people are doing. And I'm looking at the data, right? I mean, I'm comparatively looking at the data. And I think that's where some of the disconnect is, that people will come out and they're getting caught up in what you would call like what they see. So they see a good payout. And I'm not saying I haven't seen decent payouts. Like I got an 11 for 5 miles. And I'm like, oh, and it says it's for my, ratings. So it's like, oh, I haven't seen orders like that. Well, probably because even when you were cherry picking, you weren't being patient enough. You were just eventually. And to me, that's also a issue if you're a cherry picker. If you're not patient enough, if you don't have a standard, and you end up waiting and waiting and waiting, and then taking what I call a mid-level order, and the value on that order is really low, and that can almost be as destructive, more destructive than taking every order, in my opinion. You can almost make less in that instance, because you've waited all this time, and then you've taken an order that isn't adequately paying you, and you never have a chance. You really kind of lock yourself in the middle, or you either land in the middle or not enough. But anyways, guys, that's my thoughts so far. I will, like I said, I'm going to continue to check in with you guys, let you know my thoughts on things as this experiment goes. I will be off obviously next week, as I had mentioned. I'll be off all of next week, so I'm going to try to post some of these videos up that I'm filming this week, and just maybe pop up 2 or 3 of them while I'm out, so it keeps the channel running. And then when I get back, I hopefully will be Top Dasher, and we can really have some fun. All right, guys, as always, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you soon. Dash coming to you today with a video, and I wanted to talk with you guys today about something that I think is an important topic that I would love to see take off, and I wanted to just talk with you about this, and that is the idea and the premise that I would say that I believe every gig worker out there needs to start a YouTube channel. And I'm going to talk to you about why that is, and why if you don't have one, you're missing out. So let's get into it, guys. It's not going to be a long one, but let's get into it. Let's talk about it. All right, guys. So why am I telling you that every gig tuber, that every DoorDash driver, gig worker, whatever, should have a YouTube channel and should be posting videos and posting information and all that stuff? The reason why is because it is an opportunity to get paid. It is an opportunity to learn from others, and while at the same time sharing your experiences, getting feedback from others, and essentially getting paid to improve. It is an advantage that we have over any other profession out there. Because if you're working for a company, number one, let's say you're working for a company and you decide, I want to go start posting videos about my job and what I do, and try to get feedback from others that are doing similar work. Your job might come in and say, I don't want you on social media talking about things. I don't want you talking about that. I don't want you doing that. You don't have that restriction as a gig tuber. If you come on here and you simply just share your experience, you share something from your day, something that happened, something unusual, or maybe it was just a success. And then it allows others to watch you. It allows others to assess you. It allows others to give you feedback. You can also post questions. You can post issues that you're wondering about, and other people can go and either make a video to help you out, or jump in your comments and give you some comments to help you out. The thing that we're missing out here is, I see gig tubers out there and everybody's worried about competing with each other, when what we really should be doing is helping each other. Because the beautiful part that I think being on YouTube represents is the idea that you can actually support another gig driver, gig worker, whatever you want to call us, gig business operator, without any monetary transfer of anything. And as everybody knows, or you should know, especially if you're a full-time gig worker, your margins are slim. So you don't have the money to give to other gig tubers out there. You don't have physical currency to give, but what you can give is a watch and a like. And what we can do is fill the airways, fill our airways with other people's experiences and what they're seeing in their market. And we can become a network, a positive network of individuals sharing each other. And if we all committed to watching and going out and having these videos run and watching various different creators, every time we watch a creator, we're giving them the opportunity to earn. Maybe they're not monetized yet. But if they get monetized, then every time we watch their video, we're putting a little bit of money back in their pocket. And even if it starts out very, very small at first, but if we have over 3 million gig workers in our space of gig work, and there's, I think, close to 8 to 10 million in the United States. Worldwide, it's even bigger. And YouTube has a reach worldwide. So if we all decided that we wanted to just share our experiences, if we all decided and said, look, Dad Dash did a video on this, I'm inspired, do the video. Give me your perspective. I'll watch it. Okay? I'll comment on it, or maybe I'll do another video. But every time we're doing a video, it's an opportunity to earn. We all have phones. You don't need to do anything special or spectacular. We're not here looking for the next Spielberg film when we come in here. At least I'm not. I'm looking to hear. I'm looking for your experience. I'm looking to learn and feed off of what you're doing in your market, because guess what? There's no other way for me to do it. I don't have a Rolodex. I don't have a company guide that I can just call you up and say, hey, I'm having a problem with X. Help me with it. You're doing really good. I would only know you're doing really good if you post. If you're posting your stats and sharing. And the point is, you go, well, what do I get back for sharing? What you get back is I'm going to share with you. And then not only am I going to share with you, but once you get to a certain level, if you're monetized, now you're going to get paid per like, per view, and anybody watching it. So we can all very easily, since we're driving around, all of us, we don't have to watch it. We can just do what I do. I listen to it. There's really not much to watch. I don't need to watch someone in their car. I listen to what they're saying. I listen to what they're telling me is happening. And then I might watch something if I feel like there's something that needs to be watched. And, to me, that's like more valuable than somebody giving me a $5 super chat. Sharing a video, sharing an experience, giving me something to learn, giving me something from your experience. And again, when you start a channel, you don't have to have, it doesn't have to be include a ride along ever. All you got to do is just sit there. Think of it as like a video diary. So if you're a little nervous, you're talking to your phone. You're not talking to anyone else. Just sit there, talk, and share. And start out small. Start out doing maybe a short of, maybe you could start out doing some shorts. You could also start out just talking and sharing one thing from your day. So at the end of your day, you get done and you go, all right, I'm going to share with you an interesting story from today. Turn your phone on. This is my story. Include whatever the topic of the story is. I had a delivery that this. I had this happen. I did this. I screwed this up. Whatever. Post it. Okay? And if you want and you do this and you're inspired by this video, please @Dad-13 and I'll watch it. And I'll encourage other people to watch it. And everybody just needs to start doing this. And we can start communicating through our YouTube channels, back and forth, creating a network of opportunity for us to learn from each other. And then when I hear what you experience, I could say, hey, I had a similar experience, and you had a similar experience, and we had a similar experience, and you have a thought, and you have a reaction, and DoorDash came out with this in your market. Instead of sending it to a creator, do it yourself. And then you get paid for it. And to say, I can't do it, you can do it. You don't need a flashy intro. You don't need a flashy outro. All you need is turn your phone on, talk to us, turn it off, upload. You can do it right inside the YouTube app, and you can keep it that simple. And then once you start to get comfortable and you start putting up the content, then again, it's not about the thumbnail or anything like that. It's about hearing from you, hearing what's going on with you, and then giving the opportunity to thank you for taking that 5 minutes out of your day to share with me your day, and I give you the watch. And if 1,000 people watch your video, then you get paid something. And if every day you're doing it, and every day you get 1,000 watches, it's a mini gig. And even if you're making $50, $100, $200 a month, it's still 50, 100. It's an extra $100 you didn't have to make, and you made simply sharing your experience. So anyways, guys, that's my thought. If you see this video and you're inspired by it, film your video today. Start filming a daily video every day. And you never run out of topics. one experience from your day that you think is interesting, talk about it. Something comes up new in your market with DoorDash, talk about it. A change happens, you've heard about something coming up and you want to give your thought about it, give your thought about it. And make sure you put at dad-13. I want to hear it. I want to watch it. And I may even respond to it. Let's get a conversation going. Let's help each other out. Let's turn this YouTube thing into something that can help the overall gig driving community. And we have enough people here that we can literally help each other get paid, creating an additional stream of gig income by helping each other out, sharing our experiences, sharing what's going on, opening up the lines of communication, taking the darkness off of gig driving, giving you something to do, and at the same time, putting a little extra money in your pocket above where you're at right now and above what you're doing. And you're not doing anything besides what you're doing and just sharing about it. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching. As always, stay safe, stay profitable, and Dad Dash will talk.
What's up, guys? Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you today with a somewhat of an emergency video. I want to get this word around. This is some craziness that's going on here. DoorDash is trying to put the screw in the door to Dad Dash, and it's not the first time something like this has happened, but this time I've got the proof, the facts, and I've got a pretty good deal that I am working with DoorDash support. I hope to see this rectified, but I want to know if this has happened to anyone else, and I'm going to go over some things that I was told by DoorDash support, which is quite interesting. So, guys, let's get into this video. All right, so you're looking at my acceptance rate right now today, 70%. As everyone knows, that qualifies me for Top Dasher. So does the 95% completion rate. So does my 4.99% customer rating, 92% on time rating, and I had well over 200 deliveries last month. Last month, as some of you know, was clearly documented on this channel as a month that I was accepting every single order. Now, some of you are going to look at this and say, Dad Dash, you should never have allowed it to get this close. Perhaps I shouldn't have, but this has been my ratings since June 23rd. I have not dashed since then. It was at 70%. I have had multiple days of screenshots. I went on vacation all of last week. That's part of why I wasn't dashing, and strategically played it this way because I wanted to get Top Dasher for experimental purposes, and also because I knew I wasn't going to be able to properly schedule myself upon returning from vacation. So I thought it would solve a lot of logistical things and it would just make things easier. So I went through absolute hell last month to maintain that 70% acceptance rate. And there you can see it's there. I have not dashed. I have not turned my app on. That is exactly what it was when I turned my app off on the 23rd of June. And I fully expected that there would be no problem getting Top Dasher. And then I opened my app up today when I got back and started to go through my emails, opened up the app here, expecting to see Top Dasher maybe be here already. Nothing. So I thought, you know what? Let me check on this. So I went in and I decided to chat into support. And this is the exchange that went on between the chat agent and I. And it is, to me, shocking. I let them know I qualified for Top Dasher. You can see that there. And they told me, you have met all requirements except an acceptance rate of 68%. What the absolute hell are they talking about? 68%? We all know it's 70. You have scored 67%. So I went on to let them know my acceptance rate is 70. And I sent them a screenshot. And that person would have none of it. They said it is 70% from July 1st, but on the month end of June, it was 67. And I said, no, it was 70 since June 24th. And it hasn't been below since the 13th. And as you can see, I've not dashed since the 23rd. And then they just cut me off. As I've informed you that your acceptance rate was 67% on the last day of June, you are not eligible for Top Dasher status. This chat will end here. Now, I was like, whoa. So I immediately got on the phone with support and talked to another chat agent or talked to another agent who took a similar approach, but because I was on the phone with them, they were able to finally understand once they got away from their script and had informed me, first of all, that nothing was going to be awarded until the 4th, that they were still calculating, that there were numerous system issues last month that they were trying to work through, that they're also taking care of contract violations, specifically contract violations dealing with lateness arriving at merchants. And the agent told me that they were actually taking them off accounts because they were having to go through and review them because their system was incorrectly giving contract violations out. And on top of that, she said there was a system-wide issue with acceptance rates, not calculating and being correct. And I said, well, how, ma'am? And she said, we're going to take either what's in your app or what's in our system, the higher of the two. And I said, well, how would you know what's in my app? And she said, well, I guess you're right. Send me what's in your app. And I did. And I sent her the proof that I hadn't dashed. And she went in and looked and she said, oh my gosh, you're right, sir. And I said, I know I'm right. And she said, because she was originally trying to float the idea that that was my acceptance rate starting July 1st. And then when she saw that I had not dashed since the 23rd and that it was clearly 70, and she said, I see where your app says 70, but I see where it was calculated. And then she left it at, we will be taking care of this. It will be taken care of, and you will be awarded Top Dasher. Now, whether that happens or not, I don't know. She said, she told me that I will be notified by the 4th. And if I don't receive notification that I'm Top Dasher by the 4th, to recontact support at that time and find out where this thing's at. I have a reference number in the email, and I'll show you that email. And here is the support email that was sent. And you can see, could you attach a screenshot of the ratings page? There's my reference number. There I send my ratings page. She said, send it to me for today. And I told her I wasn't dashing anymore. And she said, no, get out there and dash. And I said, I will not be dashing anymore until this is rectified, because I will not mess with the proof I have showing I've clearly not dashed since the 23rd. And I want to know why their records show me at 67. Well, she said I was at 68. That other agent said I was at 67, and she said, don't worry, it's going to be rectified, and you will be Top Dasher for the month of June. So we will see what happens, guys. So I want to know if any of you encountered this. Have any of you seen this? Is this something that you've seen or had happen to you? And if it is something that's happened to you, have you contacted support and been told anything about the systems, about the issues with ratings, contract violations, etc.? Put in the comments if you know anything. Of course, I will be updating you as soon as I have any additional information on this. But this is just absolutely crazy. And I'm telling you, if I don't get Top Dasher, then I'm telling you there is something wrong here, because I'm clearly Top Dasher ratings. And let me show you one other piece of evidence, and there is the further evidence. I have not dashed. I dashed on June 23rd, week of June 19th through the 25th, and then and you can see I have not dashed any time since then. This is 0 for the 26th through the 2nd. So I did not dash at all that week. I was not logged in at all that week. I have no logged in dashes. And when I made them look that up, that changed the whole ball game. But I am not messing with that fact because this is now undeniable proof that something is wrong with their system. So listen, if they can't even get it right when dashers are arriving at merchants, they can't even get our ratings right. Why in the world do we think that this is such a high-end system that can allegedly do all these boogeyman things to us? It's a garbage system. It's definitely not as advanced as I think everybody thinks it is. And let's see what happens here, guys, with this. But this is some disappointing stuff. Anyways, guys, as always, hit that like button if you enjoyed this video, or at least to get this video up there and out. Share this video. And of course, if you're new to the channel and just discovered me, subscribe as well. And guys, stay safe, stay profitable. And as always, I will talk to you soon. What is up, guys? Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you with an update on my top dasher situation. So right now, things are still pending, but I wanted to share with you the craziness of what it's like to deal with dasher support. Now, I also want to give you a tip as well, because as I got some feedback from a lot of you, there was a lot of feedback stating that DoorDash was going to give me the runaround, and they were attempting to, but I continued to fight. And I'm going to share with you the conversation I had with Dasher support today. That was the breakthrough conversation. So let's jump into that.
Hi, thank you for waiting.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Hi, I really do appreciate your patience in this one.
Sure.
So yeah, going back to your concern, the reason why it showed for the month of July, your acceptance rate for the month of July is 67%, and as for the month of
Wow, just got disconnected again. All right, let's call them back. We are not giving up.
DoorDash support. My name is Kim. How can I help you?
Yes. I was calling in because I was just on the phone with Jace and we got disconnected. He had put me on hold for probably about 15 minutes and he was in the middle of giving me an explanation and it just cut off. So I'm hopeful we can get back to what he was telling me, because he was trying to figure out an issue, because I'm having an issue with my app right now that I've been trying to call in. I keep getting disconnected in the middle of the conversations after long holds. So it's a bit frustrating, but hopefully this time we can get it solved. But the issue I'm having with the app is my app is not, I guess, I discovered it yesterday when I was on the phone with a separate issue, but there's an issue with my ratings on my phone not matching what's in the system. And we've been trying to get it figured out, and nobody can quite figure out what we need to do to get it figured out. So I'm hoping we can figure it out. I guess the first thing I wanted to do was, maybe he figured it out for me. I don't know. I wanted to just confirm what my ratings are on your end, and then try to figure out, see if maybe he updated. Like I said, he was in the middle of explaining some stuff, and it just cut off.
Oh, God. Okay.
So I guess.
Let me pull up your.
Yeah, absolutely, certainly. Whatever we need to do that.
Okay. So request to check your ratings first. I see also that you've called us about this, and I see here also that you've provided screenshots
Oh yes,
of
yes.
the ratings.
Yep. Yep.
Just waiting for this to load.
Yeah, like I said, I've been on like troubleshooting call after trouble, because like I said, what happens is it's like where I'll go on hold, and we always get to the point where there's about to be an explanation, or we're trying to work through an explanation, and then the call cuts. So I don't, I don't know what's going
And
on.
only when you're calling DoorDash. Okay.
Yeah.
So your rating. Okay, so customer rating.
Mhm.
This is what's showing on our end. Let's start first with the customer rating.
Sure.
4.99, and
Okay.
on the screenshot you sent me, it's the same thing.
Okay.
Acceptance rate, it's 67%, but on the screenshot you sent me, it's showing 70.
Correct.
So that's where the discrepancy.
That's the discrepancy we've been trying to figure out, because now the gentleman previously, what we were working through was he said he had gone in and saw that it was 70 for July, but he was seeing 67 for June, which of course creates a whole nother set of questions, because I haven't dashed since June 23rd. So, but he said, then he went in and said, upon looking, that's what he was trying to explain to me. But what we're trying to figure out, I mean, I have sent video of it, and my app reflects. The troubleshooting we worked through was deleting the app, which I did, clearing the cache in my app. I did. I have a personal iPhone, so I downloaded the app on the iPhone, went in and opened it up. It says 70% on the iPhone, because that's what one of the reps had me do, just to see like if it was different on one. It still says 70 on my iPhone. I deleted that app, re-downloaded it, of course, as one rep had me do. It still said 70 on this one, and every time I log in, it gives me the greeting of, congratulations, you're at 70% and have first priority. And that's kind of where this whole concern is centering around is, well, number one, I want to be able to know that my rating screen is correct and accurate, but two, you know, am I getting priority or not, or what's the situation with that? You know, and on one of the things. So it's just bizarre, because my app, when I log into the system on my side, whether it's an iPhone or an Android, brand new download or not, it's still showing 70. And then on your end, I'm told it's 67. And nobody can seem to figure out, or at least I don't know, the last gentleman, like I said, he was off for 15 minutes. So he said, talking to somebody, and was literally about to give me an explanation, and then we got disconnected. Then I'm like, oh my God.
Okay. I got it. So normally, there's actually not really an issue, but it takes actually some time for the ratings to be updated on the app. So it's going to show real time on our end, but it's going to be different on the app.
Well, I guess the issue that I'm trying to deal with here is that this has been the ratings since the 23rd of June. That's what.
23rd.
Yeah, so it's see, this is the unique situation that we're in. This is why this is kind of like stumping everybody. I happen to be out of town. I went on vacation with my family. So the last time I dashed, and as I always do, I always will take a screenshot, because I've been trying to keep at least 70% or higher because of the priority thing, right? So I always take a screenshot at the end. So I did that. So when I got back in yesterday, was when I arrived back home. I was out of the country. Besides one day I logged in on my iPhone just to double check everything, make sure everything was good. That was the day I had bought internet while I was out of the country. And but I haven't dashed. I haven't logged into the app at all. So this is literally, my app has stayed at 70%, and I have the screenshots from the 23rd and then the 24th, because I did not end up dashing that day at all. And I taken a screenshot that day. That was the last day I was available to do it. I always would just kind of using DoorDash. I haven't dashed in a while. So I'm like, I want to get back, but I also am not wanting to get back until I know that the rating screen is accurate. And I don't want to have to be calling support or chat every hour and say, what's my acceptance rate? And
Yeah, which I do get your point, because when I'm also checking your ratings for July, and technically since July started, this is the ratings that you're going to work for, especially if you want to be a top dasher for August.
right.
There is a discrepancy, because in July, like what I mentioned, this is the ratings you work in June. You ended up at 67%. And then July, even though you haven't dashed, which I can see here,
Right.
last time you dashed was in June 23rd.
Right.
It went up to 70%. So I guess that's also the ratings that you.
Well, see, that's what the gentleman.
I'll just be doing I'll be submitting a follow-up on this. I'll be sending an email. At least you have something.
Yeah, because see, that's the other thing I'm missing is the emails that I was referencing for you were all just a request for the screenshots. So I have yet to get an email like I had before. Like when I had a contract violation that had to get looked into because they were dinging me for when I left the restaurant, and I knew that, and then they went in and looked at it, and they're like, "Yeah, you're right. I can see where you arrived at, like 12:06, and left at 12:13, and yet the contract violation said I arrived at 12:13." And I got like an email confirmed this has been escalated, but in this case I never did. So then that was also part of my concern was like, is this being escalated? Because I don't want this to just get fallen by the wayside, because I think we really have something that needs to be looked at here. And like I said, in the meantime, I'm not dashing or doing anything. So, I know it takes time, but I'm like, I want to make sure it's not just sitting there and, I'm going sick, 4 or 5 days without dashing because we're trying to get this worked out. And I want to preserve the state of the account, because I think it's best for them to look at it as it is right now.
Correct. And I also sent you the email. Can you please check if you received it?
Actually, yep, I will right now. I'm in my email. Let me go up here at DoorDash. So it says, thank you for reaching out about the issue with your ratings. I understand the importance of resolving your concern, and I've escalated your case to our DoorDash escalations team. The escalations team will need to verify your account to proceed. So, all right. So you need these. So you need me to send that back right now, then, correct?
Yeah.
Oh, I can do. Yeah. No, nobody sent me this. So whatever. This is definitely more beyond. This is definitely beyond what anyone else has sent, because I never got this request at all. So maybe, I guess, they didn't escalate. Maybe they were waiting.
All right, guys. So that concludes the call. After that, I filled out that sheet or the form that you saw, and then it was submitted, and she advised to check back within 24 hours and to keep track of my email. I wanted to share that with you because that was the first. Every other time I've been in contact with support, they've claimed they were escalating. They've had me send X, Y. I believe that email you saw, if you're not getting that email, then you are not submitting a true ticket. So, moral of the story is, if you have a support issue that deals with anything that support actually needs to be looking into, that is what you need to be receiving. If you haven't received the email where you have to verify your identity to get it to the escalation team, then you have not been escalated, which is probably why a lot of you have said, I've called, it's this, it's that, I'm waiting. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if this is any different than anything else. So far, it's been about 4 hours and I've heard nothing. She said they were going to rush it and and try to get it rushed to get me back on the road. And they haven't done that, because she did advise, as you should have heard in the video, not to dash until this was worked out. So anyways, guys, that's the latest update. I'm still waiting, and I have not dashed yet. I will not dash until this is worked out. I apologize for the noise in the background, but I wanted to jump in here, give you this update, and the next time I talk to support or I get an update, I apologize.
or the next time I get an update, I will come in and let you guys know what is going on. Hopefully, it will be that I will have got this situation worked out and resolved in my favor. As you heard in that video and should have heard, she acknowledged that my acceptance rate right now on their side for July is in fact 70%. Yet showing for the 30th of June, it's 67, and I haven't dashed since the 23rd of June, and they cannot explain to me how my acceptance rate actually increased without me dashing. So we'll see where this goes. Guys, thanks for watching, and leave me a comment on your thoughts on the latest, and stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you soon. Going on, guys? Dad Dash here, and I wanted to come to you guys with another update on where things are standing with my appeal process for Top Dasher. So I have not dashed yet. Number one, I am refusing to dash or work with DoorDash until this gets resolved. So I have not dashed. My account is still in the same status, same everything, same pure state that it was in. I have not actually gone back to work yet. That is going to happen tomorrow. So my plan will be to work my other apps. I'm going to be working Grubhub, Uber Eats, Instacart, Shipped, whatever it is that I need to do to find myself work. I will be doing it tomorrow unless DoorDash resolves this and tells me that it's resolved. At which point I would then add DoorDash to the mix. As far as my diamond status pursuit, I'm rethinking the entire thing here. This whole thing has really been disappointing, so I'm not quite sure where I stand. Prior to this whole situation, I was planning on, as I had made it clear, that I was going to make July a month of trying out Top Dasher, etc. If I get Top Dasher, I may pick up and do that. I may see where things go and see where things lead. However, if DoorDash does not give me Top Dasher this month, if I don't get it, if they persist to tell me that I am going to be subject to an acceptance rate that I cannot see, that I know did not exist and does not exist on my phone and in my world, then I will not be worrying about Top Dasher. I will not be worrying about diamonds, and I will not worry about my acceptance rate here on through. I have 2 weeks of data that I can say I was not impressed with the results. Certainly not enough to say that it's any way I would ever want to work. And we'll go back to allowing the acceptance rate to be whatever it is that requires me to hit my goals. So if that's 30%, it's 30%. If that's 1%, that's 1%. If it's 99%, it's 99%. But the experiment will be over if DoorDash does not honor this. Anyway, so that's the update on where things stand, and I will be potentially going live tomorrow or maybe filming a ride along to get back into the mix that I'll be showing and presenting on the channel. I have a couple of ride alongs I had prior to my vacation that I haven't updated. I'm not certain that I'm going to do anything with those. But anyways, and thirdly, on where things stand, I have checked 4 different chats today. Each chat has told me that it is still pending. The most recent one I just did. And that was at about 1 a.m. As of 1 a.m., July 5th, they told me they need another 12 to 24 hours to try to sort things out and figure out what's going on, but that the ticket is still open. It's still live. It's still being investigated, and they're still not sure what's going on. So hope is still alive. I believe it's going to get resolved in my favor. I don't believe there's any other way it can be, because this is as pure and as clean cut as it could possibly be. That my account was at 70% acceptance rate on the 23rd. I have clear proof, and it should have stayed, and it's at 70% today. They're saying it was at 67. They're saying on June 30th it was at 67. And then they're saying magically
As of July 1st, it went to 70 without me ever doing a dash or accepting an offer or declining an offer. And they cannot explain why that is. So I believe the evidence is in my favor, and I believe with patience and a positive thought process that we will get where we need to go. Anyways, guys, that is the update. There's nothing else to show you. There's no juicy conversations to share, but I will share everything that I get as it happens. As always, guys, I appreciate the comments, the support, the statements, both for and against. I appreciate it all. Thank you for watching. Thank you for interacting. Keep watching, keep interacting. Also, let me know anybody out there that is starting a YouTube channel that's a gig worker that wants me to take a look at their channel. I will absolutely subscribe and become a part of it. As I stated in my video last week, that I believe every gig worker should have a channel so they can share things like this, share perspectives, share thoughts, and get better together. Anyways, guys, as always, stay safe, stay profitable, and I will talk to you soon.
What's going on, guys? Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you with an update on the latest in the Top Dasher saga. So I want to go over things with you, where things stand real quick here. So, first of all, I appreciate everybody that's reached out, everybody that's left comments of support, and I appreciate everybody that's waiting with me and interested in how this turns out. So, first of all, there is no resolution yet. I am still waiting. I am still in a holding pattern, and I hope to get a resolution. I'm hoping maybe tomorrow, but we will see. So, what happened today? What's going on with it? So, I started the day out calling support, got on the phone with a gentleman. He, of course, initially tried to get me to discuss all of the details, and I told him, no, you need to read my ticket. And I would give this advice to everyone. If you have a ticket number and it's been escalated, do not fall into the trap of engaging these support agents, because they will try to bat you away or try to resolve it themselves, and that's not what we wanted. So I told him, read it. He did that. He came back. He said, looks like they're working on it. Someone should be in contact with you within 10 minutes to 2 hours. They're going to call you. Stay by your phone. I said, really? He said, yes, they've already tried to contact you last night. I said, really? I said, okay, awesome. I will do that. I checked, and sure enough, I had a missed call last night at 7:40 p.m. from Dasher support. I was like, wow, okay, this is great. So, waited 3.5 hours, called back in the support, talked to a lady. This lady got aggressive with me. She started trying to, she tried to get me to talk. I didn't. I gave her my reference number. She looked it up and then came back and started talking all this weird stuff about the acceptance rate being different at the beginning of each month, and saying that, it's the beginning of the month. There's no problem. And I explained to her, once we got done talking, and I talked her through the idea that the acceptance rate should have carried over. Whatever it was on the 23rd of June should still be there today, because my acceptance rate is still based on the last 100 deliveries. She said she didn't realize that. She looked it up. She confirmed it. Then she saw what I was talking about, how I had not done anything with the DoorDash app. I hadn't dashed. I hadn't opened the app, or I hadn't gone in and done anything with it. And she then acknowledged, you're right, there is a problem. I said, of course there is. Listen, that's what they're looking at. So she advised me that it could take up to 72 hours for these type of things to be reviewed, and that the 72-hour mark is tomorrow. So she said, if I don't hear anything by tomorrow, call in, and then they might be able to do something more for me as far as trying to reach out to the escalation team. She said she sent an email up letting them know I'd called in, etc. So I waited a little while, still haven't heard anything, and I reached out in chat at about 8 o'clock tonight to say, hey, is there anything more? And that gentleman said the same thing. It's open. Someone will email you with a response. She also explained that no one's going to call you. They're going to email you. Now, like I said, I have a missed call. So perhaps someone will call me. This is a very unique situation, I believe, in the way that this is presented itself. So that's where we sit, guys. So plan will be tomorrow. I will wait and see if I wake up to an email. If I don't, I will start my morning out calling DoorDash and checking in on things. And then we'll see where things go. And hopefully tomorrow I will have a exciting report letting you know how this works out and what the resolution of this is. In the meantime, guys, thank you for watching. Thank you for being interested. Thank you for the support. And I will keep everybody up to date as soon as and keep everything, up to date. And if something changes, if this gets resolved, I'll put a video out ASAP as fast as I can. As always, guys, thank you for watching. Stay safe, stay profitable, and I will hopefully be talking to you soon with a resolution. Guys, Dad Dash here, and I wanted to come to you today with a video to give you guys a little background on what exactly my experience was last month. I've gotten some comments and things, and I realized that I did a couple ride-alongs, and I did the introduction video where I explained what I was doing, and then gave an update to the Dasher status, and then that's kind of where it's been left. So I want to kind of go over what my experience has been. And, I had kind of indicated that I was really disappointed about this whole Top Dasher situation. I was considering not going further with accepting a bunch of orders. And there's a reason for that. And, the experience I got, one of the comments was, hey, you've only experienced between 50 and 70% priority. And that is not true, actually. So I want to but I hadn't told that story and I hadn't let anybody know. I think I had posted a couple screenshots and things. But as everybody knows, I got the idea to become Top Dasher. Well, to not only become Top Dasher, but to become a Diamond Dasher. And I was planning to become a Diamond Dasher and Top Dasher and see if I could maintain it for the entire month of July. And I had some ideas that I wanted to test out in regards to Diamond Dashing and being able to maintain that, multi-apping and working all the apps, and being able to go in and out of a dash. And that's what was going to be required to do it. And then, of course, we hit this little bump in the road with DoorDash not recognizing my acceptance rate. But I wanted to kind of tell you guys what I went through. Last month, as everybody knows, I got my acceptance rate up. I went to 86%, and that was the day that everything crashed and burned. And I started, my completion rate went down. My completion rate was at 100%. And my acceptance rate was at 86%. I said, okay, today I'm going to start maintaining my acceptance rate. And I was expecting fully that we were going to see really strong, really good orders. I'm at 86%, and I'm like, I'm going to maintain this thing. And then it was unbelievable. I got worse orders at 86% than I ever have gotten lower and below. So what ended up happening is I didn't see good orders. I didn't see a large order program. I saw like one large order program, and it was for $16. And I used to see 3 or 4 a night when I would be filtering orders and sitting here turning down orders. And I was still staying around 20 to 30%. Again, I got the 30% organically, doing my old style, multi-apping, filling in other apps when DoorDash wasn't doing well, and turning the DoorDash app off or pausing it. And I realized I was starting to think to myself, what's happening here? So I have had experience, but I thought, no, don't make any conclusions yet. Okay. Let's just, and it got really, really bad. Before I left for vacation, DoorDash, I mean, it was bad. The orders I was seeing, the orders I was doing, and to maintain the 70%, because I literally got down to where I was at 70% and I had to stay. And I went up to 71, I went up to 72, I went up to 73, I went down to 72, down to 71. And eventually I got to a point where when I got to 70%, I just turned the app off, and I didn't dash on that Friday before. I actually did a Grubhub order, and I didn't end up dashing on the Saturday before I left, which I'd already planned not to unless it was necessary. But that Friday, I was planning to go out and have a whole day, and I said, "There's no way I'm doing it." Not with the way DoorDash has just abused the hell out of me for that entire week of just keeping me hanging around the 70s and just throwing me garbage order after. And we're not talking about little garbage. We're talking big garbage. We're talking $4 for 12 miles. It was hideous. So I have the experience above it, and I didn't see the pot of gold. Now, everything's market dependent. I preach that. I understand that. I'm not saying my experience in my market is what everyone else is going to see. And perhaps I was thinking to myself, well, maybe it's because I'm not able to just end my dash like I see some people do who get the top dasher privilege, and they can end their dash, drive dead miles over to a good section, turn it back on, and in the meantime, while the app is turned off, they're ending their dash, they're resetting all their numbers, and then they go back in fresh dash, and they get to look at a fresh order, and allegedly, since it's over 70%, 80%, they're getting priority in the area, so they drop in, and there's a good miles to money order, and bam, it hits their phone, and they get it. Or if they don't even need to turn DoorDash back on because they've got Uber going, Grubhub going, Instacart, whatever. That was my theory I was going to work with, because I thought in this market, there's no way in the world I can keep DoorDash going all the time because the orders are so hideous. And then again, one of my videos that got a lot of people, a lot of skepticism, the priority video. I saw it happening because I started to get the same customers back that I was going through when I was accepting every order. Some of those low tipping or no tipping customers were boomeranging back to me because I had provided them with a good service, and they hit me with a 5-star, which was nice. I was happy that they weren't dinging my customer rating, but I got them back. And now here I am trying to maintain my acceptance rate with a sub $1 a mile order, a $5 for 7 miles, a $4.25 for 8 miles. And here they are coming back. And sure enough, because I have the ability to look to see where I've been at because of how I track things, I could see, wait a minute, I've been to this house before. And plus, some of them was recent. So I have the experience. So I wanted to clarify that. I got a good taste for about a week of having that 70 plus priority, in fact, 80 plus priority. And what only thing that happened to me was my acceptance rate went down because I was like, these orders are not going to make me money, and I can't do this. I'm not going to sit here and take these crazy orders. I've got to draw a line in the sand at some point because I'm not making any money. The order value is so poor on these orders that if I sit here and do this, I'm going to make $13 an hour. And that's what I did. There were some nights and days that I went out and made $13 an hour while I was out, when I'm supposedly in the honeypot. I'm supposedly in the spot that I'm getting all the good stuff. So again, I know my market has it. I know there's good things out here. I know I was making money. I know that in the month of May, I was making 26 $26 an hour just for the time I was out across the board on average. 26, an average order value of 26 in a $34, or no, it's a $38 delivery value. Now I was only working about 70% of the time, but I was making money when I was out. I was making money fast. I was making my $100 in 2.5 delivery hours on average, over about 2.6 delivery hours and 3.85 hours out as just sitting in my car. And then that all dropped in June. In June, it went up to over 5 hours for delivery time. It was 5.2 in almost 6 hours, a little over 6 hours for my average contract value, or for the time I was out, my just time out searching for orders. That's unacceptable. To see the difference between when I'm doing my normal approach and then seeing the approach that I know a lot of people are using out there, and essentially letting DoorDash decide what I earn, it was not, in my opinion, good. It wasn't end of the world. Could someone do it? Yes. Are they going to make a lot of money? Absolutely not. And they're going to barely get by, and it's going to be a struggle, and they're going to get angry, and they're going to get mad, and they're going to get upset, and they're going to end up having their car break down on them, and they're not going to have the funds to handle that issue because they've let DoorDash run them to the ground while squeaking by and making very small amounts, just enough probably to cover their base bills, never enough to set anything aside. And that's not where we can live. And I saw that in real time. Now, I didn't have a tremendously large sample size, but I saw that. And if DoorDash is going to play with me like they are on their acceptance rate, and we don't get this taken care of, then I am definitely not going to go back and serve them up because what I concluded is you're doing more orders, okay? You're going to do more orders and make the same or less money. And their goal is to get you to do more volume. That's their goal. That's what Earn by Time's about. That's what Diamond program's about. That's what the upcoming reward program's about. It's about volumizing the Dasher and saying, instead of making their money in 10 orders, they do it in 20 or 25. They don't earn more for 25. They earn the same, or they earn potentially less, sometimes a lot less. And that's their goal, because DoorDash makes the same amount of money per order, regardless of tip size or what the Dasher pay is. They're making money, and all they want to do is see that order delivered, done, and essentially turn into money in their bank account. And then they say, well, we want to keep the Dashers coming back, so they hook us through their means and ways they do it, through programs, through gamification, through gamification, through all the different things. And I saw that in real time. I'm seeing it. I can see what's happening, what their game is. But I also know I have a decision on how I play that game. And perhaps maybe the way I play the game in the long run, it'll figure it out and it'll start to combat how I'm doing things. But the thing about it is it's not going to necessarily, my thought process and premise is, if you're using multiple apps, multiple gigs, multiple ways to make money, then it's always going to be short-term and little, and it's never going to have the chance. It's never going to know what you're doing. It's never going to figure out your game or how you're coming in. It might know you're working other apps, but it won't be able to get a long-term strategy unless you give them all of your attention like they want you to. Play their games, get their rewards, get their diamonds, get their things, and then you're going to do it. Anyways, I wanted to share this with you guys. Some of you may not agree with it, but I'm telling you from an empirical, data-driven approach, looking at my numbers, looking at things. This is what I saw, and I did get to Dash above 80, and it crashed. I'm willing to do it again, but we got to see what DoorDash does here with my acceptance rate. I'm not going to play their games here where they're gonna mess around with this thing, because I should be top Dasher this month. I want to be top Dasher for the sole purpose of having an entire month that I can go in and out of a Dash, and I want to see how it can be done and work my strategy. If not, then I guess what I will do is I'll have to decide how I want to do this and what my approach is, but I need them to come to a conclusion on exactly what my acceptance rate is so we can have it right. And then I'll do probably 100 Dashes with them like I did last month. Maybe we're doing it in August. We'll see. I don't know. I have to think. Or maybe I won't do it at all, and I'll just say, you know what, I'm going to go back. But those will all be things that will be decided once DoorDash and I come to a resolution with this situation with my acceptance rate. Anyways, guys, I appreciate everybody that watched today's video. I appreciate everybody that's watching my videos, commenting, interacting. I encourage everybody, again, start a YouTube channel, put out a video, let me know about it. I will watch it. Share your thoughts, share your experience. I want to hear it. Everybody should want to hear it. The more experiences we share, the more things we share, the more stuff that's going on, the more things we can see, the better we become. And we have a chance to turn the water cooler into a monetized paying gig, and that is awesome, and that's amazing. And I encourage everybody to take advantage of that right in front of you, and go create an opportunity to get paid. Anyways, guys, as always, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you. Guys, Dad Dash here, and I wanted to come to you today, or wanted to come to you with an update. So As everybody has probably seen my short, I received my top dasher, or at least I thought I received it because things have been found in my favor. There's more. So the story is not over. And I'm going to go over everything with you today as far as that is concerned. So this morning I woke up to a comment in my YouTube channel stating that another individual who had been having similar issues that I was having was given Top Dasher. That it appeared whatever issue was holding that account back from getting Top Dasher was resolved. He had reached out to me. I went in, looked at mine, and realized it hadn't come to mind. I went into my emails, and in my email was a email from Dasher support indicating that my ticket from Monday was closed out and that they were providing me with a further explanation as to how completion rate was calculated. Now, I had gotten an email on completion rate like 2 days ago from one of the chat people, and I was confused by it, but I had been told that the ticket was still open, and I kind of had ignored it. This time, though, I was a little concerned. So I chatted in, talked to, I don't know if it was a chat bot or a person, but they seemed to say the same exact things. And they indicated that the ticket was resolved, and again proceeded to tell me that I did not qualify for Top Dasher, that I needed to be at least at 68%. I was at 67, and I just disconnected the chat. I wasn't going to go through getting yelled at by whatever that is that's chatting with me on the other end. So I called in, got on the phone with a very nice lady, and she asked me to provide her with additional screenshots. I did. I sent her the video from the other day. She started digging in because she did tell me at the beginning of the conversation that the ticket had not gone in my favor, but she did see that it appeared everything that had been sent to me was regarding completion rate, which she agreed was a bit strange. She dug in, and just like the other agent said, oh, there's something wrong here. So I sent her screenshots, explained everything. Again, she reviewed the previous ticket. She said, give me a few moments. I'm going to talk to the escalation team or somebody. She goes off the line, comes back online, and basically says they have acknowledged that DoorDash is acknowledging that I have an issue, a valid issue, and that they are acknowledging that essentially something needs to be done. And they sent me, and she said she was, I had explained I wasn't dashing right now because of the fact that I didn't want to mess my account up. So she had said that she was going to send me an email that I would have for my records, which I'm going to put up on the screen, essentially stating that they acknowledge that my acceptance rate right now today was 70%, and that it should have been 70%, and that is what my acceptance rate is. And that, again, it should be 70%, that there's no valid explanation for why my app would say 70% on the 23rd, and then how the records could drop to 67 and then go back up to 70% on the 1st. So she sent me that email, and I was kind of like, okay, I appreciated everything she had done. So I'd asked her, I said, well, exactly how long is this going to be? Because I said, I'm not dashing until this gets resolved. So when I got off the line with her, I said, you know what? I was reserving reaching out to Tony Hsu. I had watched what he had recently put out on his podcast, and he said, hey, dashers are more than a number. So I thought, you know what? I had said I would reach out to Tony Hsu and let him know what was going on and see if there was something he could do on his end to try to rectify this situation. So I went ahead and said, you know what? The time is now. That ticket got turned down. I'm been told there's an indefinite timeline. So I wrote Tony Hsu an email, and then attached in screenshots of that email, and then attached in screenshots of the screenshot of the ticket that I had received. And then I sent screenshots of my acceptance rate on the 23rd with the date attached. I had one of those screenshots with my acceptance rate, what it was today, screenshots of all the tickets I'd been through. And I sent him this email. Tony, hello, sir. My name is Dasher on your platform. Have been since 2021. I wanted to seek your assistance with an issue that has occurred with my Dasher account, and it seems support is struggling to get fixed. I am not currently able to dash until it gets fixed. Gig work is my full-time endeavor, and DoorDash is a large volume of my earnings, so I'm eager to get back on the road. Essentially, my app says my acceptance rate is 70%, yet support is saying that it's 67%. The thing is, I haven't dashed since 6/23 as I was on a family vacation. On that date, I took a screenshot showing 70%. I knew I would not be dashing anymore for the month. I also knew my account qualified for Top Dasher. Upon returning on the 2nd, I checked and was surprised no Top Dasher was awarded. I then checked and support said it was at 67% for June. They said that they could see for July I was at 70%. At first, they tried to say it was due to dashing on the 1st. Issue is, I haven't dashed since the 23rd of June. So if my AR was 67% on the 30th, then how did it raise to 70% a day later with no dashing activity? I also provided screenshots. Since then, it's been a frustrating experience of submitting multiple tickets with no one able to explain the issue. I am not using my account until it can be explained. I am hoping you can help me with this and get me back on the road. Left in my phone number and my email. Now, I didn't know if he was going to respond or what. And then about an hour later, I received Top Dash. And I wasn't sure. I thought, well, somebody went in and looked. I wasn't sure if it was related to that email or not. And then at 5 o'clock today, I received this email, which I'm going to put up. Hi, Stephen, and I'm not going to put the person's name up. My name is blank, and I am reaching out on behalf of the Advanced Escalations team at DoorDash. Tony passed along your note, and I wanted to ensure I connect with you in regards to discussing your acceptance rate. We appreciate your patience and are eager to make things right for you. While this issue is being investigated, the Top Dasher status has been added to your account. I'm currently reviewing your inquiry. Once I have an update, I will be sure to follow up with an email. In the meantime, if you have any questions or concerns, please don't hesitate to reply to this email, and I will respond as soon as possible. Your reference number is blah, blah, blah. Best Advanced Escalation Specialist. So, it's not resolved. They are still investigating, but Tony Shu is involved. So one thing I will say this is I will give Tony credit for him to get involved in this case for me shows that he does care about his platform, in my opinion. I am obviously a nobody. I don't have any footprint. I have 700 subscribers. I am the smallest pebble in a big, big pond. So for him to take the time to get involved and send this to the escalation team and then make sure my account has Top Dasher while it's waiting. Obviously, I, thinking it was resolved and not having seen this email, jumped out on the road, and I am now dashing, and I have now dashed. However, it's clear it's in the hands of Tony and his escalation team. So I am hopeful we can get an explanation, and that given that the highest levels of the company are now involved in this issue, I am hopeful we will see and find out, what actually is going on here and why this situation occurred. So, put in the comments what you think. Are you surprised that Tony Shu got involved? Would anyone have expected this? This is why you look. This is why you have to have documentation. This is why you back up everything. This is why you screenshot. This is why you you make sure you're protecting yourself. And then when you do, and a mistake happens, you can adequately advocate for yourself. And on top of that, you can make sure that they listen. And in this case, they're looking into this. And in this case today, I have Top Dasher, and I have enjoyed having it today. Although my acceptance rate is now at 65%, and my completion rate is at 94% because I left my red card at home originally, and I took a red card order. It was actually a very good order. It was an add-on. It was a mess. I'm really disappointed. And now I'm missing that $9 right now that I would have made. But anyways, plenty of time to get all that resolved as this month moves on and transpires. But it's also why when you're dealing with support, when you're dealing with anything, be professionals, guys. You're business people, be professionals, and it will work out. So I will, of course, continue to provide updates as I learn and find out. And we see what Tony Shu finds out for me and the advanced escalation team. And I do believe I'm going to get answers. And if whatever those answers are, I will share with everyone. But listen, don't be afraid to go to the highest places of a company. I'm not. I mean, like I said, where I came from, I'm not afraid of the CEO. I'm not afraid to talk to the CEO. I have no problem doing that. I dealt with that. I dealt with the high level people when I was in my previous profession. So it's not a problem for me. But I also know that if you have someone that actually does care about the company and the people that work for them, that they will do what's right and advocate, and we'll see what happens. Anyways, guys, I'm going to leave it there. I didn't, like I said, I thought I was going to be doing a different video. I thought I was going to be doing a wrap-up video and saying, hey, all's good, all's whatever. But, I do have Top Dasher right now, but we'll see what happens with the AR. I don't have answers on that, and I hope to have some for you guys in the near future. Thank you to everybody who stuck with me. Thank you to everybody who gave me good wishes. Thank you to everybody who's given me their thoughts. Stand by. We are going to figure this out, and I am going to bring to you exactly what's going on. And if anyone else is affected out there, contact me and let me know. And then I think it's, you need to be contacting DoorDash support, and you need to follow the steps. And then you need to reach out to Tony Shu and let him know, and reach out. There is a person that I will give you their name, and, I will reach out to my specialists and let them know how deep this problem runs. But if anybody else out there is having a problem and it hasn't been resolved, let me know. Anyways, guys, as always, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you soon.
What's up, guys? Dad Dash here. I'm coming to you today with a special video. A video that I hope will help it to be more easily understood how the DoorDash cash flow works on an order, and why it is so very important, truly very important, that we should be focusing on base pay, and why when we don't, it's costing drivers money. Now, I understand this is something that we really, in the short term, have limited things we can do about it. But in the long term, when we're asked what needs to happen, this is exactly why transparency regarding the monies that are going in and out of an order should be number one on the list of things that we need help with. And if that happens, it would have a game-changing effect on how a driver would look at offers and would begin to have a proper negotiation as it's laid out in the TOS with these apps. where we would be negotiating what we should be negotiating in the first place. And that is the base pay, or the actual pay for the delivery time, minus the tip. That the tip is actually costing us money, big money, and allowing these apps to keep a larger amount of money than they should be keeping. So guys, we're going to jump inside my phone. I'm going to break this down, and we're going to walk through an order, and I'm going to show you where the money's going. Now, obviously, I don't know if everything is 100% accurate in terms of what I'm going to show you, because we don't see the information that we would need to. But if we did, we'd be able to understand better exactly what the cost of the services is, and we would be able to negotiate with these apps and get better pay out of them, and have a better outcome, I think, for drivers everywhere. So guys, let's jump into the app here and let's get started. All right, guys, Dad Dash here. So we are inside my phone, and I'm going to take you through here real quick and break down what I'm going to try to show you here. So you should see here, I'm going to take my face off the screen here so you can see the full screen. And now you should be able to see here the breakdown here. So the way I want you to see this is you're going to see these boxes here. At the very top, you've got the restaurant and the customer, because these are the two entities that are essentially paying money. Although all money enters, we want to be clear on this, all money enters from the customer. All money is actually paid by the customer. Now, the restaurant is providing their food and is providing, the product, but the customer is the one that is infusing all of the money into the transaction. But I have them together up here because together they are paying DoorDash essentially, but the money comes from the customer. So I've taken all these figures off of DoorDash brochures and flyers, and also from the actual delivery screens. So from the customer side, we're dealing with a $100 order here. This is a made up, make believe. What happens when a customer spends $100 on food with DoorDash? And what happens is this. First of all, the customer is going to pay their delivery fee. They're going to pay a delivery fee. They're going to pay a maintenance fee. And I have it normally it's capped at $15 or 20% is what the customer is going to pay, unless they have Dash Pass, and then it's less. But in this case, this customer paid $15 in additional DoorDash fees. Of course, there's taxes and things. And then they also paid a $5 tip to the driver. So in this case, they paid $120 for $100 worth of food. So the way this was represented here is there's $15, and that's going to we're going to represent that as money paid for purposes of affecting this delivery. So that $15 comes from the customer and moves down here. And then the restaurant, who at this point would be set to receive the $100 for the food, will pass on, of that $100, $35 more to meet their 35% fee that they've agreed to pay DoorDash. And that will also move down here to money paid for delivery. Now, this is significant because what we're talking about when we say money paid for delivery, this is the money right here. This is the money pot right here that is being paid for purposes of affecting the delivery. And this is the money right here that's going to be negotiated between DoorDash and the driver. And the process of that negotiation will determine who gets to keep the most of this money. Now, that's significant because essentially this money, you could, if DoorDash was not involved in this transaction, then essentially this would be the money that if the driver would have been responsible for negotiating the payout and the value of the services, this is the money that would have actually gone to the driver had the driver come in and say, listen, we want, I'm getting 35% from the restaurant for helping them out, and I'm getting, $15 or 20% from the customer. Therefore, the driver would have $50 for the purpose of affecting and completing that delivery and that transaction. But because DoorDash exists,
DoorDash has negotiated this. So the money is essentially being held by DoorDash, and DoorDash is responsible for passing it on to the driver. And the big thing to understand here is that DoorDash holds themselves out to be a technology provider. They have made it very clear. They are not an employer. They are not a restaurant. They're not responsible for preparing food or for delivering food. They're responsible for providing the technology to allow that transaction to occur. So as a result, they collect a fee for providing the platform and the services that assist in completing the transaction. And this is true. You can see all the fees from the restaurant, hence that's why I got it. You can see the clear fees that the customer's paying when you go in as a customer to order. The only place where you can't clearly see any fees that DoorDash is being paid is on the driver's side, because DoorDash doesn't show any of that information. And this is where the problem begins for DoorDash. Because DoorDash holds that they are simply a platform and a technology provider, this would mean that the contract with the driver should reflect the amount paid by the restaurant and the customer for the services of the driver. And then it should reflect the amount the driver is sharing with DoorDash for purposes of having used the platform and having been provided the service of DoorDash, all the services DoorDash has provided, one of which is helping to safely and securely transfer the monies that are owed to the driver from the restaurant and the customer. And that should be reflected as a percentage. And that is the point that should be being negotiated between the drivers and DoorDash. However, because DoorDash doesn't show that information and doesn't provide that information and doesn't have any transparency at all, the driver is not in a position to negotiate at all with DoorDash. And in fact, this is where it gets really interesting, because DoorDash then uses programs like the Diamond program, like withholding the ability to dash now, withholding the ability to understand exactly what the payouts are. They use all of these tactics to try to encourage the drivers to accept orders for amounts that are lower than what they really should be receiving. And they allow them to essentially drive up the cost of their service and get the drivers to agree to accept a higher fee for the services being provided than what they really should be being provided. And because most politicians, most government officials do not look at DoorDash in this way, and they look at DoorDash as an employer, they approach it from the wrong perspective. Because the issue at hand is one of the main issues and driving issues here is that DoorDash should be providing a transparent and consistent way for drivers to understand the cost of the service they're providing. And there's some serious constitutional and legal issues when a business is charging for a service in a way that the individuals paying for that service are unable to understand the cost of the service in a way that it ends up damaging them or costing them their property or their money. And in this case, that's what DoorDash does every time. It hides things, and every time it forces a driver or entices a driver or gets a driver to accept an order, without sharing the information that's really required for the driver to make an intelligent decision. So in this case here, the thing you've got to understand is this: when you look at this order, let's follow the flow of the money. The customer in the restaurant, in this case, has paid $50 for purposes of effecting this delivery. This money is being held by DoorDash. The driver enters the picture with no idea how much money has been paid, no idea what the cost should be, no idea what the breakdown is. And DoorDash goes out and says, okay, Mr. Driver, I'm going to offer you $2.25, and the customer has added a $5 tip.
So we're going to show you 725. Now the driver has no idea at that moment whether the base pay is 225, whether it's 725, whether it's 425 and a $3 tip. All they know is that there's a guaranteed payout of at least $7.25, to which DoorDash says, take it or leave it. And the driver says, well, it's 3 miles, 725. I'll take it. Now, for DoorDash has collected the fees from the restaurant and the customer, and regardless of 3 miles, 2 miles, 1 mile, 5 miles, this money has been paid to them. And the tip doesn't matter. There could have been no tip there. DoorDash is still going to get that $50. And if the driver accepts the $2.25 and says, okay, essentially what they've agreed to is yes, there's been $50 paid for purposes of effecting that delivery. DoorDash has said, we have decided that the value of our services today to you, Mr. Driver, is a 95.5% fee. Do you accept that? We will pass on $2.25 to you, plus you will get your tip. Anybody who would see this and say, wait a minute, DoorDash, you're keeping $47.75 of my money for effecting this delivery? And DoorDash will say, well, yes, you agreed to it. Well, no, I didn't, because I didn't know that. DoorDash says, well, it doesn't matter. We showed it to you and you said it was a valuable enough order and a profitable enough order and you took it. This is where the problem lies. And this is why what we should be negotiating each and every time is base pay. And DoorDash should be required to show us what the actual payout is being paid from the restaurant, from the customer for purposes of the delivery, and it's meant to be passed on to the driver. And they should be reflecting the amount that's paid to the driver and then reflecting the amount that the driver is paying back to DoorDash for use of the service, because that is what's happening here. So under this scenario, if these numbers were actual numbers that were being used, and they may be, the driver would effectively be paying a $47.75 fee back to DoorDash. And then the driver would be getting to keep $2.25 for the opportunity to complete that delivery. And then also would get to keep the $5 gratuity that would have shared by the customer to the driver. And they would essentially walk home with $7.25 while DoorDash would clear $47.75 of the money. And that's what DoorDash gets to keep. So the question at hand is that fair? Is that correct? And should DoorDash be able to hide from the drivers if they're holding out that they are a delivery platform, that they are a service providing platform? Should they be able to hide the true cost of the service to the drivers? And the answer to that question would be no. But because most drivers don't view the platform in this way and don't require or don't ask or don't advocate and say, show us the base pay, screw the tip, put the tip at the very end. We want to know what is the actual cost? What are the fees that are being paid through the restaurant, through the customer that are meant for the driver? Now, again, I understand some of you may come back and say, well, wait a minute, that $35 fee, under this case of 35% fee, all of it's not intended for the driver. And all of it might not be, but I don't know, because it doesn't really specify with any specificity. We know that's the fee being paid, but what is the amount that should be going to the driver? Because there is a portion that the restaurant's paying for the driver services. There's also a portion that the customer's paying for the driver services. And we need to understand exactly what those amounts are. And we need to know what that is. And since we know what the customer pays and we know what the restaurant pays DoorDash for their services, what exactly is the driver paying? And this is the question that we need answers to. This is the question that should have been asked to Tony Xu. This is the question that should be asked to Uber, to Lyft, to all of these services, because every single one of these apps operates in the exact same way. All right, guys, let's jump outside of my phone and we'll wrap this up. Guys, so I hope that presentation came through and it helps shed a little bit of a better understanding on how we as drivers should be looking at these apps from DoorDash, Grubhub, Uber, Lyft, all of them. Because this is, I use DoorDash in this example now, but this applies to every single gig app out there. Every single one of them is a technology platform that is simply providing a service to the driver. to help them with perform and transact tasks for their business, revenue generating tasks. And when you use the Uber platform, when you use the Grubhub platform, when you use the DoorDash platform, you're simply using the platforms and their technology to complete the deliveries or the orders or the task at hand that they have offered you a contract for. And then you are essentially, there's money in each of these platforms that has been set aside or been collected that they're holding. Think of it like an escrow, or they're holding it in an account for whatever, whenever they find their driver and dispatch their driver. And then out of that money, the platform is entitled to a fee on the driver portion. The problem we have is none of these apps really do a very good job of showing the driver what that is, what that cost is, and breaking it down in that way. And the reason they do that is because they understand that they don't want to be locked in to a particular cost or a particular fee, because they understand if they can entice a driver through making them believe acceptance rate matters, making them believe that these programs matter, making them believe that they need to accept some of these lower paying orders in order to make more money over here or get tips or get the higher tipped orders, then they know they can collect bigger and bigger fees and bigger percentages of the driver's money. Because if they can get you to do a $7 order, like say on the Spark platform, you take a $7 base pay order and the customers tip $10 and you think you're getting 17, but they've collected $20 of money that should be going to the driver or thought to be going to the driver in the transaction, and they get to keep 13 of it. They've essentially charged the driver a $13 hidden fee that the driver's never seen, isn't aware of, and the driver happily says, well, I got my $7 and my $10 tip. Actually, you should have gotten maybe a $30 payout in that situation. But because you were focused only on tips and you said, well, I'll take the minimum base pay. I don't need base pay. I want tips. You just left $13 on the table. Money that was entitled to you, money that you should have negotiated for, and money that these apps should have shown why they got what they got and made sure that they provided an equal value to what they're charging you for the services they're providing. And if they can't show that it's a consistent amount that's held to market standards, there's legal issues surrounding that. And there's also, potential problems that can arise for the platforms when looking at how they're administering these contracts and what they're asking their drivers to do and how they're asking the drivers to operate. But anyways, guys, listen, this is why you need to ensure at a very minimum that you are going out and maximizing your value on your orders. Negotiate with these apps. Do not worry about your acceptance rate if it's not making you money. Let your acceptance rate follow your money. Go out, demand value from these apps, demand to be paid fair market value. If you do so, the apps will find the money to pay you. Trust me, it's there. They will figure out what to do, whether that's going back and asking the customer to tip more, which they will almost never do, or cutting you in to more money and lowering the amount of money they're going to take on the back end off of that order. Anyways, guys, I hope this was an informative video. I hope you got something from it. Let me know in the comments what you think about it. As always, guys, stay safe, stay profitable, and Dad Dash will talk to you.
What's up, guys? Dad Dash is here, and we are going to do a little bit of a ride along today. So I am out here and in that back from vacation. I'm in the middle of my dispute with DoorDash. I'm waiting for a call back from the escalation team. I did not realize it, but I missed the call last night. So all that's going on, and I said, let's go out and dash today. It's my first day back, and the goal here is to get at least $100 in today. It's about 2 o'clock. So I'm not doing DoorDash right now. I'm leaving the DoorDash account out. I also got some good news. I am now officially personally back on Spark. Gave me a welcome back package, $200, 10 trips. And for the 4th and the 5th of July, which is today, $4 extra. There's currently a deal they keep sending back to me. It's a Sam's Club deal for $11.04 to a business. It says apartment, but it's not an apartment. It's to a business. There's no tip, but of course it says tips can be added later, and I know that. So I never looked at tips on Spark. That's always just been my way. So technically it's $15 for 3 miles, and that's from the store to the deal. And then of course I'm guaranteed it would be, if I complete 10 trips between now and the 10th of July, it would actually be a $20 payout minimum base pay as part of the welcome back package. So that one's floating around. I'm seeing if they're going to add more to it. In the meantime, on my way there, I took a Grubhub order just to get started with Grubhub. It's a dollar per mile, $6 McDonald's order at a McDonald's. It's on the way to that Sam's Club. So I figured, why not pick that up? Because if I end up taking it, then I'll have 17 in the car plus 4. That'll put me at 21, and I'm 21% of the way done. And that's all guaranteed pay. So anyways, we're back at it. Things are going to get a lot easier, I believe. Having Spark, Grubhub, Uber, DoorDash, Instacart, Shipped. I mean, I'm going to have the full fleet working completely 100% able to work everything on all of these apps. So it's going to be good times. And I'm going to take you along today, show you some orders I'm doing, show you what's happening, show you what it looks like. Anyways, guys, let's get to the restaurant. First things first, let's get to the McDonald's here and hopefully have a smooth pickup and drop off, because it looks like a majority of these miles was to get to the restaurant. And then it's only about a mile or 2 down the road from the restaurant. It's where I'll drop this off, and then we'll see about doing the Spark order at Sam's Club and seeing how that turns out.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you. You have a good one. Stay cool, right?
All right, guys. Dad Dash back here with a little bit of an update. So, let's roll through some orders here. First order that we talked about, the $6, I believe it was 58 cents. Got an add-on from Grubhub while we were at the restaurant. I probably shouldn't have taken it. In fact, looking back at it, I definitely shouldn't have. But I thought, well, it seemed like it was all close and like it could all be wrapped up and like it would enhance the order. It was a $5 2-mile order, but those 2 miles were a little longer than what I expected. And then on top of that, the order was ready, but they were it was a deli and they were understaffed, and I had to wait a little bit, which essentially killed my order time. Then I get to the restaurant or to the customer, and it's a business that I end up having to park because of the access to the business a block down the street and walk in the hotness to the customer. Anyways, we got it done. We got it delivered. Then I sat there contemplating a couple of Spark orders, and now I'm doing the first official Dad Dash Spark in a long time, and that is a $16 and I believe it's $16.58. Yeah, sorry, $16.56. Plus, I believe I have a $4 kicker, and then I have if I do 10 orders between now and the 10th, which is over the next 5 days, so it's basically 2 orders a day, then I will get a guarantee of $200. So they will bump that up, which in this case would be a bump up of a couple of dollars. Plus, I got the extra 4, so it's like having a $24 order, essentially. So that is what's going on with that, guy. All right, guys. Dad Dash here. We just got done with the shop. It was an easy one. Took us 11 minutes to shop. was actually turned out to be 4 items. I don't know why, but Spark counts the bag as an item, whatever. Anyways, we now have a 13-minute drive out to the customer, which will put us closing this order out at about 3:32, which will mean we'll be on this order for about 33 minutes. All right, guys. So Dash back here. We made that delivery, and again, there's a reason why I do not ever count money until it's there, because there's always something that you miss or a little thing that something you don't see. And in this case, there was something I didn't see, and that was that the $4 an order is actually only for a specific Walmart, which is the other Walmart, not the one I took the shop for. So we ended up making, let's see here. We ended up making $15.56. We have $1 tip, and then that completed one of 10 that we need to complete in order to guarantee ourselves $200 for our first 10 Spark orders, as long as we complete 10 of them by the 10th. So we are going to definitely work hard to make that happen. Where does this put us for the shift so far? 19 miles driven, $28.14 total pay with the $1 tip in there, and a total $18.76 order value. And we've only driven 0.8 dead miles. So that's a really, really good dead mileage range. When I was driving just DoorDash, I had a lot of dead miles, but we have covered it. And we've been delivering for 90 minutes. And I don't have my overall because I haven't plugged in the time or finished that out. So for now, we've delivered 90 minutes. I'd say we've been going since, let's see here. Our first delivery we did was at 2:07. So we've been going for just under 2 hours, and we've made, like I said, about $28.14. So not very impressive. I mean, $18 an hour delivery time is not good at all, really. But it's middle of the afternoon. We're trying to just keep steady working, and we need 71.86 to hit the first 100 of the day. So we are going to keep going with that. The other thing is we've done 3 orders. And remember, the first 2 orders were rather low. So we've driven up our per order up to $9.38 per order, which was way lower than that. My goal per order is at least a minimum of 10 per accepted contract. So we're on our way there. Now it's time to start getting a little more selective with what we're taking and make sure we're realizing $10 or more before these wheels are turning towards a restaurant or a pickup or anything like that. So I've got all the apps back on except for DoorDash. We're going to find another order. It's 3:52 p.m. and I will be back as soon as I find the next order, and let's see how long it takes me. Talk to you soon. All right, guys, Dash back here. We got another order. It took us a little while. This order came in at 4:33, and I guess what was it, 4:29. So we got an order 4 minutes later. So we are heading to go get this order. It is a 14:45, 13-mile order, but it keeps us all within the same range. So it's for Pizza Daddy. Never picked up here before, so this is a new restaurant. We're gonna go grab this, pick this up, get this delivered, and book this $14. And I will be back as soon as we get done. And of course, I'll see you at the restaurant picking it up. All right, guys, Dash back here. So we got the order completed and picked up, as you saw. Ended up with a order value on the order of $26.27. So not bad at all. That's our best order value of the day, by the way. We promptly got a $7 for 6-mile order. I turned it down because I'm going to stop off and get something to eat, unless it was something really good and enticing. So where we're at right now, right before we get into dinner, is, let's see here, where are we at? We are sitting at $48.20. So we need about $51 to hit 100 for the day, and we're sitting at a $20 delivery order value. So we need to get some better orders for certain. Not a good order value, not a good delivery order value at all. I know we're in the dumps as far as our overall value, because like I said, it's about 521, and we started at, what was it, around 2 around 2 o'clock. So we've been going for 3 hours and only made $48. And of course, that is without the help of DoorDash. So I'll note that. So hopefully with dinner, Uber and Grubhub will heat up. I'm going to run in here to Chipotle, grab a couple tacos, and then we're going to get on the road for dinner. So I will see you guys on the other end of this, hopefully with an order to report. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So we got another order. I literally got done eating my lunch, got out to the, or late lunch, early dinner, got out to my car and got a $12 and I believe it was 14 cents, $12 and some change Uber order, taking me, I mean, it says 11 miles, but it's literally keeping me right in the zone that I want to be in. And I anticipate I can find another Uber or hopefully Grubhub, or this is actually putting me right near the Walmart Spark place that's giving $4 extra. So should have an order I hope to report on soon. It's about 6:12. I've got the food in the car and I'm pulling up to the customer's house probably in the next minute. So I will be back, guys, to go over things, let you know how this order pays out, and go from there. Talk to you soon. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So we got that order delivered, and we ended up with a $24.30 order value. However, it is a max tip order, meaning the tip showing is $8, $4.15 base pay, $12.15 was the total offer showing. So that means on Uber Eats, there's more money to see. So, or more money potentially to come. It could be a penny. It could be $3. It could be, $12. You never know with Uber Eats and what the customer wants to leave you or what they've left you. So we just know that there is potential there in an hour that more money could be on this order. So that's a good thing. So this puts us at needing, let's see here, $39.65 to hit the first 100 of the day. And it is about 6:19. So slow moving day, slower than what I would have liked. We just hit the first 4 hours. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So if you can hear that, I'm reversing because I got food in the car. So I was shooting a video and I got my next order, which was $12, a $12 and some change order, but it was an order and deliver. Normally I don't do these for Uber, but given the fact that today I'm lacking DoorDash and I'm lacking options, I said, well, why not go ahead and do this? So I went ahead and did it. I'm thinking hopefully maybe there'll be another extra tip order. Hopefully, I hope. We'll see. It worked out well. They had all the items, which is one of the reasons why I don't like to do them. And it really looks like it's going to turn out to not be too bad of an order value, and maybe there'll be extra tip on this that will take the price up. But we got the Uber order successfully delivered. Ended up getting a few dollars or a couple cents extra on the first Uber order. And we are now waiting on, in fact, actually, it might even be already in. Let's see what that one was. It did end up being extra. Oh, wow. We received an $18.91 tip on, wow. Okay. So that was a nice one. So the order and pay, I just got it, $18.91 tip for a total payout on that one of $23.79. So that was a super nice order from Uber. I haven't even put that into the earnings, so that's going to really have a nice impact. Anyways, after we got done with that, I accepted a Spark order for a 7:45 pickup. Of course, it wasn't ready. So while I was waiting for it, I had a little bit of time. I did an $8.90 Grubhub order, which was going to put me at $103. Now I'll be at $113 for today due to that super duper nice Uber order. So kudos to Uber there for that one. That was really good. So we just picked up the Spark order and we are on our way over to the first drop off. It's a double drop off, and that order should end up paying out $20 because of the $4 kicker, but I'm again not going to count that until I see it. And then of course, if we complete 8 more orders after this, it'll go from $16 to $20 or $17 to $20 because of course Spark is guaranteeing me $20 an order for my first 10 orders. So anyways, guys, I'm on my way now to that drop off. And as soon as I get done dropping these off, I'll come back in and talk to you again, and we'll see where we're at. And I'll go over whether or not we got the $4 kicker and whether we have another order to talk about. Talk to you guys soon. All right, guys, Dad Dash is back here, and we made both deliveries successfully. No issues. And we earned the extra $4. I saw that in my incentives tab. So I'm not sure when, I can't remember all that, but I think it does. It pays out kind of separately. It doesn't show up. It'll pay out, I think, at the end of the period. So I've got one of those, $4 extra. So all of that's good to go. And we are now heading back towards the hub of the market to see if we can at least get one more order. We've made $114 today. This order, of course, helped greatly with our miles situation because we are now sitting at $1.20 a mile. So huge improvement. Remember, we were as low as 90 cents a mile. Huge improvement with the Spark orders being added in there, especially with that one with being at $20. So now we're sitting at $25.69 on the average delivery order value. Huge improvement there. Wanted to get that up to at least a minimum of 25. Would love to push it to 30. And then that would help to see that our average order value, which is this for the time that we're out, will get healthy. But right now we don't know what that is. Now we've done 9 total deliveries for an average of $12.75 an order. So huge improvement there because we were at $9 in order earlier today. Actually, when we started out, we were at almost $5.50 for the first 2. So huge improvements. This is why you've got a multi-app. This is why you've got to pull it all together, and you've got to try to get your body of work in. So we've only delivered today 268 minutes of the time we were out, and we're making $25.69 an hour while we're out, meaning it's taking us a little under 4 hours to earn $100, and that's good. But obviously, I would like to earn it quicker. But you know, without DoorDash and having every app in the mix, I think we would have had no problem having this at 30 if we'd have had DoorDash in the mix, especially if we could have popped the large order program. But again, I'm staying vigilant. So I'm going to head back over here. I'll either come back to you with the wrap up and I'll have final numbers, or I will come to you with the next order, which will probably be the final order tonight. And we'll see what we can find up here as we get up near the nice hub. It looks like BJ's Brew House is hot. So hopefully we can find a good Uber Eats order again that pays out real nice. And end the night strong. All right, guys, I will talk to you soon, and I'll be back in a little bit. All right, guys, Dad Dash here. So we just completed an order. I didn't get a chance to get it. I was actually filming a video when I got the order to come through, when the order came through, but it was a real quick one. It was a quick noodles company, $8.48 going 1 mile. So we were literally sitting almost right next door to Noodles and Company. We grabbed it, picked it up, made a quick $31.80 order value for a total of $8.48. We didn't make $31, but it was an $31 order value. So I picked it up, of course, it was under my $10 that I like to see, but it was a great order value. It kept me right here in this area. So I am hopeful. That was our 10th order of the day. And we have we're averaging, let's see here, $12.32 an order. So we have made today $123.24. And our average order or delivery order value has gone up. We increased it from the last time we talked to $26.04. I'm not sure what the overall for the day will be, but we will see where that ends up. We might not do another order. I'm going to be sit here for probably, I'm going to give it to about 9:30, and at 9:30 I'm going to call it and start heading home, and then call it a day. And that's where we're going with that. But I would have, like I said, I would have definitely liked to have hit 150 for the day. That would have been nice, but wasn't to be. So, or might not be. I don't know. You never know. We could end up with a a banger of an Uber order, because they're only going to show me in this area it's $2 base pay. So in this area, a $10 order could end up being a $40 payout, because that's all you're going to see, especially because I'm sitting in close proximity to the restaurants. So somebody gets a big order from Outback or BJ's or Red Lobster, it can come to my phone and boom. But anyways, I'll be back, guys, with either the wrap up or the next order, whichever comes first. Talk to you soon. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here, and we did not end up taking any orders, so I'm here. Tried to come to a well-lighted parking lot to do the wrap up. So here it is, guys. We're wrapping it up today. Our full day without DoorDash. No DoorDashing whatsoever today. Back on the Spark platform. And, well, look at this. I'm getting an offer right now. So let's see. What's it want me to do? Go to 7-Eleven and then come back up to my neighborhood. We're going to have to do that offer. Anyways, I'll be back. I'll probably wrap it up. They had me going to the 7-Eleven over here and then coming to a house in my neighborhood. So why not do a take-home order for $8.02? We're going to go do that for Uber, and then I'll come back to you with the real final stats. All right, guys, I'll talk to you in a second. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here, and I'm coming to you with the wrap-up, finally. So what a disaster that order was, guys. Wow. Okay, so let me tell you the story of that order, which I still have the items I got to dispose of, crap that I don't even need, but whatever. So I go to 7-Eleven, pick up the order, get to the drop-off, and lo and behold, the customer's contacting me, and I'm like, okay, what's going on? And they're like, hey, I'm at the rest stop heading from Maryland into West Virginia. I'm at the West. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. How did your address end up right near my house? Because literally the place I was at is one of my neighbors. I said, how did he said, I don't know. It just happened. I need you to come out here. I said, well, I'm not going anywhere until, I get cleared through support. So I call support. Of course, I get disconnected. It ends up taking, 15 minutes to get through the support and get this whole thing worked out. Ultimately, I'm getting paid the full 802. I did not have to drive anymore because I said, I'm not driving all that. So that's like 10 miles. And then not to mention an additional like 6 miles to get back to here. I said, no way. And they said, okay, you don't want to continue with the order then? We'll let you out of the order. I said, fine. Of course, the customer's getting very hyped. I said, the customer's like calling me and texting me. They said, we'll take care of the customer. I said, okay, thank you. So anyways, that ended up tanking some of the numbers I was going to share with you. But anyways, regardless, let's get into the final numbers of the day. So without DoorDash, and this is significant because I did these numbers without DoorDash being part of today, and I wasn't sure how it was going to turn out. And the funny thing is I ended up doing much better than I did working primarily DoorDash about 3 Wednesdays ago in terms of time worked, average overall order value, and delivery order value. So we ended up with a total earned of $131.26. That we drove 128 total miles for $1.03 miles to money. Now, I want you to also hear a couple other things, right? We did 11 orders. We'd done 10 orders. We did 11 orders at a total of $11.93. We were over $12 before this disaster order hit, but we were at $11.93. Still came in at an average of $10 an order. Average order value for the day was $19.12. We worked 6.87 hours in total for 412 minutes. We had a $24.84 average delivery order value. Now we were over 25. We were at 26 before this disaster hit. 317 minutes. Now, here's an interesting number, right? You go, Dad Dash, why would you work at $1.03? That's not what I accepted. What I accepted was at $1.82 a mile. In other words, what I saw on my screen was $1.82 a mile. I averaged 5 miles per order in dead miles. Okay. And I averaged 37 minutes per order. My offered miles was only 72, and I was at $1.82 offered miles versus the end result was the back end, the unknown miles, what the apps weren't showing you. This is how skewed the apps are, guys. And that's why I'm tracking this. And some of you may be in the same situation and not even know it if you're not tracking this the way I am. I still ended up over $1 a mile, but the difference was 128 actual driven miles versus 72 offered. So if you look at paper, if you look at what I was offered and you just went off your offer screen, that's all you were calculating against and said, well, what's my miles to money? You would be thinking, okay, the apps would be saying, no, we're offering our drivers. DoorDash's programs would be telling you, again, this is offered miles of $1.82, actual miles $1.03. So that is, to me, significant. We worked 77% of the time we were out. And let's get to the nuts and bolts of it. How did we do? How was the cash flow of the day? 1771 in taxes. Well, gross revenue, as I stated, was 131.26. We have to set aside 1771 for taxes, $12.80 for our car expense fund based on the actual mileage we drove. And then our actual gas cost was $9.29. That's based on our yearly average right now of $7 or 7.079 cents per gallon or per mile. And that left us with a cash flow shift profit loss of $91.46, which we took home. So not bad. We made $91.46 today, cleared $91.46. I'm okay with that. I mean, that's not a bad day, especially considering we didn't have DoorDash. We didn't have large order program. We didn't have any of the things that I would normally have had with DoorDash that I would have been able to look for and have them pitching me orders as well. Like I said, Spark is back in the mix. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see what tomorrow looks like. I got a late start today. Had we had a lunch, I think we'd had a $200 day with no problem. If we'd added an extra 2 hours in there, because that would have been almost $75 and we were sitting at 131. We would have been sitting at probably $208, $209, $210, well over $200 in the heart of the summer, in the heart of the slowdown. I'm happy with that. Guys, hopefully you enjoyed today's video. A DoorDashless day showing you the power of multi-apping, showing you why multi-apping is key and why you've got to be going out and making sure you have as many options as you can present. And I didn't even use all my apps. I just used Spark, Uber, and Grubhub today. I didn't use Ship. I didn't use Amazon Flex. I didn't use Draver. I didn't use Point Pickup. I didn't use DoorDash. Okay. And some of those had offers coming through that I wasn't even able to look at. And that's why I do use multiple phones, because when you start getting into that level of apps, you got to have several screens, even if you're using a big screen like this. Anyways, guys, thank you for watching. Thank you for subscribing. If you've subscribed and you're a subscriber, if you do subscribe, I appreciate it and I'm forever grateful. And as always, guys, stay safe, stay profitable, and I will talk to you soon. What is up, guys? Dad Dash here, and coming to you with a little ride along tonight. So we're going to do a little Insta360 ride along, and we're going to go out here tonight, try to make some money. I've already done a couple orders tonight. I've made about $40 today, just kind of sporadically dashing and sparking. But let me tell you, today I've had a couple challenging orders. I will tell you that much. Had a DoorDash order that was the stack. That customer on the second delivery of the stack got a little frustrated. Had to call support to protect myself from getting a bad rating. And then we listen, both orders were not the smoothest orders. The first order, an item wasn't included. They had to make it. The second one,
Well, really, it was all that first one. And then when I got out there to go deliver the first order, I ran my cell phone service wasn't working. I ended up, not having GPS. It went on the fritz, never told me to turn when I should have turned. And I had to reset the app out there in the middle of a country road. Luckily, I had a backup phone with me, was able to get that all worked out, but not without tanking my order value. And then by the time I got it delivered, the second customer was frustrated because they thought I should have gone to their house first. Anyways, I had picked up a Spark order on my way out and got out there for the Spark order. Had a little bit of a long wait at Walmart, plus I had to get gas. So that order value ended up cratering a little bit, but that was more or less because I had to go get gas after the Dasher or the DoorDash order. Anyways, point is, it's been a little bit of a slow day in terms of, or a slower day in terms of just how things have panned out, how orders have gone. And then to top it off, I thought my son had football practice. Turns out he didn't. He had a fitting, and my older son dropped him off, and I have to go get him, the younger son now. And then we're going to keep dashing. But anyways, that's the setup for tonight. We're going to try to do at least 2 to 3 orders tonight, $10 or more, and try to push this $40 to $70. And if we can do that, I'll consider it a success. So guys, come along with me. When I get that first order, I'll come back and talk to you. And in the meantime, guys, I'm going to be looking for an order, looking to figure out what we're going to do. And when I do have that order, I'll come back and talk to you. All right, guys. Thank you for watching tonight. And let's see how much money we can make. What is up, guys? Dad Dash here. I just tested out a new area. I realized I could actually use my Insta360 on my MagSafe mounts in my car, and I'm using that. It's like you think about things and you're like, oh, I can only use it for this or for that. And it's crazy when you start to get creative with your mindset. There he is. I found my son. There he is. I'm literally sitting right there behind him. Ha, 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 ha. All right, guys, we're waiting for an order. We got Young Boy Never Broke Again on. DJ Scott Smooth is in the house. What's up, Scotty Smooth? Say hi to the people at home, bro. Hey, say hi. Say hi to the Teamsters. He's got some Sleepy Hollow. Love them all, baby. That's what he says. He loves all y'all, every one of y'all subscribers. He says Scotty needs a new pair of Jordans, man. That's right. Right, Scott? Right, Scott? Huh? Isn't that what you said? Dad, get to 1,000 subs so you can buy me a new pair of Jordans. Yeah. That's what he said. That's what he said, everybody. No, he said buy me a new pair of Jordans. Yeah. All right, anyways, we're waiting for an order, guys. This order will go to Scott's Jordans fund. Got a PC fund, bro, right here. We're waiting, guys. We're waiting until the camera overheats and the camera dies. Will we get an order offer? We just turned out a 932 for 7 miles, and it was a 932 for 9 miles. And we're like, no, we're not doing that shit. No DoorDash. $10. $10 fucking dollars, you guys. Uh-oh. Action and activities.
Can't be fucking with no lames. She said, boy, you famous. The people know your name. Brand new ring. Brand new place.
I've also got DoorDash fired up on my iPhone here. It's the same account, guys. Don't get excited. All right, don't get excited. It's the same account. See, right here. And but it's iPhone and Android. There's 2 different ones, T-Mobile and AT&T. That way I'm fully connected and able to get it. You see, my T-Mobile phone don't even know where I'm at. You know what I mean? Like, come on, T-Mobile, get with your shit. And then, of course, we got Sparkity Spark right there. Get Scotty's never seen Walmart Spark before.
Have you, Scotty? Have you done Walmart Smart Run before? Huh? You have? When? It's been a while. It's been a while. Put some months on it, because I haven't had it. Uh-oh. I think I see something. Check it out. Take a little snickety peekety. We're getting close to the hot spot, Scott. We call it the hot Scott, don't we? Isn't that what it is? Not a hot spot, it's a hot Scott, right? Huh? Are we overheat, or are we gonna get an order before we overheat? You think we're gonna overheat? I don't know. Scott says overheat. I hope not. Come on. Come on. Come on. Keep your fingers crossed, people at home. Keep your fingers crossed. Ready. Good luck. Ready. Oh, come on. Want to see Dad Dash? Y'all want to see Dad Dash right here, right? Come on. Y'all want to see Scotty Smooth? There's Scotty Smooth over here. Scott Cam. Look at him trying to act like he's trying to act completely unaffected. There it is. Scott Smooth. There's Dad Dash. Uncut, raw, uncut. Like you've never seen it before. It's a new series. Scotty is in it. Episode 1, baby. Numero uno. And he's still not got an order. Oh, it is? Come on! We gotta get in order. I mean, nothing. Not even Grubhub. Not any love whatsoever from any Dash. They're all like, Dad Dash, screw you. We don't like you. You make too much money, Dad Dash. We don't want to give you money right now. Isn't that right, Scott? Is that what they're saying? Oh, order! 825, 4.7 miles. Uh-oh. And it's heading in the direction of the house. 814 Courthouse Drive. You know what? We're going to do it, guys. Live accept before the camera overheated. All right, guys. Thank you for watching on this. We'll be back to talk to you when we get the Firehouse subs. Let the camera. All right, guys. Here we go. Got a little young boy in the background. Who is it? Who is it, DJ? DJ, who is it? Oh, there it is. One Way. Here it is. I've never heard of One Way. Y'all heard of One Way at home? Tell me who it is. One Way. Oh, sorry. Autumn is the name. Autumn. Hell, all right. Anyway, let's get back to what we were talking about. Right here, guys. Firehouse subs, smokehouse beef brisket. Anybody hungry? And notice, no customer name. What do y'all think about that? Huh? Are y'all seeing that in your market? Because I'm seeing it in mine. All right, guys, we're pulling up now. Little manifest going on right in here, and there is Firehouse subs right there, guys, right there. Y'all can see it right there. Firehouse, check out our food. So let's hit that arrive. Let's see what happens. See what happens, magic. All right, and there you can see the name of the customer right there comes up. Look at that. Magically. All right, guys. Let's get in there and get at it. All right, guys, we are back. My camera died because it was such a long wait. Right? Talk to him, Scott. Talk to him. Oh, all right, anyways. All right, guys. We are heading to the drop-off.
Yeah, man. You have a good one. Thank you.
GPS signal lost.
Dad Dash here, coming to you with another ride along today, guys, and we are gonna do some earn by time today. I'm gonna take you along. We've already got an order in the car. Ended up not working as much as I wanted to today. Actually, I haven't worked at all today because I was doing some other things, consulting with a friend regarding the gig world, and so I have not been out delivering, but I'm going to go out here and do a few hours of delivery, and see what we can do. And I decided, you know what? It's been on my mind. Let's do a little earn by time and see what it's like. Let's change things up a little bit. So that's what we're doing. We're doing a little earn by time, maybe a little Spark, if opportunities come available with Spark. And we're going to see what we can make. And the goal is to try to get 5 orders delivered and make $50. Let's see if we can do it, guys. And we'll see where it comes from. So we're on our first order. It's Chick-fil-A. We're about 8 minutes away from the drop-off. And again, I don't have anything to report to you as far as amount. It was a 6-mile Chick-fil-A order. Looked like 4 items. I've got it packed in the back. And it looks like it's going, I believe, to someone I've delivered to before, but I don't know for certain. It's definitely in an area I've delivered to before, but we'll see what it is. So this area is $13.25 for the earn by time per hour base pay, and then of course you get all your tips. So we'll see how this turns out. I do know for a fact you can still get large order program orders on earn by time. I know they indicate that it's a situation where they're going to give you the lower paying orders, but we'll see. And go from there. Plus, this will give me a little ability to hopefully maybe increase my acceptance rate a little bit because it's definitely dropped, and see if I can do it and do it profitably. And, if I have to take some shitty orders while I'm doing this, hopefully at least I'm getting paid a minimum base pay that's somewhat decent, and maybe fill in any gaps there with hopefully some decent tips. I don't know. We'll see. But let's get this first order delivered and dropped off, and then I'll be back. We'll see you at the drop off, and we'll go from there. All right, guys. Talk to you soon. All right, guys. Dad Dash here, and we've got that delivered. And as you can see here, $5.55 base, $2.50 tip, $8.05 total, and it was a $19.67 overall order value once you factored in the tip. And so not great. Looks like we're going to get an offer here, though. So that's good. Let's see here. What are we going to get? Let's see here. Of course, we're going to have problems. Jesus Christ. And there it is. 3 items, 3.8 miles. Open. Well, we will go ahead and accept it, and I guess we'll just find out all the information. So there it is. That's what it looks like, guys. You just saw a live accept on order by time 3 miles, 3 items,
45 west.
and Chopsticks is right around the corner. So
Turn right onto Woodbury
let's get over
Avenue.
there, get this picked up,
Take the next right onto
and see
Woodbury
what this
Avenue.
pays out. All right, guys, I'll be back to talk to you.
Okay. Thank you. How may I help you?
Picking up for Matthew F. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yep, you too. Picked up, and we are 7 minutes away, guys. So this one will be short, definitely a lower base pay, because this one's a quick order. But hopefully that means we get our third order of the hour fast, and maybe one that has a decent tip. I don't know if this one will have a good tip or not. It's 2 bowls and a crab ragoon. Interesting little piece of information, guys. I thought I'd share with you while we're driving over to this customer's house. This is weird, I guess. Okay. Anyways, to the customer's house for drop off, and that is this. As I mentioned earlier today, I was consulting with a friend on the gig world and someone who's thinking of joining up. So I was kind of sitting down. We had lunch and had a long discussion about things. And one of the things I learned, I was trying to help them get signed up, and you know,
Turn left onto North Raleigh Street.
I confirmed 100% that yes, my area is on a wait list. So anybody that tells you, hey, DoorDash is able to throw in or is putting in, you know, unlimited people, it's not true. My area is at max, and I can tell you, my area being a maxed out area is a much different experience than you see other creators who are in different areas that are not maxed out that still have referral bonuses. And I said, my area is an area of the future. It's not impossible to work, but it's certainly not going to be an area that's going to be able to be worked by just simply working one app, because I think almost every app we tried to sign him up on today was waitlisted. So this is a very, very saturated area. So what you're seeing is going to be relevant information to you when you see me driving around my community and what I'm doing out here. It's going to be relevant to you potentially in the future or in the near future. Just thought I would share that with you guys. I'll see you at the drop off. All right, guys, let's go get this dropped off. Hello.
You might have the wrong address.
It's 610?
Buxton Street?
No, it's West Virginia.
You in
Avenue.
West Virginia runs this way. Like
Oh, it does. Okay.
Yeah, this is Buxton here.
Yeah, because it was actually showing it on the map. Right, this house was like where it
Yeah,
dropped
it's not
the
the
pin.
first time I've had somebody stop
Well,
a second.
I am glad you.
Yeah,
let me know
no,
that.
I've had someone stop a couple months.
Hello.
Hey,
How you doing?
I'm sorry, I don't know what
No, actually, what it is yeah, somebody because some driver at some point dropped the pin, but they dropped the pin at 610 Buxton, so it takes you down to 610 Buxton. Luckily,
Yeah,
he came out and was like, you know, this is 610 Buxton, not 610 West Virginia. And I said, okay, good.
Thank you.
Hey, no problem.
Yeah,
You have a great
I
one.
don't know why it does that, because it
Yeah.
did it the other day, but I put 610 West Virginia.
Well, what it is the DoorDash will, like, if a driver at some point when they probably arrived at the wrong spot at some point, and then it dropped the pin within the app.
Okay.
So then it just stays.
Okay, thank you.
And then it's close. Yep, no problem. You have a good one. And guys, this is why Earn by Time isn't very good. So $4.50, no tip, again, whatever. But the point is, I ended up earning basically about $12 for the hour at dinner time. That's not acceptable. And I didn't even earn the $13.25. So I don't know. We'll see if we get another order here in a second. Finish this hour out, and I think I'm going to go back to earn by order, because this was not very impressive. Although it did get me back to the hotspot, so I will give them credit for that. But man, whew. Anyways, all right, guys, talk to you soon. Look at that, guys. There's a whole family of ducks holding up traffic, crossing the street. And guys, good news also. Oh wow, look at that. Is that not wild? Have you ever seen anything like that? Look at that. That is cool. They're all crossing the street, causing traffic, guys. But I also got good news. I got a catering order. First time I've ever had a catering order on Earn by Time. And it came through. It's 25 items. It's for a business that's in probably about 25 minutes away. And I'm pulling up here to Logan's. That's where it's at. And I'm going to get paid $13.25 an hour for Earn by Time. And then $3 setup fee. So this will be a very interesting order. This is the first of its kind. And we'll see just what it comes out to be. It's a business of some sort. I don't know which business it is. I'm thinking it's the Amazon plant up there. Would be what I would think. And they're ordering a shit ton of food, 25 items. So this could be a very good one. All right, guys, let's go get this picked up.
Thank you.
Oh, hello. Picking up for, I guess, it's Easy Cater for...
Oh, they are just about to back that one up.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. All right, guys. 15 minutes. So, waited a total of, I guess, what, 35 minutes in there for this order. So we're already up to $9.05 base pay. We should realize the full $13.25 base pay plus a $3 setup, although there's really not going to be much to set up because it looks like it's all individualized food. But of course, I'll set up whatever they need, and then we'll see what the tip is here for 25 items. So guys, let's get on the road. Let's go get this delivered, and I'll see you at the drop. We are arriving. It looks like we're arriving at Amazon. You can see the arrival right there. I was corrected to Amazon facility. I'll show you guys that. I don't mind, just since it is a business. But we're arriving. It looks like our instructions are to leave it at the security desk, even though I'm getting paid $3 to set this up. So very interesting instructions. So we're going to go get this delivered here, guys. Let me figure out where I need to pull up to, and we'll be back. Hello. I have a drop-off that I'm supposed to drop off with security. And then, yeah, these are the same style of. Sure. Yeah, thank you. All right, guys. So ended up being a $35.91 payout, $3 for the setup, $12.91 for base pay, and $20 for the tip. So not bad, not bad. I think I might have ended up with more Possibly, I don't know. I might not have. In this case, it could have been a $8 or $9 payout, although this would have been an $8 payout minimum actually. So I probably would have ended up with $11. I probably would have ended up with $31. So I think the earn by time won here. So that puts us at about $50 for tonight. So I said I wanted to do 50 bucks, and I'm just under $50, literally by a few cents. And we're going to head back down the highway here and get back in line and see if we can get, this was our third order. So kind of redeemed itself a little bit with this order. I mean, I had to wait a little bit, but I'll turn you around. But it really wasn't bad in terms of the payout and order value. I mean, it took 58 minutes. So that's like $35 an hour for the order. I'll do that every day of the week. And I'm really not that far out of the range of where I wanted to be at. So we'll see what comes up next. I mean, I'm going to say it's not bad, like I said. And I'm not sure what's going on with my app right now, but there we go. We're back now. So we'll see what the next offer leads us to and go from there. All right, guys. Talk to you soon. So, guys, there is my ratings as of right now. 4.99 customer rating, 43% acceptance rate, 94% completion rate, 92% on time, 3231 delivers. So clearly not top dasher ratings. Today's been not so bad. I started out complaining a little bit and then it's redeemed itself. So that's what got me. That's what I was at when I got that $35 order, Easy Cater order. Let's see what happens next, guys. What do you think is going to come next with those ratings? Put it in the comments right now. Stop the video. Put it in the comments and let me know. All right, guys. I'll see you when I get that next order. Guys, we got another order. As you can see, let me show you what it was. Let me show you what it was. Hold on here. And there it is, guys. Stacked order. Papa John's Panda Express. $13.25 base pay per hour, 11 miles, 11.9 miles.
What else?
Hello, I'll pick it up for Veronica.
What else? Just say no, sir. It is takeout only.
Oh, I'm picking up for DoorDash. Yeah.
Oh, what's the name?
For Veronica.
What?
Veronica.
Yeah, Veronica. You can just wait over there.
Over there? Sure. Awesome. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Hello. Picking up for Veronica.
Southwest toward Foxcroft Avenue.
So I don't think we're going to end up with very good base pay here on this one because, and then we're going to go, all right, 8:22 and 17 minutes will be 40:54. So probably about 32 minutes. So we're talking about about $6 base pay. So we better hope that this has a nice tip on it, which I doubt it does, but maybe, I guess I shouldn't doubt it because you know what? It might. And we're going to think positive and hope that it does. All right, guys, let's get on the road and I'll see you at the drop off. All right, guys. So that dash here, there's the payout. 1041 base pay, 1150 customer tip, 2191, and I would have probably only gotten about $4 base pay, to be honest with you. At 425 base pay, this would have been probably a 1575 payout if I wouldn't have been doing earn by time. So this time, another win for the earn by time. Now I had to do some weird stuff here because I'm way out in left field, and of course my app wasn't working because cell phone service is not good, etc., etc. So I had to actually take a picture of my Android phone, which has a picture of it. Hopefully that doesn't cause me a problem. Sometimes you got to just try to figure out what to do and fix it. So we are heading back now towards, this is our 4th order of the day, believe it or not, and we've made 70.37. So really actually an outstanding day. I don't know, man. I have to say I'm a little impressed here with the way this turned out. Anyways, guys, I'll be back to talk to you soon. All right, guys. Just checking in. We made it back. We're pulling into the hotspot area. We came all the way back. We've got not one offer. I was considering shutting down my dash and restarting it, but I thought, no, you know what? Let me try to restart it. We're sitting at $70.37. All right, so we're getting a spark order here. Let's see what we got. 1316, 7.5 miles. This is the problem I'm having with this is I guess I should have gone in the direction of this Walmart, but I didn't. And I've got like 8 miles to drive, and then it's like 15 miles. So it keeps going up. Let's see if we can get it to go up more. That's my goal. Anyways, we'll go. There we go. Papa John's. Oh my God. 12.4 miles. Ooh, dang. Well, how long of a ride is that? 18 minutes. All right. Well, last time we did it, it worked out. $20 order. This time, let's see if we can do the same thing, because we didn't get any tip. Remember, it was all the Papa John's last time because we got no tip on the
Turn right onto Foxcroft Avenue.
Panda Express portion, but it was the same customer. So to me, I really didn't count it as a no tip. But we're gonna head down here to Papa John's, guys. Let's
Continue
see what
on
this
Foxcroft Avenue for 3/4 of a mile.
says. My dash has been paused. Why has my dash been paused? What the hell? Were they trying to send me another offer or something? That is bizarre. Resume dash. How did it pause my dash? Look at this, guys. It paused my dash. I guess it took away the order. Okay. That is bizarre. That is bizarre. Wow. My Papa John's order is gone. All right, guys, I need to look into this. So I will be back to update you on exactly what the heck just happened. All right, guys, so a little update on things. Apparently, the order got unassigned from me, so I stopped my dash just to see, if it would tell me I was still dashing. And it let me stop my dash. I restarted my dash, and I got I'll show you the order here. I got a crumble cookie. Now, it didn't tell me the miles, so I just accepted it. Of course, it's $13.25 minimum, but it appears, based on the mileage that I see here, where it's going to, it appears it's probably about 8-9 miles away. So I'm here at Crumble Cookie right now. There it is. We're gonna head in there and go pick this up. It looks like we're picking up a 4-pack. And I talked to Dasher support, and they indicated that I guess that order has been assigned to 8 different Dashers. It was assigned at the beginning of the phone conversation to a Dasher, and then by the time I got done talking to Dasher support, it got unassigned. So we're gonna head in here, guys. It looks like it's crowded in there. I don't know what the procedure is for picking stuff up here. We'll see how this goes. It's my first time picking up for them, and we'll see exactly how this works out. All right, guys, I'll talk to you soon. Let's head in and pick this up.
Good deal. Thank you.
All right, guys, so I activated my unassigned. And what do I mean by that? I mean that I got an add-on, and this is a little tip. In my market, if you get an add-on and then you end up waiting a long time, make sure you go into both orders if you're kind of rethinking whether or not you want to be part of the orders anymore. Make sure you go into both orders and click unassign. Or click, first of all, don't unassign yet, okay? Click no, turn down the unassign, and then it's going to attach to the order the ability to unassign without it affecting completion rate. And in this case, I realized there was going to be issues all over this order because both of them had lemon cookies. Clearly, Crumble Cookie is not a place I ever want to pick up from again if I can avoid it, because there was a line a mile long. There was a list, and the DoorDash orders were 5 to 6 away from being prepared. They're cooking the cookies, I guess, live time. It was a mess. Anyways, as a result, I opted out of the order. And we'll see what else DoorDash might assign us. And of course, I'm still getting the Spark opportunity, although I looked at it and I'm not crazy about it. It's only 7 items, but it is pretty far down. It's almost to the state line going the opposite direction. It's 28 minutes from where I'm sitting right now. And that would include passing by the Walmart, picking up the order, but it's up to $15.16. So I'm considering that. But anyways, guys, I'll be back to update you on what our next move is. I might call this. You know, this is what it is. We did 4 orders, $70. I'm okay with that. It's late. It's 9:48. And, I mean, I don't know. What else do we want to do here? It's 9:48. I don't think the orders are going to get better right now because of how late it is. Perhaps I might find a Papa John's. I know Outback is still open. We're going to come down here and see Buffalo Wild Wings is still open. And we're going to see what comes next. All right, guys. I'll talk to you soon. All right, guys. So they ended up, I guess, penalizing me for having gotten out of those orders. So I was not able to get back on Earn by Time. So we went back on Earn by Order, declined the $3 Papa John's offer, and then got this. So let's check out the Papa John's order. So this was the order that we got before. I declined that order, and then I'd gotten this order and declined it. And this looks like this could be close to where this other order is going. So we may want to try to maneuver our way out of that Papa John's order. Yep, and I think it is. So that's the $3.25 no tip order. And apparently there's a Chipotle order right here that I think is the one that's going to be good. But we got $13 for 2.3 miles, which means this Chipotle order must be like $10 worth. So anyways, we're gonna what the hell just happened? Y'all just saw that real time, right? Better come back. Oh my God, what the hell's going on? Okay, there it is. All right, we're gonna go in here and pick this order up, and then we're gonna see about trying to get out of that. Yep, we're gonna see if we can get out of this other order, because I think that's the one that was the crappy order. All right, guys, let's get in here. For Colin. Yeah,
that's
is
it.
that it? Oh, it fell on the floor. Gotcha. Awesome. Thank you.
To West Virginia 45 East, Apple Harvest Drive.
All right, guys. So we actually got out of the Papa John's order. I analyzed it, and it was definitely the no-tip order that had come through. So my belief is it's either adding $2 or $3. I think it's
Take
probably
the next
adding
left onto West
$3 to this
Virginia 45 East,
order.
Apple Harvest Drive.
And I said, you know what? I'm not doing that. It's like a papadilla and a Mountain Dew. So we went over there and went ahead and just removed ourselves from the order, and we are taking the $10 Chipotle order to the customer. So to me, that was just the better one because this was going to make me travel further down the road to go get that order into a part of town I really didn't want to be in. So we're on our way over there now. We're going to get this Chipotle order delivered, see how much it pays out, and I'll come back, go over all that, and we'll go from there. Pulling up here, and it's not very well lit down here. But we are pulling up here to the customer now. So I hate coming down streets that are just not lit very well. And it always makes it difficult when you're trying to navigate or figure out where the address is or whatnot. So here it is. I think it's here on the corner.
Your destination is on the left.
And it's a handed to me
Customer
order.
requested you hand them the order.
So,
They added the following instructions.
how you doing?
Pretty good, are you?
Doing well, man. Doing well. There you go, man. You have a good one. Thank you. All right, guys. It was handed to me. And I was 110% right. Hopefully you guys can see that. $2, $8 customer tip, $10. Made the right call on that one. So now we'll see if anything comes next. And guys, I'll be back to report on whatever the next step is, because this puts us at about $80 for the night. All right, guys, I'll talk to you shortly. All right, guys, Dead Dash back here to report that I am ending the day, guys. So it's about 10:30. Time to get out of here. There it is. That's my ratings at the end of the day. I did 4 earned by time orders and 1 earned by pay order. And we finally ended our large order program drought. So we ended with those ratings out. Frustratingly enough, and support did nothing for me, my completion rate went down because of the glitch. For some reason, I was on the phone. I thought I saw that it was going back up, but it went down. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. I've got plenty of time to get it to go back up. We ended up, for the day, earning $80.37. And we ended up, that last 2 hours was really wasteful. Should have just got out of there after the 4th order. You know, in this particular market, at about 9, when it hits about 8:30 to 9 o'clock, it dies, and then it goes into nighttime mode, unless it's like a weekend. So, should have got the heck out of here, but I didn't. Staying around to try to find that last order. Had the crumble cookie disaster where we were waiting on those 2 orders that seemed like they were going to go on forever. Then we ended up getting the double stack with the no tip in there. I got that out of there, made $10 more. So we ended up making $80.37. Average order value of $20.35 for the entire time we were out, and $30.14. $30.14 for the average delivery order value. Back to form on that. Offered miles of 39.6 and 66 miles driven. So we kind of kept the dead miles in a better place than they have been in the past. And we spent 47 minutes per order, 68% work time, 5.28 dead miles per order. And yeah, so our cash flow for the evening, if you're wondering, $80.37 gross revenue, $13.87 to the tax man, $6.60 to the car expense fund, $4.79 for actual gas costs, for cash flow, profit loss, whatever you want to call it. We're taking home spendable income of $55.11. So there, guys, that's the story. Appreciate you guys coming along. Hope you enjoyed it. And I will talk to you soon. And as always, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you soon.
What's up, YouTube? Dad Dash here. I'm coming to you today with what I think is going to be a little bit of a controversial video, maybe a little controversial take. Some of you may not like this, but I'm going to ask you to hear me out. Think about what I have to say. Think about the program that I'm going to talk about. So, I've been doing a lot of research, doing a lot of listening, a lot of reading, a lot of watching. And I've been trying to figure out what is the real purpose behind the Earn by Time program. And I think I have it. I think I've understood it. And I've listened to Tony Hsu's interview. I've listened to other content creators out there, listened to their experience with it. I've myself given it a try. And I think I understand now exactly who it's for. And I think, honestly, guys, this is the program that I believe 98% of the Dashers should be working. And I think it's the right program. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think it's DoorDash's attempt at taking a very difficult financial market and trying to make it an efficient, calculable, predictable market. I think DoorDash, I don't think it's being done because it's like, well, they want to eliminate cherry pickers. They want to eliminate multi-appers. I don't really think it's being done for that. I think they understand that if you are a cherry picker, if you are a multi-apper, you don't want to see a majority of the orders that the Earn by Time people are seeing. So they know you're going to be waiting 20 minutes possibly in between orders, 30 minutes in between orders, sometimes an hour in between orders if you get busy on other apps that are giving you better opportunities and you're a multi-apper. They know you're not going to be working as many orders in as higher volume of orders. So instead of you sitting there turning down order after order after order after order after order and complaining, you can get a happier experience as a Earn by order person when you don't have to see those crappier orders. And the majority of orders on DoorDash, as everybody knows, are not the high tip orders. They're not the high paying orders. And when I say high paying, I mean high paying in dollar figure, not miles to money. They're going to be more in range of the $5, the $6, the $7 order that would have had a $2, $3, $4, or $5 tip. In other words, the tip is $5 or less. Those orders would normally be being shuttled around by top dashers or by people coming on the platform that otherwise, wouldn't be worrying about bidding those up. They would take the order and say, okay, fine, I'll make $3. Let me go get it. I need money. I have an hour to work and I need to do as many orders as I can. I don't have time to turn anything down. So they do it. In this case, if that order ends up taking them a half hour, they're going to get $6.50 instead of $2.25 or instead of $3.25 on that order. and they're going to be happier because they're going to have gotten a pay increase. That's going to be the big benefit to these people that Earn by Time was created for. And that is for the people that were willing to take the smaller orders, the no tip orders. Now, Earn by Time will compensate them appropriately. Well, appropriately in the sense that now that's the solution that DoorDash is answering that says when that dasher who's willing to be a top dasher, who's willing to do 70% acceptance rate, who's willing to complete 95% or more of their orders, and they're standing in Wendy's or Wingstop or KFC, and they're waiting and they're contacting Dasher support, and they're saying, hey, listen, I'm only getting paid $225. Is there extra pay? And Dasher support says, no, there isn't. Now they don't have to worry about it because now they know that they're going to get paid regardless. Because now they know that if that long wait happens, their base pay is going up. And they know if they have to wait an hour, they're at least going to get $13.25. And if they're only going 1 mile or 2 miles, that's a pretty doggone good miles to money. And that dasher is going to feel like, hey, that's a good payout. $8 for 2 miles. Just because I had a busy McDonald's on my hands. Hey. And then they figure they'll get back on it and take the next order the next hour. The key to them is they're continuously working and they're continuously keeping that base pay steady. And then there's $2, $3, $4, and $5 tip orders that they're going to get on occasion, that they're going to get probably 50% of the time, will then add up to bring them to $18, $19, $20, $21, $22 an hour. And for those drivers that are working that way, that's going to be a big, big pay increase. And under the new Earn by Time structure, they're going to get a pay increase. I would ask you to do this exercise. Next time you go out and you do Earn by Order, I want you to go into your Dasher app and I want you to look specifically at your active time. And I want you to take that active time and I want you to calculate it against your base pay and tell me, what is the average hourly pay? In other words, let's say you were out for 1 hour. Look at your base pay. See how much it is. Maybe you did 3 orders. If you got $6.25 base pay for that, for 1 hour, and you are in a market like mine, which has $13.25, you would be getting almost a $7 pay increase per hour by having done those orders on Earn by Time instead of Earn by Order. And anything that's a $5 tip or less will be on that platform. It will get priority over there because those are going to be the orders that they're going to throw to a dasher or throw to somebody on Earn by Time. And if you're someone who's willing to take those orders, then you are going to have a whole bunch of those opportunities over there. And on top of that, let's say you do 2 or 3 orders an hour and each one has a tip of, say, $3. You're talking about now $9 in tip money. And if you work the entire hour, $13.25, or if you're $13.50 like at the Hagerstown market or $14.50 like the Greencastle market, you're talking about possibly anywhere from $21 to $23 an hour by just simply going out and completing 3 orders. If you complete 4 orders in an hour, short-term orders, and you work the entire hour, it keeps you busy the entire hour, you would essentially have $25 an hour. And for the dasher that says, listen, I don't want to have to make any fancy calculations. I just want to go out and complete orders and get as many orders done as I can within an hour or 2-hour period so that I can make money. This program is going to work for you wonderfully. I repeat, this program will work for you wonderfully. So I believe that if you're not already trying out Earn by Time, give it a try. I'm going to be coming out with some calculators and some things that I've developed from my experience that I've been giving myself over the last few weeks. I think what you're going to find, if you are someone who is a top dasher, a 60, 70, or 80% dasher,
I think you're going to find that the experience on earn by time, once you release yourself from, did this person tip or didn't they? Can you just say, you know what? I don't care anymore. I'm earning X amount per hour, minimum. I now have a minimum basis. I now know that the only thing I need to do is pound the hell out of that accept button and do as many orders an hour as I can, thereby putting me in range for as many potential tips as I can. And whether I get 0 tip or $10 tip, it matters. It matters not. I just got to get my order volume up. And if you get your order volume up and you're averaging $2 to $3 tips per order, then essentially, then it's only a matter of how many orders are you doing an hour. And if you're working steady every single hour, you'll be earning whatever that hourly guarantee is, plus those tips. So if your average tip amount is $3 and you're doing 3 orders an hour, you have $9 tip plus to say $13.25, which means you'd be making $22.25 an hour, and every single hour that you're working for DoorDash. So the ability to calculate, the ability to strategize gets easier. This is where you belong. This is where 98% of you belong. Now, my message to the other side, to the cherry pickers, to the multi-appers, encourage them to utilize this mode of work, because it's my belief that once everybody starts to figure out where they belong, and I think a lot of people are going to know they belong over there. They're going to see the benefit, the additional money to the way that DoorDash is asking earn by timers to work. Once that happens, then we will start to see those people that are staying with the earn by order. We'll begin to see a lot less of the trashy, what we would term as trash orders, although none of them are really trash orders. They're just underpaid or undervalued orders. But a lot of the undervalued orders that we're declining, we will stop seeing. Yes, it will seem slower, but it won't be. Yes, it will seem like there's nothing going on, but there will be. It's just your mind adjusting to the idea that you used to be declining 20 orders an hour to get your 2 to 3 that you would do. But now you might decline 2 orders an hour and do 3 orders an hour, or do 2 orders an hour. Now, notice something about that here. The benefit to you of getting the earn by time program off of the ground is that your acceptance rate will go up. And as DoorDash has said, when your acceptance rate rises, so does your priority. So with you having less trash to sort through and higher priority, the job of the earn by order dasher will become easier. Now, there will still be longer wait times. It will still seem slower for us, but we will start to see better orders. We will start to see our acceptance rates rise easier, and we will start to then enjoy the potential of the priority that would exist when the earn by timers aren't worried about priority, because they're going to accept everything. And the only people sitting in the parking lot will be the few earn by timers or earn by orders that will be existing. And those orders that will come in when you're sitting at, whether you're sitting at 50, 60, or 70% acceptance rate, will then determine those orders, those valuable orders, the large order program orders, the catering orders, the pizza orders, the orders that DoorDash will not be prioritizing the earn by timers for, because again, they're going to be responsible for running the short run orders, the $2, $3, and $4. And yes, they will occasionally get a bigger order, because occasionally that might be the order that's up for them. It comes to them, they accept it, and they complete it. But on the whole, they're going to be more focused on completing the latest McDonald's order, the latest Popeyes order, the latest Wingstop order. And they're going to be happy to do so, because they're making, in their eyes, a fair wage, that they know exactly what it is, and they know their minimum is guaranteed, and they're going to be happily zipping around their community, trying to drive as few miles as they can and make as much money as they can and get as many orders as they can delivered in an hour. And then the earn by timers or earn by order people are going to be over here waiting for the big game orders, waiting for the large orders,
waiting for the little bit longer drive orders that are going to have bigger tips on them, waiting for the orders that are going to have a better tip and a better miles to money. And it's going to be easier to find those orders because those are going to be the ones that are going to be left waiting for us while the earn by timers are doing all of the hard work, doing all the busy work, doing all the busy, keeping busy and staying busy and still earning more money than what they would have been earning today. So guys, I do believe that earn by time is going to benefit everyone, including multi-appers, including cherry pickers. And most of all, it's going to benefit the 98% of dashers out there that are casual dashers that don't care about metrics,
disconnected,
that don't care about miles to money or no tip, no trip. They just care about coming out, earning for a few hours and going home. Anyways, guys, tell me what your thoughts are. I know this is going to be popular because I know everybody wants to hate on any program DoorDash brings out, and specifically the earn by order program, or earn by earn by time program. They specifically like to hate on that. But I think that you've got to understand this. If you weren't working the way earn by time wants you to work, in other words, taking every order or taking almost every order, if that's not how you were working before it existed, it's not how you're going to enjoy working now that it's here. And you're not going to see value in it, I don't believe, in comparison to what you've seen as a multi-apper or a cherry picker. So listen, don't get upset. Don't stress. Give it a try. Try it out. Check it out. But I don't think it's going to be conducive to your success or your program. Let the people, this is a program that was written for the people who don't want a complicated experience with DoorDash. They just want to turn their app on, go to work, turn it off, go home, and forget about it. And for them, I think earn by time is going to be a really, really good thing. It's going to give them a pay raise. And then in the end, I think it's going to also help out the cherry pickers and the multi-appers by clearing out the busy work and the declines and letting us focus on the orders that we really want to see and really want to work. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching. Stay safe, stay profitable. And as always, guys, Dad Dash, we'll talk to you soon.
What is up, guys? Dad Dash back here, and we are doing another ride along today, and we are going to be doing a earn by time ride along again. As you know, I've been talking about this mode of earnings, and I am experimenting with it. And next week, we are going to be doing an entire week of earn by time to see what that week looks like, and see if we can get the acceptance rate up by the end of the month, and go from there. See what it brings us. See if we get paid better on earn by time than I see on my earn by order mode. So all that will be tested, and all of that will be brought to fruition next week. But tonight we're going to do it again, kind of just to test it out for an evening again. We did it at dinner time earlier in the week. I think it was Thursday night. Tonight's a Sunday night, which is normally a great night for earn by order orders in my market. So we're going to see if it's good as well, or what kind of orders we get. We're on an order already, and there you can see we're a few minutes away from the customer, and it's a pizza order. So we'll see what happens here. Hopefully we get a decent payout, but I will be back to update you on that. We've already picked it up. It's already in the car, and we are on our way to the customer. So I will see you when I get to the customer's house. All right, guys, I'll talk to you in a minute.
How you doing?
Good.
Yeah, all right. You have a good one. Thank you. Oh, my bad. Sorry. Thank you. Well, guys, that was a little bit of an embarrassing delivery. I don't know if you caught that. I don't know if I included it, but I'll tell you about it.
Right onto West Virginia 9 East.
I apologize. I know where I'm going. But I make the delivery. Strong handoff, right, for a pizza. You know, you always got to get that thing. Or I've reinforced my bag, rigged it up a little bit to help with that handoff. So it went perfect, man. I'm handing it to her. I go to back up, and boom, my foot hits a flower pot. Luckily, she said the flower was already dead. We'll see if this ends up in my ratings. How embarrassing. But we are now on to the next order. It was a KFC order. Came in right as I closed out the previous one. We got a $2 and some change tip, but I think it was like $5. Let me see here if I got it noted here. Let's see here. We made $7.86. So it was like $2.56 for the tip. And we made like $5.25 or something on the base pay. But right now we have $7.86 in. So $7.86. That would have normally probably been a $4, maybe $5 order on a or by order basis. So we made a little bit of money. So we are on to the next order, guys. We're gonna go pick up KFC and get this up the road and see what the next order brings. All right, guys. I'll see you at KFC. All right, guys, that was a no tip order. So I'll pull you off me. That was a no tipper. And now we have a Dairy Queen 10-mile order. Oh my, where's this going? Open navigation. All right, guys, that dash back here. We have the food in the car for the Dairy Queen order. I didn't record in the restaurant. It was really busy. And I just didn't really think it was the right moment to record. I didn't turn the camera on. I didn't even get it out of my pocket. It was just one of those situations where you could just tell. And we will see what this next order pays out. So hopefully they leave us a little tip on this one. Although it's only 2 blizzards and a large fry, so I'm not holding out on it being much of a tip. It may only be $1 or $2, or it might be a no tip order again. And we'll see what they follow us up with. I do know. All right, so this one was a good one. 12.22 to deliver some blizzards. $5.50 tip and $6.72 base pay, guys. We won this one. We definitely won this one. So there it is. Check it out right there. 30 minutes of time, $6.72, $5.50. That was winner. Get you guys right here. So that was a definite win for the Earn by Time team. So I'm happy with that. $12.22. All right. That was a huge win. Wow, $6.72 base pay, $5.50 tip. Now the only problem is we haven't got an order yet, and we're a little bit out of the way, but that's okay. All right, guys, as soon as I get another order, I'll be back. I'm going to get the particulars filled in on this one, get on the road again, and I'll talk to you soon. Guys, so we are back to work. We got a Papa John's offer going 11 miles. Went ahead and took it again.
It's actually dropping us off in an area that actually should not have a problem getting another order. So it's really, even though it's 11 miles, it's really not 11 miles in terms of it's one-way miles, and some potential here. Maybe a $5 tip, maybe no tip at all, maybe a $10 tip. You never know with these Papa John orders, but we shall see when we get it delivered. So back to work we go, guys. I'll see you at Papa John's. All right, guys, very sorry I forgot to bring you guys along. I actually got out of the car, got my pizza bags, and realized I left the camera here in the car as I got inside, so it was too late. Anyways, we got the pizzas. They're loaded in the car. We got a 14-minute ride up to the customer's house. So all right, guys, we took a little bit of a loss on that one because of the time. Put you guys back up here. So it was $5.32 payout, $5 tip, and that's a shame, but that's okay. We're gonna keep going. So $24.77 order value on that. So like I said, the order value wasn't terrible. And it leaves us $11.06 realizing our goal, because I plan to work 4 hours tonight. So that put our goal at $45.90 based on a 85% work rate. And we are well on our way for that goal tonight. But again, obviously we hope to make much more than that, but let's see here. Our miles to money dropped from $1.06 to 97 cents. So we took a little hit there. Let's see what DoorDash has in store for us next. Let's see if we get something. Looks like Logan's is popping up on the map. Looks like there's nothing hot spotted up here right now. So we're going to have to, I hope, not drive back there without having something reserved for us. But we shall see what DoorDash has in store. We might turn on Uber or Grubhub if we have to get ourselves back, because we definitely cannot afford to be riding 7 to 8 miles back to get an order. So we'll see what happens. I will be back to let you know. So guys, we got hit with the I guess the unfortunate situation where, although there are a lot of restaurants in this area, there's nothing heated up, and the closest hotspot's 7 miles away. So we've got no other choice right now but to head towards that hotspot, in my opinion. Some of you might disagree with the decision I'm making right now, but I believe, to me, I got to go where I can get an order as soon as possible, because right now, on an earn by order scenario, I'd be comfortable sitting up here waiting for an order and tracking down an order of the size and amount that I want, but I'm not going to get to see the order size. I'm not even going to know if there's even a possibility of a tip or anything like that. I can end up on a no tip journey. The only thing I'm going to be able to do right now is get back in the position to get another order, to get back on the clock and start earning that hourly rate again, and then hope that I can earn a tip or some tips over the next few hours that I'm working. So, all right, guys. So I did get another order, and unfortunately, I was on the phone with my wife, so I was not able. I missed pretty much recording everything, including I was distracted by the phone conversation, and I even forgot to turn on my camera that I was wearing. I don't even believe I wore it into Papa John's. I don't recall. I don't think I did. I was just totally distracted with what I was talking about with her and didn't record anything. But I'll show you the payout right here. So check out the payout. We got $8.42 for a total order value on that order. For the Papa John's order of, let's see here, $24.83. But we ended up driving, and you're going to see this. We drove a lot of miles. These two orders really screwed us. We ended up driving 19 miles in total for the $8 payout. So absolutely terrible. Now, I showed 7 miles at offer because DoorDash let me drive all the way back down, getting off the interstate when they offered it to me. Now, as soon as I come with this order this time, they gave me a 4-mile McDonald's run, which I am here at McDonald's. We are going to go in and pick this up. And they gave that to me immediately. I mean, it was as soon as it processed out, came in. So we are back to some steady work here. Looks like a guarantee based on, or looks like the base pay estimate here is $585. But we very seldomly ever deliver it at the time DoorDash tells us we're going to. We always do it early. So we'll see. Let's see what the items are here. Is there any chance for any type of big tip? There's 2 items, a large fry and a 20-piece McNugget. Best case scenario here is a $5 tip, and maybe like 2 or 3, maybe $4 base pay. So we get like a $9 4-mile run, and it kind of starts to balance out the miles issue, because right now the mile situation just really took a turn for the worse. We are at, I believe, well, actually, sorry, I already entered the next order in, so I can't tell you what we are, but I believe we're like at 80 cents a mile or something like that after this last order. It just got really, really bad. We were at 96 cents, and now I think we're like 80 cents a mile or somewhere in that range. We'll see where it stands after this. So, guys, let's get inside here, go pick this order up, and see what the rest of the night holds, guys. We'll see. Thank you. As you saw, that order was ready to go, sitting on the rack, waiting for us. So we got it, and we are on the way. 7-minute drive. Like I said, this is going to be a scenario where we're not going to really have a super long order on our hands, so the base pay will be probably nominal.